What up, what up, what up? GM's in the chat. Oh, man. Feels good to be here. Just want to give a quick shout out to really the team, first off. The team that made yesterday happen and that's going to make today happen. So if you're a part of the Client Ascension team, the camera team, the content team, can you guys just stand up real quick? And can we all give a round of applause for these guys? I was going to say, none of them are even in the seats. They're working so hard. None of them stand up. I'm like, where are they at? I see Lucas in the back. He's like my security. Looking good, bro. And I also want to give a shout out to you guys as well. Over the last 2 or 3 days, I've just received so many messages on Twitter and Instagram and in Slack from guys all around the world that have just been watching what's happening in this community. And over the last couple of days, seeing how the event has unfolded and just wishing that they could be here with us. So just for you guys to take the time and even make the investment, spend the money to be here, it means a lot to us, and I hope it means a lot to you guys as well. So just give yourself a pat on the back for being here today. And so we're going to roll right into keynotes and panels and a whole bunch of value. I'm excited for our first one, especially for my business partner, Daniel. But before we get started, if you guys don't mind, I just want to hit us with a quick prayer and just ask for really a blessing and for safety and for just an amazing day today. So if you guys just want to bow your heads, we'll hit a quick prayer and get this thing going. So, I mean, man, just pausing is so powerful. So, Father God, just thank you so much for bringing me here, bringing our team here, bringing our students here, and just getting us here safely, number one, and waking us up this morning. And I just pray that you speak through me, you speak through Daniel, you speak through all the other speakers here, just to deliver value to our students and to our community that spent the time, the money, the energy, the effort to be here today. So bless us, give us all the knowledge there is to have, and just watch over us and give us the safety of the day. Thank you. And in your name we pray. Amen. Amen. So without further ado, I want to welcome my business partner and the wizard to the stage, Daniel Fazio.
Is this on? Yep, there it is. No, I don't need that. I got the Tony Robbins mic. What's up? All right, I'm gonna talk some shit today. We're going to Web Summit in 2 weeks. And I have to do this in front of 11,000 people. And we're all in the Slack with like Oliver, Christian, Dan, Andre, and they're like, so who's gonna do the presentation? I'm like, I'll fucking do it. You know the Goofy meme where it's like the psycho Goofy? Where it's like, I'll fucking do it again. That's me. But anyway, I don't have slides. I just have like a bunch of stuff written in my notes, and it's definitely not going to take 45 minutes. So if you guys want to like think of some kind of like, at the end I'm going to take questions, some kind of like meta concept question that could be particularly useful to a large group of people. It'll probably be Eamon. But that would be dope. So first kind of concept I want to go over is if you let's say you have some offer, it has some promise, you have some landing page that says whatever, your VSL says whatever, your sales ability exists at some level. That's an instance. Like it's just an instance of reality where it's like that's your capability at that one moment. And you look at guys like, I don't know, like me, like Eddie back there, he's made a bajillion dollars. The only difference between me and him and anyone else who is lower or higher is they've tested way more instances. Like they've just like existed upon so many different realities. Like they've just done more sales calls. They've made like 37 VSLs. They've sent like astronomically more emails than you. They've made way more offers than you. They've made way more clients than you. And it's just there's a direct correlation. The only thing that is the difference between you and people who make a shit ton of money is it's literally actually just experiencing a vast array of capabilities. And if you were to take a distribution, and this is fun to have, the fuck, we have, in clients, you have, what's wrong with this? Am I good? Just put it closer to my face. All right. You know how we have the business health audit things with your student success coach, and you have like the Google sheet, and then you have a wildly important goal, and then you have the inputs for the goal, and then you get on with them monthly, and then it's like, what did you do, and then what's the output now? So if we take all those variables and just chart them on the graph, there's a 100% correlation between the inputs and the output. Like 100% correlation. So there's not reason to stand that if you want to make significantly more money, you just do significantly more inputs. And like, that's it. And it's so easy to think that there's got to be one super simple trick or some wild offer that's stopping me from doing this. It's just not true. Like, it's literally just doing such an astronomical amount of marketing, and that's it. Testing different things. Where it's like, you make your first VSL and it takes like so long. And you're like thinking about it for like 4 days straight. It's like all you're doing. It's like the most strenuous task you've ever embarked upon in your life. It's like, dude, I've made like 50. Like, just all the time. You just bang them out fast. You just get better at it continuously. And I think it's easy if something isn't working for you at the moment. It's easy. Oh, cold email doesn't work. Content marketing doesn't work. Ads don't work for me. Well, there's nothing else. Like, there's only those three. That's all you can do. And it must work because I'm here right now. Like, you literally purchased a ticket to be here. So, like, and you arrived through one of those mechanisms. It was definitely one of them. So it obviously does work, right? But the problem with this is if you sit there and you go and you say that to yourself continuously, cold email doesn't work, content marketing doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, you animate that into existence. I don't know who was in the conversation with me yesterday, but it was the dude who I went to high school with at ULA yesterday. Who was in that conversation with me? Raise your hand. Yeah. You know how he was saying? He was going, yeah, like we would all be sitting there like drinking a one at a party, and like you were always talking about, dude, what the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna give you a new one.
All right, that'll work better. Thank you, sir. And he was, am I good? Hello. All right, cool. And he's like, yeah, he was always talking about money. He's always like, I want to be rich, I want to be rich, I want to be rich. And he was like, talking to other people, he's like, yeah, he's going to be rich. And it's like, you say it so much that not only are like you saying it and animating it into existence, like then other people start saying it. And it's like, oh, now you're just like injecting that shit into the ether. And there's like absolutely no way this isn't going to happen. Like if you just keep saying it, like, and you really actually convince yourself, it's like you just turn into the person, like, you're going to make this shit happen. And you just keep saying it over and over and over again. It's so easy to go in that negative spiral loop where it's like, this isn't working, this isn't working. If you keep saying it doesn't work, it will for sure not work ever, at all. But if you're so irrationally confident, it can't not work just by raw nature of reality. Now, let me prove this to you. Everyone here, real quick, just try to think of a new color. You cannot think of a new color. It's functionally impossible. Like you do not hold the capability to create something. Now what I mean by that is, now imagine this. Like you have a 10,000 square foot mansion, you have like a Porsche, a Lamborghini, you have like 18 kids, right? And like you have a yacht. And like imagine yourself like you're on the yacht parked outside of the house right now. Like you can see that. But you couldn't see something as simple as a new color, because a new color doesn't exist, but you with the yacht does exist. So therefore, that is an eventuality that could conceivably occur, because you can think of it. Like it just, there is some series of instances and some level of capability that you hold to where there's something you can do to have that. Like there is. And it's really just on the back end of you testing, like in an absolutely absurd amount of instances. It just does exist. So, like, let me give you an example. I said this on a call a while back, but I was like, let me give you like a typical day of mine. It's like I'll wake up, maybe I'll look at some like cold email scripts or something, and I'm like, then I gotta write some ads. I gotta write a YouTube video. I gotta like go into the ads managers and screw with that. I gotta go like build a funnel. I gotta write some copy. I have to like film a VSL. Then I have to like make the automations behind this, and I gotta use this platform and this platform and this platform, and then I gotta like maybe I'll hop on like a sales call, and then I gotta like, get in a call with someone and solve their problems. And what I'm trying to get at here is it took a vast array of like I had to know how to do a lot of different shit. Like I had to know many different things. And the problem with a lot of people is it's a mistake and you shouldn't do it, is like you learn one thing and it's like, oh, I just do, I'm the cold email guy. That's it. I only do cold email, and if I ever need a website made, I gotta get someone else to build the website. If I ever need copy made, I have to go pay a copywriter. It's like, why not just become the person capable of doing it? Like Nick over here, he like ran his business for 5 years without Zapier. And it was like, it's like manually passing data between stuff. He's on call. He's like, yeah, bro, like I gotta get a VA to like sort through these applications and like send them over here. I'm like, what are you talking about? You just like zap them over. And he's like, you can do that? I'm like, yeah, bro. And like the difference between you knowing how to do that and not is like an hour of YouTube videos, legit. And that's exactly what you did. And now you just like automate it. And it's like, it's like so simple. Like it's so wild because people would be like if you don't know how to run ads, for instance, or like you just don't, like you go into like a different UI, like you go try to make like Google ads and you look at it for the first time, you're like, dude, what is going on here? Like there's a lot. And it's like the difference between you knowing how to use that platform and not is like watching 2 hours of YouTube videos at 1.5x speed. Like that's it. And then you just know how to do it specifically forever. Because when you learn new things, you know how like, you ever hear this? Like if someone, like chess grandmasters, and they're in a tournament, they burn like 15,000 calories. Like, and they're like exhausted at the end of the day. You literally use calories thinking. So it is the equivalent of working out if you go learn something new, because you're literally wiring new connections between your neurons. Like that takes caloric energy to do it, and it is the equivalent of you going and like trying to hit a squat PR. Like it's hard. It's like actively difficult. So what happens is you probably sit there and you're like, oh, I don't want to go to the gym today. And it's like, well, you don't want to go learn other things too, because it is as equivalently calorically necessary. So what I'm trying to get at is if you only know how to do a couple things, you're going to be severely limited with how many instances that can actually elapse. Like, all I know how to do is cold email. It's like, okay, cool, but what if like someone comes to you and for whatever reason they're like let's say a common offer with cold email is like, hey, we do $250 per call booked. It's like, okay, but what if you made a bunch of ads for them and you were getting the calls booked for like $100? Does it not make sense to also sell those calls for $250? Like, does it not make sense to also do that? Or for instance, this is a good example. I was talking to these one guys and I was like, you guys should sell UGC ads as a service and sell it to e-com brands. And they're like, well, we don't know how to do that. And I was like, if I told you I'll give you $10,000 right now for 70 ad creatives, how fast are you going to figure that out? They're like, oh, in like 24 hours. Then like, then why are you letting any other 24-hour period elapse without you just knowing how to do that? Like, oh, and he's like, yeah, I gotta go like set that business up. It's like, but you just told me if I give you $10,000, you can figure it out in 24 hours, right? He's like, yeah. Then like, why wouldn't you just go pitch it right now and like actually get $10,000 for it? And he's like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it's the amount of work it's really just not as difficult as you think it is. Like I say this all the time, oh, it's so simple, but it's like it actually is so hilariously simple. Like if there's 1 million locks in existence, there's 1 million locks with treasure behind all those doors. And 100 unique keys, it is useful to acquire one new key to a very large degree of leverage. Because one additional new key will unlock 10,000 more opportunities. You see what I mean? Because there's only a finite amount of skills that you could ever acquire. Like, you learn how to use copy, you know how to do automations, you know how to send cold emails, you know how to do sales calls. If you don't have the capability to do any one of those, there's a very vast array of doors with treasure behind them that you are incapable of accessing. Like, it's just a huge mistake for you to not just go acquire a shit ton of knowledge. So, I think a useful question to ask is, I see this all the time, and people, I have an offer problem, bro, like no one wants this offer, like no one's buying this for me, and I'm gonna use like cold email lead gen as an example, and they're like, maybe their landing page says something like, oh, we help our clients get leads. And it's like, all right, cool. No, let me ask this question. Would you sign yourself as a client? And then it becomes very clear to you, like, what would be necessary for you to qualify them as a client. So, like, for instance, what are you going to tell them? It's like, you need a quantifiable offer, you need a risk reversal, and ideally you need case studies to back up the claim. Right? So does it not make sense for you to also employ that yourself? Like, oh, you sell ads or something like that, and you do ads for info marketers, and you know that, like, the best info marketers are the people that got, like, a very unique kind of, maybe unique mechanism. There's a risk reversal behind it. They got some case studies. And if you don't have that, it's like it's extremely hypocritical, because it's a very simple flow chart. Like, would you sign yourself as a client? No. Why? Then take those whys and be like, okay, then just do all those whys. If the answer is yes, I would sign myself as a client. All right, congratulations. Other people will also buy that. Dude, you guys know Brian Moncada? Like, I love Brian Moncada. He's the best. And he was telling me, he's like, I'm trying to sell my mastermind. Like, what would you think about joining? He's like, telling me what's inside of it. And I was like, I don't want that. What I do want is I want ad creatives, because I bought ad creatives from him before. He scripts it, edits it, and produces it, does all that. And I was like, dude, you need to, if you want to sell your mastermind, like, you have to appendage this very specific deliverable or, like, quantifiable result behind it. It's either like, if he wants to sell his mastermind, it's either like you gotta promise some specific revenue increase with a guarantee, or you need to give some tangible deliverable on it. I was like, start appendaging like 5 done-for-you ad creatives on top of it, and I promise it's gonna sell. And he hits me up like 5 days later. He's like, dude, this shit is selling. I'm like, I fucking told you. I'm always right. I was talking about this a lot yesterday, but you guys really need to do content marketing. And, like, the best way for me to explain that to you is, I made a new VSL. And when I was switching it out, I was looking at the Wistia stats of the old one, and it had, like, over like 6 months or something, it was like 22,000 views. And I was like, dude, it only took like 22,000 views on that VSL to make like 3 mil. Like, literally 3 mil elapsed through that VSL. I was like, that's kind of insane. And then I'm scrolling on YouTube, and I see like Iman Ghazi video. It's a VSL, like, just on YouTube. It's like 5 million views, and I'm like doing the math in my head. I'm like, oh my God, that's so disgusting. That's so wild. And there's so many people sitting behind their computer, like, I want to sign clients. I'll do anything to sign clients, except post a YouTube video of yourself. Like, you do anything but that. And it's interesting because a lot of people might be like, dude, I'd love to do something like Client Ascension, like own a Client Ascension. But a lot of you guys, like, you're like, oh, look at Daniel up on the stage. And then, like, you have to get up on the stage. You're like, oh, I'm not doing that. And it's like, well, that's what's required in order to run something like this. Like, you got to get up on stage and, like, speak to many humans, like astronomical amounts of humans. So I think most people don't make content because they're scared. But let me ask you something. Just raise your hands. Have you ever gone to a club by yourself? Have you ever gone to a club with one person, like specifically a nightclub, just you and one friend? Just raise your hand if you have. Have you ever gone to a club with 20 people and got like 2 tables? Raise your hand. What do more people? So let me ask you something. If you walk into the club, either by yourself or with one friend, how loud are you? You're not very loud. Because if you start drawing attention to yourself, it's risky. Like it's literal risk to draw attention to yourself. But if you walk in with 20 people and you got 2 tables, you are loud. You're making noise. You're drawing attention to yourself. Like very much. You're taking the maximum amount of risk. And if you're just sitting in fucking Kansas and you got Evan and you don't know anyone, or you're not in like any kind of community or something like that, and you post a YouTube video and you get a mean comment, that fucks you up for like a minute. Imagine you're at the club and it's just you or one friend, and like some dude tries to like, I don't know, he comes up and like starts talking shit to you. It's like, you're like kind of like, oh man, like shit. But you're with like 20 people, it's like, I don't care. It just doesn't matter. Because there's this force behind you. And it's the same thing as if, like, you guys ever get, like, angry cold email replies or, like, dumb comments? You just screenshot it and put it in client Ascension. Because you're, like, upset about it, actually. Like, it does screw you up. But then you put it in client Ascension or, like, any other community. You just screenshot it, and then you get, like, 4 other people, and they're like, yeah, that guy's a dickhead. And it, like, immediately solves the problem. You just don't think about it anymore. It's like that's the resolution to the problem. Like just show it to other people and just make fun of them, and you're like, oh, you're good now, right? And you don't want to be. You ever like that kind of club example where it's like you ever go out with a squad and maybe there's just like the one dude who's sitting on the table. He's just like not really talking to anyone. He's like not saying anything. Like, don't be that guy in the group. Like, participate in the group. Like, actually. So everything you're going to object to about content marketing is a lot of you guys, if I tell you to make it, you're going to be like, I don't have much to say. I'm gonna run out of things to say. And does anyone know Myron Golden? I love this guy. And he gives talks over in Tampa, and me and Andre, we go to them a lot. If you ever watch his YouTube, they're really good. And his entire principles that he talks about is here's all the biblical principles, and here's how to use them to get rich. And the assumption he runs off of is here are all the absolute truths. He just assumes them to be absolutely true, and then if I just use those principles and inject them into my business, I'm going to get rich. And then all he does in his content is explain what the principles are. And now, there's only a finite amount of principles in the Bible. There's only so much stuff in there. So, what he does is, I'm gonna take just like a random number. It's like 10 things. Right? Assume you guys all, I do marketing in this capacity, and there's like, let's say there's 10 principles, right? Your content is just repeating those 10 principles continuously forever and ever. And then just like random stories or supporting points that continuously say the same exact thing. Like, for instance, you guys, who comes to my offers calls, and it's like, you just know what's going to be said. You just know exactly, like you just know, where it's like claim, risk reversal, evidence. That's it. And it's just that same practice over and over and over and over. It's the same thing every single time, always. Like but you keep going. Like you know what I'm gonna tell you. And the reason why that is because people only buy 2 things. They either buy permission or facilitation. That's it. So say for instance if you're good at what you do, you have specific knowledge, and there's a part of it that that's probably, you think it's secret, right? And maybe it is secret, right? So you're like, oh, I don't want to give away the secrets. But it's like functionally impossible to make less money if you give the secrets away. Like, because people only buy permission and facilitation. So if you're an agency, it's just doing it for them. And if it's like any kind of do-it-yourself or done with you, it's permission. It's like individualized permission, because I can make 1.5 million YouTube videos around telling them claim, risk reversal, evidence, and people will still fucking buy Client Ascension just to ask me what should mine specifically be. That's permission, right? Who watches Gary Vee? Right, the content, right? Yeah. So what is every single thing Gary Vee makes? It's literally him. Every single video is like, gotta make more content. Like you should make more. You should make content about this. And what's crazy is you keep watching him. Like, you know what it's gonna say, though. It's like the same thing over and over. Like, I know what you're gonna say. And I was thinking about this in Myron's talks, and I'm watching like Myron's videos and whatnot. I was like, which of the 10 is he gonna talk about today? And it's like, I know what it is. I already know what's gonna be said. And what's funny is, like with Gary, is I know exactly what he would say to me, but I'd still pay him. I'd still do it because I will only buy permission or facilitation. I want him to tell me specifically what I should do, right? Also, if you think your secrets are extensive, like, oh, it's this giant process, it's like you're probably not good enough at it yet, because everything is actually wildly simple. Like everything, this is a pretty useful barometer. If something is complicated, like, doesn't work, like pretty much 100% of the time. Dude, this is funny. We had for like our placement offer, there was a problem, and it was a lot of people were coming in. So it's like a recruiting offer. You pay up front, you get a commission-based cold emailer, and people were coming in and they were like, I thought it was commission only. I didn't know I have to pay. And then like, you're like, oh, how do I solve this issue? I gotta like refilm the ads and like say it different. And I'm like, oh no, I'm just gonna go on the landing pages and just like put that there's an upfront fee, and that's it. Solve the problem immediately. It's like, all right, cool. The simplest possible solution is like always the best one. So anyway, or if you think about like Alex Hormozy. He says he doesn't sell anything, but he's like, oh no, you're giving away equity in your company. It's like the most expensive thing you could ever pay. it's like, but still, I would consider doing it. But I already know everything he says. Like $100 million offers, $100 million leads. And all he would do is tell me what's like in the books, like for sure. But it's still like a considerable offer, because it's like I would buy individualized permission. People, if it's info, kind of like agent, they only buy permission or facilitation. It's very interesting. So I want to talk about why bullying is the best marketing strategy of all time. Dude, who was it that it was someone on Twitter, and it was like, we go, like, join Client Ascension, pussy, you won't. And he joined. I was like, all right, cool. Who was that? Is he here? I forgot who it was. Who? Oh, it was Mason? Oh, yeah, it was Mason. But do it, pussy, you won't. He's like, all right, bet. You just fucking join. I was like, all right, bet. So, probably like 4 years ago, remember when like jewels were a thing? I don't know where they went. Yeah, that'll do it. But like I'd go out to the bar with friends and whatnot, and they had jewels or whatever form of fairy stick, and I'd hit it like all the time, and I'd be like, yeah, I don't buy them, but if it's there, I'll hit it. And then that slowly degrades into, no, I buy these bitches now. And for like 2 years, I was buying these, and everyone else is doing it too. And so like I effectively got bullied into vaping. Like that effectively. It's like you're a loser if you don't have a vape. And then I'm in Miami, and I'm with Logan Fitz, Jake Dobbs, and Soul Bra. And we're at a steakhouse, and I pull out a vape, and I hit the vape. He looks at me. He's like, "Oh, you want a fairy stick? How does that taste?" He's like making fun of me, and I'm like, shit. And then I'm on TikTok. You know what's funny? You know, like the stop smoking ads, and it's like showing people they have like no throat, they're like dying, like their family's crying, and I'm just like, oh, just keep going. But I'm at a table with Soul Bra, and he calls me a fairy, and I'm like, so, and then I'm on TikTok, and you know the one meme where it's like he's at 10, but I saw like some baddie on TikTok. He's at 10, but he vapes, and I'm like, oh shit. And now I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I'm like, so that happened with Soul Bra, and then this girl said that, and I'm like, and now I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, that's really interesting because the bullying was more effective of a mechanism than the prospect of death. Like the fear of death was less convincing than being bullied by people. I'm like, damn, I'm gonna bully the shit out of some people. This is gonna work. And that's how Mason's inclined Ascension. But yeah, that's all I got. Eamon, I assume you have a question. All right, who's got something for me? I wanna spit bars. Hello, Nikia. How are you? Yeah.
So one of my fears was, if I started doing YouTube videos or more content, how do I not box myself in? So I think my fear is not that I don't like what I'm doing, but I have this fear oh my God, I'm gonna be stuck talking about lead gen.
Yeah.
All the time. So how do I? Because I'm not just one thing.
Yeah. All right. So, I actually should have made slides. I'm a dickhead for not doing that. But imagine there's a circle. It's like individual squares around a circle, and there's 3, 5 smaller squares in front of it, and those are supporting points for a specific. So lead gen. I don't know. For instance, it could be cold email copywriting is one. One is setting up the tech. One is LinkedIn automation, what to say in LinkedIn. So there's copywriting tech, and then there's response handling, and then there's sales processes, and then there's others how much volume you should send. There's all these random little supporting points around something. So there's this giant circle, and then you have examples or stories that support the point that I am correct. And that's kind of the frame you have to, you can't, if you make content, or just, even talk to anyone, trying to sell something, it's you can't be well, I think this will work. It's no, I'm correct. You see what I mean? And all these stories can, piece together, or they'll make, a bunch of unique combinations continuously over and over again. And it's you could make, an infinite amount of content if you just have, 20 examples of stuff. That's it. And you just interchange them, elements for money. All you're doing is you're literally picking a square, and it's I'm gonna prove myself right about this today. And then you just use an example to prove yourself right about something. That's it. Yeah. Anybody else got anything? All right, give it to me.
All right, so Daniel, when you talk about problems, you always talk about business problems. Something's wrong with your offer, something's wrong with your emails, or something's wrong with the content or whatever. But I feel a lot of us also have maybe personal problems in our lives that might be holding us back in business too. Could you talk about that a little bit? Maybe what are some common personal problems you see in your students or in your peers, and sort of how we should navigate those?
All personal problems stem from you feeling like you're not good enough. Where it's I don't know, let's say for instance, you're with a girl and she cheats on you or something. if you like think so highly of yourself, it's like, oh, whatever. Like, you know how people will be like, oh, well, like, you're the prize, but it's like, oh, sometimes you're like not. And like, if you just like accomplish so much and like you know how capable you are, it's just like it doesn't matter. It's like, I don't care. You know what I mean? And it's not like you're saying I don't, like, you functionally do not care. Like, you just don't. Like, you're incapable of caring about something like that. Where it's like, dude, you know how like, you know how you start tweeting, you get like a bunch of like dumbasses, people start talking shit like all the time, right? Maybe, and you say you got like 3,000 followers or something like that. People like comment dumb shit and they just say dumb shit sometimes. It's like, imagine what that's like when you have 130,000. Dude, it happens like 8 times a day. Like, legit. Like, people would talk shit to me, and it's like, I don't care. But it's not like I'm acting like I actually don't care. It's people will be like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, definitely. And then you just see what I mean. So this is people. You need to be confident in yourself, but it's like, well, like sometimes some people, maybe you're actually not a good bet, but you just become the person who is a good bet. And that kind of stems back to what I was just talking about, like, you know, like a vast array of capabilities where it's like, I've done so much and I know so much and I can facilitate so much, right? And it's like, it's just indisputable at that point. I think Hormozy talks about this, where it's like, just, it's not that you have to like act like you know what you're talking about. You just like do know what you're talking about, and then that's it. You got something, Eamon? You on the mic?
So, Mr. Daniel, I wanted to ask you, it's like 2 questions in one. Like, why do you think a lot of agencies scale up to like, let's say 50 or 100K a month, and then they just switch to coaching? Like, why does that keep happening, number one? And then, like, for example, does it become too complex or whatever? And then number 2 is like, how do you structure your agency so that like that doesn't happen, or like, you know, the agency, you can like keep going kind of thing?
It is because they can. The mistake people make though is they switch it. So like, for instance, if you, let's say you make an agency and then you sell like how to make an agency. See, so the difference between like Client Ascension and a lot of people will teach you how to make an agency. We will specifically not teach you how. You must already be doing it. It's not, I will not work with you if you don't have an offer already. The reason why is because it can flow into all of the other stuff. So like, if you imagine the funnel, it's like, we're gonna have the low ticket scripts funnel soon. And then you have cold email mastery, we have Client Ascension, we have the Client Ascension Mastermind, and like random events, and then we have List Kit. And what's interesting about that is you can enter, and the placement offer, you can enter at any point and logically proceed to any of the others. So there's a category of people where it's like, oh, the guy runs a coaching program, he couldn't make the agency work. Yeah, for some, but some it's like, oh no, this is like a very deep funnel where it's like you're gonna lead somewhere else. Like, there's a reason for this. So it's like, for instance, the function of a cold email mastery is to get people for the placement offer. It serves no other purpose, right? And like the low ticket scripts funnel, the function of that is to get List Kit customers, where it's like, this is really interesting too. Sometimes you have to make your TAM. Like, your TAM is too small. So like, if people try to sell it to like internet marketing type coaches and consultants or whatnot, like, dude, I'm like tapped out, like can't really like get past 100K a month. It's like, bro, because there's like 10,000 in existence. Like, it's very small and they all know each other. It's like, it's very, very, very small. Like, what you actually should do is, in that instance, make a biz op to create your TAM. Like, for instance, Vince teaches people how to make coaching programs and then sells them content marketing as a service on the back. He's making his TAM. He's literally making it. And typically what happens if you introduce someone to a biz op, like, they don't even know anything else exists ever. And they kind of just like, they tend to stick in your funnel. It's very, yeah. So if you do make one, it has to lead to something else. You see what I mean? So like, for instance, you could be like, oh, they run a video agency and they like outsource the work to you. Or it's like you do like a recruiting offer where you place video editors in other people's video editing agencies. See what I mean? There's no reason to do it unless it serves a specific function. Dude, I was talking about this yesterday. It was every action needs to lead to some other point. So like you make a TikTok video, the function of the TikTok video is to lead to a YouTube video. The function of the YouTube video is to lead to the landing page and an opt-in, which leads to a call. The function of the call is to get a client. The function of a client is to get a case study. And the function of the case study is to put it on YouTube to continuously move that process, right? The function of someone getting in cold email mastery is to be placed. And they could conceivably move to client Ascension. And the placement people, it's like contractually obligated that they purchase a list kit. You see what I mean? And like the function of the scripts funnel is to go to list kit and go to cold email mastery. It has to go somewhere else. Like it can't just stop. And that's the mistake people will make if they make an info product, is they just make an info product to make an info product. That's incorrect. Got you. Max? Yeah, one more. What?
I love bullying. And I feel like we kind of glossed over that to like...
We bullied you to join too. A little bit.
yeah. But I want to like have it be more practical, like thinking of it to myself, like selfishly, because also I'm not just going to go to e-com founders and be
I
fucking,
know. Yeah, I should have expanded on that. Yeah.
You pussy, join, work with me. But so I'm thinking of like practical ways to like apply that, especially inside of content marketing. And so I'd be curious to hear your thoughts, like what I think is like kind of attacking people that aren't doing like the new way of like the e-com funnel, like kind of bullying people into being like, if you aren't doing this, like you're a boomer. And these are all the like, not like obviously saying that, but kind of being like the new thing. And it's like, if you aren't doing it, like you're just a boomer business and like shit like that, and like subtly mentioning that. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on how you can incorporate that into like targeting towards like founders and like subtly bullying them.
Yeah, like FOMO and fear mongering.
Yeah.
Effectively around like, this is my way of doing it, and it works so wildly well. And there's going to be a point where if everyone who isn't doing this, it's just not going to work. Like, No's such a good example of this. It's funny because Taylor Welch is going to be here later, but he taught Cole, and Cole made it like very mainstream. You have to have a setter, which is like kind of actually true to make ads work. So like we have YouTube ads running right now, and both our setters are here, so they're like obviously not calling the leads. Where's Kendra and Antoine? Yeah, they're just chilling. And I open up the Google ads, I'm like, why did my cost per call double? I'm like, oh, the fucking setters aren't working. That makes sense. But yeah, kind of like giving evidence around like, if you don't do this, it literally will not work. Like the market is shifting. Like if you don't have this, like here's evidence. Like I did it with this client. Look at this. Like FOMO, fear mongering. Yeah, that's how you do it. Got you.
Is it even working? Is it on?
Hello?
Oh boy, here we go.
Hello, sir. Sir. One of the things you said earlier was the instances and like, hey, you need to learn this skill. And I was thinking about this. I thought it'd be a useful question for everyone. What skills though are just not worth it to learn? Like, where is it you're doing something and there's no need for you to learn that skill? And I have a part 2 to that.
Like coding, like developing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
The word, like we got Oliver over here as the CTO. He's like, no shot I ever learned like any form of like, like, I'm just not doing it.
So I saw with everyone doing it.
Yeah, but the problem is that like it'll be something so simple, like using Zapier, and it's like, bro, the leverage around taking an hour to learn how to do this versus not is it's so outweighed. But like pretty much every like integral skill, you know, there's people like, oh, learn a skill, sell it as a service. Like all of those, you should know how to do all of those, right? Copywriting, sales, like cold email, you should know how to write ads, you should know how to build funnels, like you should specifically know how to like use every site. It's funny because they're all the same too. Like if you walk into Go High Level or ClickFunnels, it's the same thing. Like any website builder, it's basically the same thing. If you just functionally understand how each like category of thing work, you could just immediately figure out. And that you got to become the person capable of learning things. Let me give you an example. So I have like this like touch sink at my house. It's like battery powered. It just died. And I was like, oh, fuck. I don't know how to fix that. Just go on YouTube and figure it out. And like, I couldn't find the exact model, but it's like, oh, you just do this and this. And I'm like, I'll fucking figure it out. I just did. Like, it's like some people are like, no, I gotta call the plumber or the electrician. He's gonna pay like $200 and wait like 2 days, have no sink. It's like, no, just figure this shit out. Like, and that's the equivalent of you like not knowing how to just write some copy. Where it's like, oh, you gotta go hire a copywriter now and wait to just, I mean, you just know how to do it. Like, it's just faster. Like, it just makes your life significantly easier.
There you go. Do you know Mad Dog Mattis?
Who?
The general, Mad Dog Mattis. So the United States general, like fucking 5-star general. And he was saying that effective leadership is accomplished at 70% understanding of the topic. So you only need to understand something to 70%. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to be like a world-class copywriter to just make a VSL that actually works.
Yes. So how do you know? How do you know when you're at like the competent amount of level of understanding?
You put it up and someone buys from it.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
These aren't my questions. Let's just ask useful questions.
Yeah,
There you go.
What's up? All right, let's do one more. Or the thing to Ori. It's the last one though. We gotta move.
Yo, so who do you think is going to be the first Client Ascension Eagle Scout? Like, you take all these skills, you have like Nick Verge do like fucking 16-bit emojis. Like, every time you get a skill, like you do like, you put it all in Kajabi, you get like a little badge. You get them
Eamon.
all, you get like an Eagle Scout. Like, why don't we just do that shit? Just gamify all of it. See who gets there first.
Eamon's like a machine. You just tell him to do something. He's like, okay. Fucks off for 4 days. He's like, all right, I did that. I'm like, oh, cool, all right. It'll make it. Oh, dude, this is actually like so important. It's like totally cool if you're like, I don't know, you have like some kind of like mentor, or like I don't know, and you ask them hella questions. It's only annoying if you don't do what they say. Eamon is not annoying because I tell Eamon to do something. He's like, all right, got it, just does it. Like zero delta, like zero lag between that. Like, just fast. Yeah, Eamon's an Eagle Scout. Congratulations, brother. All right, guys, we're moving on. Thank you very much.
It's like if you get bullied from someone
You had no one to go on.
You want to take this?
All right, we're gonna keep it moving, so don't go too far. Don't go too far. Christian, these
The prospect of death. Thank you, sir.
Yo. We have more chairs in the front. There's a bunch of open seats, so if you want to get closer, don't be shy. The what? Are these good? All right. You ready?
What's going on, guys? How we doing? I think this panel is by far the most fun of the day, so I don't want to waste any time. In the spirit of short-form content and going viral, you have to hook people in right away, so let's get Ben, Alex, Mason, Ryan up to the stage, and let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's get the gang.
You gotta get the energy. You gotta get the energy. Thank you, bro.
Shuffle in there. What's up? What's up?
Let's go, bro. What up? Crush it, bro. Absolutely, bro.
What's up? Tight fit, but that's okay. Alrighty. I don't even feel qualified to host this right now, but just barely getting it in. But all right, guys, we good? Mic'd up? Are we good with the mics? Yeah. Alrighty.
Test 1, 2. There.
There we go. Okay. All right.
Check, hello.
Show of hands, who here has seen any of these guys or myself on TikTok, Reels? Okay, yeah, that's great. So I want to start this off. I don't think any of you guys need an intro, and we all know with short form, you got to get people hooked in right away, so let's hook them in. First question, we'll start with Mason, bro. How do you reverse engineer virality?
Let Ben start with this.
What do I have to start? I think the concepts that do the best are the ones that are like universal enough to where it's going to grab somebody's attention, but personal and specific enough to where it's really going to resonate.
Yeah.
And it's definitely different from like what I do. Like I just talk shit. If you're like actually making content to get clients, that's going to be a different process. But the videos that have performed best for me and for Mason, like the hook is like more general, like, okay, here's the best way to make money online. Something like a variation of that. And then you get more specific in that concept, in the body, but the hook is very broad.
100%. Let's hear everybody's.
Just name drop Iman. No, but I'm just, you will go viral. But I found all my most viral videos kind of follow like a similar like pattern of kind of like what he was saying with like going general, is the first thing that you have to say has to either be like a name or a thing that like everyone in your target market is gonna know. So like an example is Iman, like that's my most viral video, but the other time is like I name dropped a movie, it was like The Social Network, and that one did really well. So saying either like a name or like a thing that will like appeal to like a very wide net, and then I like to say something slightly controversial, but not in like an ignorant way, but in like when I said Iman shut down his agency, like that was controversial because like I said it was to go all in on SaaS, and then everyone went to the comments and said no, it was for XYZ reason. And so I think that's the biggest thing is you have to like understand that you're trying to appeal to like a very wide net. If you're trying to go viral and you say like, here's 2 cold email tips, like you're probably only going to make it to the people that know about cold email. So if you're trying to go viral, I think you have to cast a wide net.
To piggyback off everything they said, I've just found the less you talk about what you're trying to sell, the more views you're going to get. Nobody cares about what you're trying to sell, and to kind of talk about what they said, you have to talk about shit that the world wants to hear, like shoes, cars, money, women, men, people. If you try to niche down, that's where your views start falling. So I structure all my videos based on, like, I call it hobbies and interest-based content. I just look at what culturally people are interested in, and I try to make videos around that. Yes, the hook's important, the delivery's important, but if the topic is limited from the start, you're never gonna get views.
Yep. I don't think I did this man any justice. Who's seen the short form clips with the big captions on social media? I know you all have. Raise your hands, every single person. This guy is the inventor, would you claim?
Huh?
The OG of the
I mean,
the
I didn't
short-form
invent
content
subtitles,
clips?
but we made them obnoxious and put them on short form
Right.
videos.
100%.
And then worked with some big clients that I can't mention.
Yep.
And they became famous.
Yep. So if you need short form advice, I don't know if there's a better panel, but I want to talk about making content at scale, because I feel like the biggest question I get, I'm not even nearly as big as Mason, but it's like, how do you make videos every single day? How do you get the ideas? How do you keep coming up with ideas? So I don't know your process, Mason, but is there any way to systemize the process of making viral content, like opening up your phone and making a video every single day? Like, how do you keep the wheel turning in terms of ideas and things to say?
Well, I don't make videos every day, and there are things that where you can sort of like think about like, all right, what do people want to hear, and just make sort of like canned videos where it's like, all right, like I haven't done one on like 5 tips to be a millionaire or whatever, something like that. But like I've found that like the videos that actually do really well, and maybe you can agree with this, is they're kind of like lightning in a bottle, right? Like the first, I guess like the second time that I ever went like really viral was like, I was like drunk in a hotel, and like it was like 2 a.m. and I suddenly had a great idea for a video, and I just made it, no script, and that one ran to like 8 million views. And like every other time where I've had one that actually does really well, it's usually just like killer idea that just hits you out of nowhere and you just make it right away. And so I think like it's not scientific by any means, but if you can just be a little bit more open to like hearing your own ideas and trying to open up your, you know, creativity gates and just letting yourself get those ideas more often, and then actually just make them wherever you are, like even if you're at a coffee shop, just like, you know, go outside or something like that and just make a video. Like that's where the real like good stuff comes from.
Bars. I agree. I think like your day-to-day life starts to become content. Like you just, when you're having a conversation with somebody and it makes you think of something, like you start to turn that into a video idea. Some like smaller stuff, like I walk a lot, and like you just let your mind kind of run when you just, I don't know, take a shower, drive, like just when your mind is kind of idle, your creativity flows. But then also, I think everybody goes through phases where it's just like, I do not want to make content. Like, I don't know what to talk about. I feel like I've said everything that I have that's useful to say. But I think pretty much everybody talks about like the same handful of kind of universal truths, or like the same core ideas. It's just different ways of delivering those messages. So like that will resonate with somebody. Like you telling a story in one way and telling you telling a story to prove a point in one way, and then telling a different story to prove the same point in a different way will resonate with two different types of people. So I think, yeah, there's times where you're just like, I have nothing to talk about, but that's just because you're not trusting your own voice enough to like think, okay, this is actually something good to say. And then also I'll get ideas just from scrolling through TikTok and hear somebody else say something, and I'm like, okay, do I agree with this or not? And then there's also like just concepts that usually perform best that I'll fall back on if I'm just dry and I have nothing.
So my content schedules, I only record once a week, and I work with Cam and Presley, and like they could attest to it. I'll record like 30 videos in like an hour, and that's like all it takes for me. And I really just, it's kind of like Hormozy said, he's like, it's easy for me to make content because like I just do all these things and I just make content about it. So I would say like half of my content comes from that, of just like random things that I learned this week across the different companies. But then the other thing is, and I forget where I saw the statistic and exactly what it was, but it was like most of your followers actually like don't see all of your content, right? And so like most of the time you're putting out content, you're actually like, it's getting to new people. And so every time you find a video, or like Ben said, like a concept that works, like a concept that works very well for us is like any type of like 3-step easy tutorial, like how to do X, Y, Z in 3 easy steps. Like every type of video like that performs really well. And so when we find a concept or a video that works really well, we kind of just like obnoxiously run variations of it. And it's gonna perform every single time, and you're not gonna like annoy your audience because they don't even see every single video that you put out, or at least most of them don't. And so that's a big thing right now that we're doing, is we're really just remaking. You don't say the same video word for word, but you make a variation of it that's like very similar, and it's gonna perform every single time. And so I think a lot of people miss out on like a lot of easy views because they're like, oh, I can't put out the same video, but it'll perform every single time.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to scale, I mean, by show of hands, how many people go to the gym in here? Everybody. Did you bench 315 on the first day? Probably not. So when it comes to making videos, like bulk filming is your friend, but most people, it's like a muscle. You can only film, like, you know, he's got up to 30 videos in an hour. Like, you didn't start there. Like we tell all clients and everybody, and even myself when I started, like 1 video a day is like a start. Then that's 30 videos a month. And it's like, okay, next month, let me try for 45. Let me try for 60. Let me try for 90. I mean, to the point now, like, I mean, we did a test a while back. I was posting 10 times a day on my TikTok account. Like, that's like 400 videos a month or some shit. I can't even count that high. Like, I don't even know how that content comes out. It's just, you're a machine, you need to turn it off. And then we even brought that to clients to where, like, you know, if you have a plan, it's easy to stick to the plan. But at the same point, to like what he said, you know, you have to allow for creativity, because, you know, if you script everything, the videos are probably going to suck. Like, but you need to have structure, and it's a reps-based thing. And, you know, to piggyback on what he said, I don't live by the analogy that like I post a video once and it's over. I kind of hate that short form is kind of ingrained that like, oh, just because this video didn't do good once, like we've tested the same video with 10 different hooks posted back to back across my account. Like I want to give content the opportunity, and like he said, or like they all kind of said, if you have a video that does good, you guys are ad guys in here. Like you have an ad that makes money, you put more money behind it. If you have a video that goes viral and gets views, you keep posting the same video, and then you post it and milk all the fucking views out of it, then you redo it in the same video in a different spot and try it again, and you keep going. And you know, to say what he said, like it's like 98% of your people that see your videos don't follow you. So that's, you know, kind of back on what I said earlier, like niche content, like your followers don't give a shit about your niche. Like you're not even talking to your followers ever. But the nature of getting views is your followers keep seeing you. So they're just ingrained to see your face, so then they automatically trust you when they do watch the videos about what you talk about. So, you know, but again, you have to start making videos and make it easy for yourself to make videos. If that's just in your hotel room, if that's in your room, whatever, it doesn't matter. But you're not gonna start out posting 9 times a day like Gary Vee if you're just sitting in this room and you've never made a video.
Yep. The funny part, I have two of my biggest TikToks are the same exact video, just rephrased. Like same text, same hook, everything. Both went.
We've seen where we just accidentally posted the same video twice and they both did 1 million views next to each other. I don't have a theory for that. It's just weird. It works.
Yeah. So staying with you, I want to talk. You've kind of gone over it a little bit, but a lot of the people in this room probably have the limiting belief, like I'm not captivating on camera, I'm not interesting. Who would want to watch me, right? But I think I speak for all of us when like none of us are crazy. You know, I mean, we're all talented, but we're not like crazy artistic like singers and songwriters. We're just a couple guys that get on camera and talk. So like, how can you train your mind to be like, I can go viral, and then how can you get better at speaking on camera and actually delivering a good hook with like no pauses in between? Like, is there a way to actually practice and train that muscle?
You want to go this way?
Yeah, we'll go back.
Yeah. I live by the adage like there's a lack of certainty and like confidence in the world. There's a lot of confident dudes in this room. I think that's breeding like the nature of like Amon Gadzi and Tate, and like they've kind of breed men to be more confident. But I think when it comes to making decisions and when you talk specifically on camera, a person doesn't want to talk to somebody who wavers in their opinion. So if you can't talk with certainty, especially in the hook, because it's wildly important in the hook, you're not going to hold somebody's attention to even get them to the next 6 seconds of your video. So if you speak with low confidence and uncertainty, that's going to transfer on video. It's going to be impossible for you to get views. So it's like you have to train your subconscious to like, I make a lot of money. I should be making videos. If I don't make fucking videos, who else is going to do it? And I'm better than all these other fuckers at making videos, even if you're not.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that he said that I agree with is certainty. It's if you're talking about something that you almost like feel like a phony about and you're like, I don't actually know too much about this, or I don't feel like I'm super qualified to be putting out information around this subject. I think people are gonna feel that even through the screen, through your tonality and how you look. So I would say the biggest thing is certainty. The other thing that I would say is, I've talked about this before, is like there's a difference I think between being a content creator first and like a business person first. I think every single person in here is a business person first, so I think you guys have an advantage. A lot of people are trying to put out content actually before they have done anything. Like they're literally just haven't done any business, they haven't ran a business, and they're trying to come on and make a lot of content about starting a business. And again, I think people can kind of sniff through that now. So I think he really hit the nail on the head that you have to be certain in knowing what you're talking about.
Yeah, I also, I don't think everyone's a content creator. Like, if it's something that like you just don't want to do, like you kind of have to have the desire to do it. Like I make content just because I want to. I make almost no money from it. Like it helps my brand. It helps me get clients, and eventually I'm sure I'll sell some shit. But I just started making content because I felt like I couldn't not do it. So like if that's not like that for you, I'd say there's other ways that you can go about getting clients, or like you can do other shit.
But everyone in here is tweeting, so why can't they post videos too?
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I just think like if it's a force, then double down on Twitter, you know? But what was the original? What was the like?
How can you become more confident on camera?
Okay, confidence. I think in the beginning, like you're just not going to be confident, and that's fine. You're going to be thinking about the way your hair looks and how your eyes are too far apart and just all this random shit. And then you're probably gonna start talking to the camera like with one side of your face showing. Like, you know how people do that where they're like talking, they like hold the camera like this. So it's just like, because you can see that they're insecure about the way that they look, so they're like positioning themselves weird. So you go through that phase, and then once you get through that, like then you go through the stuttering phase, and then eventually you just kind of forget that you ever sucked. Like, it's just reps, it's anything. Yeah, it's gonna be awkward. There's gonna be a learning curve. You're gonna suck at first, and that's fine.
I agree with Ben. It's definitely something you kind of either have or you don't, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. Like, everyone kind of starts off, you guys all know like the YouTube accent, where it's like you're a little too excited to be like on camera right now, but it's like totally fake. Like, what's up, YouTube? Like, no one actually makes content like that. But you start off sort of at the extreme, and then you like slowly over time, as you become more confident, just become yourself.
I remember you told me to talk to the camera like I'm talking to a friend. Like, when I first started making videos, they sucked. And you were like, Ben, stop being an idiot. Like, just talk normally. You don't talk like that. And I did, and then it started working better.
And now you talk to the camera like you're talking to the love of your life, bro. It's very intimate. You ever watch a Ben Bader TikTok and you're like, oh my God, like, you feel it, you feel butterflies, bro. What was my point? Oh, it's kind of like writing, right? When you start writing, you're kind of writing like a copywriter. Like, you're using like the buzzwords, like demolish this, whatever mechanism. And then, like, once you start to become more confident, like, you use your own vernacular and you use your own language, and it just becomes more you. But you have to go extreme first and, like, basically do, like, the default one, like, everything, like, the TikTok voice, because it does work. But to build a real audience and to build people that actually trust you, like, you will become yourself sort of along the way. Growth.
Yep. Pass it.
And also, too, kind of to go on what he said, like, TikTok videos and like reels, like, you have to amplify your energy to a bit once you get comfortable. And, kind of go on what you were saying, you guys in this room are probably smarter than all of the content creators, or 99% of the content creators on the internet right now, because you actually understand the fundamentals of running a business and agency and making money. Most people start making content, and to go what he said, they're not making it to start out to make money. And I think that framing is different for most people, that they're like, if you are literally gonna say, I need to make this video and I need to make money, you're not gonna make money. Like, it has to come from, you're a content creator first, business owner second. Right now, you're business owners first, content creator second. And when you make that shift, like, understand that content is a fucking job. Like, I don't know how many videos these guys make, but I'm sure it's a lot. You don't get a following. Like, we posted like 1,300 videos on my TikTok to get me to 300,000 followers. Like, that's not fun anymore. Like, and it won't continue not to be fun, but I do like the money and the shit that comes from doing it. So, looking at it like a typical 9 to 5, like, yeah, I need to make money, I need to fund my agency, I need to sell products, and to do that, I need to show up on camera. And nobody wants to listen to a boring dude show up on camera. And I think it's that decision that you guys can make in your mind, and a lot of that confidence that you might be lacking could also come from, like, what have you done in your actual life? Like, there are a lot of younger people in this room. So, like, I'm 40, I'm old. Like, I've done a lot of shit, and I have a lot of confidence talking about it. Oh, yeah, I'm young. Gary Vee.
So much fucking time.
Like, I don't know if I'm gonna live to 120 like Gary Vee says everybody will, but, you have to have that certainty and that confidence behind, like, yes, I have an agency that does this much money. This is how much we make. I bought this fucking car because I can afford it. I bought my parents this. I do this. I take girls here. Like, if you're not living that, then don't make videos about it. Like, because it's easier to make videos about shit that, yeah, like, I have this because I did it yesterday. Like, a lot of people talked shit about Ty Lopez when he started, because here in my garage is my Lamborghini. Lamborghini's fake, you rented it. The fucker had it in every video for like 3 years. He clearly owned the Lamborghini. Like, people understand that over time, but they're not gonna know that in the first video.
100%. I want to get into going from viral to actually getting business and getting customers, and I think Mason's a great person to speak on this about. Just out of personal experience, do you feel like you've like minted new market? Like, have people become aware of copywriting solely from you, or do you think people are seeking out copywriting, stumble upon you, and become a buyer? Like, do you think you're inventing new people in the market, like what Daniel was saying?
Yeah. Just because, like, copywriting is not really, like, I don't really see anyone else talking about it. Maybe a couple people, but, like, at least when I started, like I kind of brought it from Twitter. Like Twitter was like sort of the origin of it. Like everyone who knows what copywriting is probably knows from like Tej Dosa or Nate Schmidt or who else? I don't know. But like on TikTok, there's no one else really talking about it, especially in that way. So the question is more like, how do you turn that into money? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, because a lot of people are like, oh, you're getting views, whatever. Like, why does that matter? But if people start to trust you and like you and watch your videos, they're going to eventually seek out your services or your product.
Exactly.
Right?
So well, yeah, it's definitely okay. So for example, like if you're trying to do a webinar, right? You don't actually need to go viral, but you need to be able to like command like 100K views a week, ideally with a call to action, like in the video. So like in all of the videos that are directly related to promoting the webinar, it says, come to the free copywriting class, register in bio. And if we can, you don't have to like have a big pop-in video, which we have before and it's been great. Like right before a webinar, and you have like, we had 2 videos one time go like get 2 million views back to back. It was crazy. One of them was actually filmed in addition in Tampa, so thanks for that. But like you don't need to go viral to do that. You just need to like be in front of people a lot, and going live really helps with that too. Like anyone know Tom Cruise, Section 8 guy? Yeah. He is literally live like 8 hours a day now. It's insane. And it's because it helps. Like it really helps build the brand. Like engagement goes up across the board. It makes people feel like they know you. And should we talk about the trust hours thing?
Yeah.
I haven't thought about this in a while, but I told this to Daniel. We had this like theory of the trust hour theory. And basically how it works is like for every hour that someone spends with you, like trusting you, and that could be reading, watching videos, hearing about you from other people, whatever. 1 trust hour equals like $100 that they're willing to spend with you. And so if you're selling something that's $1,000, you need to figure out how to make them spend 10 hours with you. And that could be watching your videos, scrolling through, or like going, like you're on live, or you're sending emails, like just being more present. 10 hours, $1,000. That's what we found is like kind of where it's at.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm qualified to speak on this one because I make no money from TikTok.
All your clients do.
That
So
is
you know
true.
what's going on.
No, I think like Mason said, you're just gonna build more trust over time, and like those top of funnel videos are gonna bring people in, like kind of the same way it works on Twitter. Like you probably found Money Twitter from some platitude account, and then you found like the real people. But it works the same way on TikTok, I think. And then, like, so in every video that Mason posts, we have text on screen, like early in the video that's come to the free class and in the bio, and then we have the webinar registration in the free class. They sign, or in the bio, they sign up, they get nurtured throughout, or leading up to the Webby, and then on the Webby, it's like for beginners, it's like, okay, here's how we did this, this, and this. There's 3 sales that you kind of have to make on the webinar. You have to sell them on the business model, on themselves, and then on you as the person to teach them. Once those are done, then they're going to be in a position to buy if they have money. I could go into webinars and how all of that works, but I think that would be a whole nother panel. But yeah, I think that's anything. Like, you drive attention, top of funnel, get somebody to go somewhere, put in their contact info, sell them on 3 things, which is you, business model, themselves. And you do that through storytelling, you do that through social proof, you do that through showing them how the business model works and showing them that it's not going to get wiped out by the recession or Joe Biden. And then they're ready to spend money.
Yeah, I mean, just like what they said with the top of funnel videos, I mean, your social media is just another funnel. So basically, I posted a lot of top of funnel videos, gained a bunch of followers, and basically convinced them all they shouldn't do agency or e-com, they should get into software. But then eventually it was like, I can't just keep telling them you should do software. They're like, okay, you convinced me, but now how do I do it? And so then I started putting out more like middle of funnel videos, like how to price it, how to actually build it, like what builder to use, like all these different things. And then the bottom of the funnel is I put up a story post with a Calendly link or to a VSL, or I make a static post to come to a webinar, or any of these types of things. But I think people just like don't treat their social media profiles like they do. Like when you guys are reaching out to people via cold email or LinkedIn, whatever, it's like you're reaching out to them and you're sending them to, again, some sort of VSL or something to warm them up. And I just look at my social media profiles the same way. Like, it's all just one big funnel, and I have my top of funnel content, my middle of funnel, and then my bottom of funnel. And I'm very like strategic with it, and we plan it out of how many videos we do of each type. And so I think if you do that, then you're gonna convert a lot more people into actually buyers and not just followers.
Yeah, I mean, we work with a lot of clients on my agency side as well as like my own personal brand. And I sell 2 separate services and like coaching. And my, social media is a funnel for that, as far as like I show it in 2 ways to help people to make money. To bring agency clients, I don't ever tell people I have an agency. I just continually show screenshots of my views from all my accounts. And I don't even show from my clients' accounts because most of them are so big that I have NDAs that I can't share their information. So I have to use my own results to drive clients. So it's very easy to sell somebody to help them get views if you're consistently showing screenshots of millions of views. So one, that's a lot of pressure on me to always be performing on my videos, which makes that even more of a job. And like, I'm sure these guys have equally as impressive screenshots that they can share. Like, and I share all that on my Instagram story. And then it's very easy for me to sell my coaching because, well, they see the screenshots. And I don't sell it, like, I've never really had luck with CTAs on the ends of my videos. More so, just, like, I think people just get confused, at least the people that I'm attracting, that, the TikTok DMs are a mess. Instagram is like the only place I feel that you can really, really sell hard in the DMs. And then Facebook groups. So like, I use TikTok to drive people to my Facebook group. And it's just in the bio, and it gets a few hundred, like 100 or so requests a day. I don't fucking talk about it, it's just there. I've tested some different headlines on the bio to drive more followers there. And Instagram, I sell exclusively through the stories. And, we did almost 200,000 in the last 90 days of my coaching program. That's from like 5 story sites, guys. But heavily selling in the DMs. And I think it's manual as shit. Like, there's no AI bots. Like, Sway, he works with me, he's back here, he does a lot of my DM closing. We're sending a lot of messages. Like, it's not, I mean, yes, there's chatbots and automation, but at some point the close comes in, and there might be some really good AI in here or on the way, but I've just found that he's gonna out-convert a bot, and then it might need a phone call. Like, I think that there's also an expectation, and maybe they've seen it in their businesses, like the trust hour factor. Like, I like that concept. It takes a delayed gratification. Like, Hermosi talks about this a lot. Like, if you do a video like from January, you may not make money from that person until December. But in that time frame, they might have watched 1,000 of your videos. We used to be able to condense that time frame down into like a Jeff Walker product launch formula, where it's like, your 7 videos over the course of like 7 days, they're like 20, 30 minutes, and boom, you get like a $10,000 sale at the end of that. I just think it takes way more time now, and people are just not respecting that, and they go for the close real fast. And in my experience, it becomes very easy to sell if you casually sell over the hard sells. Like, just casually having an image that says link in bio to join Facebook group is a lot less intrusive. It's like, hey, sign up for a phone call. You want to talk to me? Everybody in this room knows what the fuck's going to happen on that phone call. Like, the industry, everybody outside this room, while I always say in my content they're stupid, like, they're very savvy and smart on their phones. Like, they know what to expect. They know when they click a link, there might be an email thing there. And if they don't like you, they're not going to enter that email. Or they're going to type 1234xyz@gmail.com, send. They're still going to get your shit. If they want to follow you, they will. Like, I never understood the follow, like, say, follow me for more. Like, does anybody in this room need instructions if they like somebody to hit the fucking button? I don't think anybody outside this room either, but people feel the need to put that in the videos. I don't know. Like, just not my thing.
I did that once.
Everybody did that once.
It doesn't feel natural at all either. Yeah. I want to wrap this up with like a workshop for somebody. I want to have us come up with like 5 viral ideas that they can go record. Anybody want to volunteer? Max. We'll do Max and Ryan. All right. So I guess the way to break this down is we'll just, you know how to work with clients a lot. Should we do like...
Just make car videos.
I guess so your situation, you run an email marketing agency, you're still in college.
Yeah.
So do you want to give us some numbers? Like, how old, what year are you in school? How big is
Yeah,
your agency?
I'm 20. I'm in college still, University of San Diego. I study abroad right now in Prague. I still live with all my college friends. Came across copywriting and shit from the video Mason was talking about, the drunk first video. That was got me into the funnel. And yeah, went from there to like starting the agency, building it, joining client Ascension, and then now doing okay.
You're pretty damn good. Don't downplay it.
What?
I said you're doing pretty good, bro.
Yeah. And so I guess I did a little bit of TikTok stuff, and I had one video that did like 100K views, just from like talking about like just being in college and like being in a frat and like still like drinking and partying a ton, but also like working a shit ton and doing that all while in college. So that I think like that's the shit that would hit for me, like in terms of social media. But then that gets to me like, am I just gonna build my personal brand just to like have, or am I trying to do it to get clients? Because none of like the email market, like nobody wants to talk about Klaviyo email designs, and it just doesn't work. And so, yeah, that's just like kind of the background story there.
Yeah, well, I feel like the no-brainer is like how I made X amount as a college student, but I'll let these guys go.
Well, I'll just start, and we guess we do. Do you say you drink a lot?
A little bit less now, but yeah, I mean, all throughout like last year, I mean, like 3 to 4 times a week, I'm going out with all my boys. Like I live like with all the frat guys.
Do you do anything to prevent hangovers?
No.
No? Could you make up something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so how much money have you made after a night out?
Like, I mean, if I close a couple deals that day, like 10K.
Okay, were you still drunk on that first call?
Yeah.
So you made 10K in the day, or like 2,000 a call for 5 calls?
Just like closing like 3 deals.
Okay, so 360. We'll say 3,500 a sale. Yeah, so I mean, your hook should be like, I made $3,500 while still drunk on a sales call. Here's how I did it without being hungover.
Fire. Yeah, that's good.
You said you saw Mason's video.
Yeah.
I would make a story about that, and since he's like trending very much so right now,
Yeah.
I would name drop Mason, and not bash him, but I would name drop Mason, or be like, if you've seen this guy on your For You page, and then just say like, here's how he helped me do X, Y, Z, or something like that. And I would kind of just like ride off of Mason's virality.
Give me an affiliate link.
Call him a scammer. That'll work. So I think, like for you, you're in a unique position, kind of like similar to what I was doing. And you also said like you don't know if you want to make content to get clients or just for the hell of it. Like if you want to make content, I would do it just for like your general personal brand. Like I know it'll serve you at some point. Like I'm in that phase right now where like I have an audience, I've got an email list. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with it, but like that's okay for a bit. And then if you want to make content to get clients, I'd do YouTube, like longer form YouTube videos, you know. And then I had another point for you. Oh yeah, just make videos about like red flags in girls, or that's a body, that trend. Those always hit. But yeah, like just do it for the hell of it, bro, and share shit that you find interesting. Yeah, I don't have a hook for you, but I get those two concepts.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah, Ben and I share a brain because that's pretty much exactly what I was gonna say. Like, dude, like if you're gonna actually build like an audience on TikTok, don't do it around business.
Yeah.
Like as weird as that is to say, like a business mastermind thing that we're doing right now, like I honestly think that like you will be better off in your general life just by making shit that you think will pop without a call to action, without selling anything. Because like the thing is with the way I make content now is like I always have something in the back. You guys all understand that it's okay to be sold to. Most people don't, right? So when I make a video, I have to be very conscious of like how salesy am I being? Are people seeing too many call to actions from me? Are they sick of, you know, seeing like fucking free class link in bio? Are they thinking that, you know, the rest of the video would be genuine, it would be a great video if I didn't sell at the end? So that's something I always had to think about. But if you don't have to worry about that and you can just make videos about shit you want to talk about, that's perfect. You should check out our boy, he learned from Grant, who's supposed to be here, I think, Davi. Davi loves Chipotle. He basically just talks about how to like crush college, like how to pick a major with like the baddest chicks, or like how to, which everyone knows sociology, by the way, but whatever.
I was in bio and that was pretty good.
Oh, but they're all smart, like too smart though.
It's nice.
You know, or like how to, you know, rush or whatever. You know what I mean? Like make stuff like that. I think like. Because no one's gonna watch videos about fucking email marketing. I promise you.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it's as simple as just like being a decent human with like good ideas. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just that. And then just like, since I think I'm like one of the only people here in college like doing that and doing shit like that still. So playing into that too, into your unique shit, and then like the unique stories that come with that, like closing this deal while being still hungover, shit like that is just, at the end of the day, that's the shit that's gonna work.
Also, too, I mean, what is making you stay in college?
I'm in the process of dropping out. I was gonna.
I'm saying that because that's a reason. Like, I would talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to be in college. Like essentially on TikTok and Reels and Shorts, like not so much YouTube long form. That's like completely different than Shorts. Like, but you're talking to people under the age of 25.
Yeah.
Like that's how your analytics will skew, no matter what you make a video about, because that's the biggest demographic on TikTok. So knowing that, like you're fitting that demographic perfectly, just kind of with what he said, with your life. I like to put things inside like little buckets, if you will, or whatever terminology. It's just like you have college, that's a bucket. So if you need to make 30 videos a month, okay, let's make 5 of them about college.
Gotcha.
What kind of car do you drive?
1999 Toyota Camry.
I would definitely make videos about a Camry because it's the most popular car, like for poor people.
Yeah.
And I know you're not poor.
It barely runs.
But car videos like crush. And if you're making money or still driving a Camry, that's endless content to talk about there.
Yeah.
Then I would have like, what do you do for fun besides drink?
Work.
Besides work, that's not fun for most people.
Sports, basketball, gym, shit
basketball,
like,
gym. Do you see how this like?
Yeah.
Like write all this shit down.
And if you have like 10 buckets and you want to do 30 videos a month, you do 3 per bucket.
Yeah, and then if you want to do 60, then you do 6 videos per bucket, and then every once in a while you slide in, hey, I'm able to do all this shit because I make money writing emails. So if you're interested, shoot me a message and I'll talk to you about it. It's pretty boring, so 98% of you are probably gonna hate this shit, so don't message me.
Nice. Fire.
Damn, that was good. Are we good on time? We have one more? Okay.
Nice. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate that.
Let's give Ryan a breakdown. Oh, this is going to be a good one. He's been to like a gazillion countries.
My name is Ryan. I've been to a gazillion countries. And my partner, Tony and I, business partner, not romantic partner, we do workflow automation and operations consulting for businesses. So mostly agencies. We have a roofing company that does about $2 million a month. But yeah, so I'm the tech and automations guy.
Yep. How many countries to be exact?
61.
Okay. So I would just say how I've been to 61 countries running my own business online, but this guy's going to have some sauce for you.
I don't even know there are 61 countries, so I'd want a list of which ones you've actually been to. And just for Braid, I mean, and if you're looking at, like, I focus more on educational videos with an entertainment style of twist. Like, I can do entertainment, straight entertainment. Like, I can talk to people on the street about how many girls they've fucked. I can, doesn't matter. Like, I can say anything to get views. But at the end of the day, this is a business, so I want to drive, I don't believe in, like, bringing all the wrong people into my world, but at some point you have to make videos to get views because you're just not going to attract anybody into your world. So I think there's a misconception, especially with the, I make followers, or I make niche-based videos, because niche-based videos in my world, like about making videos and getting views, get like 4,000 views. So 4,000 people isn't enough for me to change anybody's life. So with what you said, I would do videos about, what's one specific country you've been to?
I live in the country of Georgia in the post-Soviet Union, so I live there. Been to Kosovo, been to Morocco, been in lots of places.
You can make
Laos.
You can make general videos about here's what I experienced when I went to Laos, or here's weird things people from Laos do. Here's how much money it costs to have dinner in Laos. Here's how much I spent on my flight to Laos. You can take each of your countries and make videos about, and at the end of the day, people watch enough of your content and be like, how the fuck does this guy go to so many countries? What does he do for a living? In my experience, you want people to have a mystery about you. How do you when you start getting those messages, and I don't know if you're getting them yet, that's a good sign, how do you make money? What do you do? That to me was okay, time to sell something. Because that means there's traction around you talking. And that's an indicator for a personal brand to be okay, I've hit a little bit of a critical mass to now it's okay, let's throw up a story and be here's what I do. If anybody's interested in learning more about this, shoot me a DM that says, travel. Like, and then you can start funneling through to do that. But like, you've been to 61 countries. That's a minimum of like 200 videos right there. You know, now again, I wouldn't urge you to be a travel guy. Like, you don't want to only make videos about that. But like in your case, because I talked to you in the back, like you make automation. So it's like rip apart big companies' automation funnels. Like do phone calls, call their salespeople, like chat with their chat bot with a camera behind you on the screen, and you're talking through what's happening. Like, you can get traction from big brands. Like, every one of these, you know, guys up here said brands and recognizable people get you views. So like Best Buy, Kylie Cosmetics, like rip apart fucking the Kardashians chatbot. Like, I guarantee you're gonna get views from that, because Kylie, I don't know why people like her, but they do.
Yeah, if you wanted to make a video to get more clients, I would say something like, if you're a business owner, here's 3 automations to make more money or save more time. And I would put a specific number with that, like save 20 hours a month or make an extra $10,000 a month, like whatever's realistic, put a number on it. And then I would say like that I bet you haven't heard about. Like, that video will probably do well. And if it doesn't, it probably won't go viral, because like I said, it's a little niche of like business owner and automations. But the people that see it obviously are pretty inclined to like reach out to you at some point. And then exactly what he said, I was literally thinking the same thing. Is like, go find a business that everyone knows about and be like, if I were this business, here's 3 changes that I would make for their, you know, automation workflow to be more efficient. Something along those lines, just exactly what he said. Just break down a bunch of really big businesses that everyone would have heard about.
Even not like changing anything, could you just point out like, here's why Apple makes so much money at the store?
Yeah,
Stuff
exactly.
like that, yeah.
Like, you don't even have to say automation, like in your hook at least. And then you could like, that could be your hook, and then you could actually like kind of like flex your own expertise and say it's because they have XYZ automations. And then again, have some sort of resource in your bio, something those people are going to convert over some time horizon.
Yeah, kind of like they're saying, like I just do a mix of more middle of funnel videos like that, where it is about business, and then other stuff that's like top 5 countries to travel to if you're in XYZ position. Like, that would rip. And yeah, I'd say just talk about your life and like what you enjoy doing, and the right people will find you. I wouldn't worry too much about being super niche. I know some people, like, I see that a lot with a lot of people that just like take this approach to like, I'm gonna be super niche, I'm gonna be the go-to guy for marketing automations. It's like, bro, okay, like that's sick, but nobody knows who you are. And I think it's a more of a long-term thing too, if it's more of a personal brand and not a marketing automations guy brand, because then that you can eventually pivot to something else. Like then maybe eventually you have a travel course. Like, who knows? But I think that's the approach. Just go more broad, mix in the more niche targeted videos, and then you'll grow and get business from it.
Yeah. I think, do you know who Vukum is? Watch guy. Anyone here know Vukum? Yeah, dope. One of my favorite creators. He's a backpack watch dealer in New York City. Young kid, 21, 22, making crazy money. And he's got a great brand on TikTok. Everyone knows who he is. He's crushing. And the cool thing about his stuff is that his like actual work integrates perfectly into TikTok. Like, everyone wants to watch someone haggle in New York over a date just or something like that, where, you know, this guy's trying to like make 30 and this guy's trying to pay 25. Like, everyone wants to watch that happen. And so for him to like use content for his business, it makes sense. I struggled for a while to try and find something like that I could use for my thing, because I was like, well, I mean, watching me write copy is not that fucking exciting. Like, it's really boring, actually. Like, I just look like a psychopath. But if you can find a way to make it work, like the hook I've been trying lately, and I'm just gonna keep doing this, and I hope it's gonna pop. I think it might. Is like, I write like I did one for Hayden. Here's how I made, you know, $500 in 40 minutes writing an email for this person, and then I'll write the email and then just narrate it and like try and say something stupid or funny to drive comments. So you could do the same sort of thing with your thing. Like, if you just want to like do your work and narrate over it with something else, so like it's kind of relevant, and just find a way to integrate your actual work, like your real day-to-day, into content. It's a challenge, but like if you can make that work, then like you can do it for anything. You know what I mean? But I think I wouldn't rely on it for lead gen. Like, I don't think it's gonna be like a crazy like floodgates type approach to just getting a bunch of clients, but I mean, it'll be fun. and it'll allow you, like, another thing too for content is like just connecting with other business owners. Like, the amount of people that Ben and I have met, and Hayden as well, I'm sure, actually no, you especially, because like your shit's really business. But the amount of people that we've met just because we make content kind of about business, it's pretty fucking cool. You know what I mean? Like, it's not money in our pockets, but like, you know, I think some of that can be more valuable. So
You've probably gotten DMs of like dudes in Miami, like, let's talk shop, but they're not like the pick your brain types or like the we're already huge types.
yeah, like we spent some time in LA with a bunch of male models. Which like it sounds like less fun than it actually was, but like it was actually great.
Tom Cruise is another one.
Tom Cruise, not the real Tom Cruise, but the Section 8 one. Yeah, and does anyone? Nah, never mind. No one knows who that is, but that's all I gotta say. Just do it because you like it. Do it because you're gonna make friends. Don't like count on making money with it.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, like, content will open up doors that you don't even know you could walk through yet. Like, just by making videos. Like, just as a byproduct, I mean, a lot of young guys in here, I'm engaged, I have a child, so I don't go out that much. But if I was trying to get laid in my local area, I would definitely be making videos about my local area. Because you'll get into every club for free. You'll get into every bar and they'll know who you are. I made one video about the Don Cesar Hotel in St. Pete. Like, it's my favorite hotel. I'm actually going there tonight, going to the beach tomorrow. Like, one video about that, about tipping the bartender $100. Everybody in that hotel knows who I am when I walk in because they've seen that video, because they work at Don Cesar and the algorithm's so scary that it puts that in everybody's pocket. Like, you can make content and the algorithm is just so strong. Like, if you wanted to make a copywriting video, you could, and you're gonna reach the copywriters. You know, if you wanted to, target a specific restaurant, like let's say Nobu, and you wanted people at Nobu to recognize who you were, you can make videos about Nobu. I promise you, like this, I've been recognized at bars in Las Vegas. I've been recognized at bars in Austin, Texas, because I make a lot of service industry-based videos. And the byproduct of that is I get a lot of free drinks. Like, I don't ask for them, but people are like, I've seen your video about that, dude. I love that you are forcing people to tip people more. Like, it's like a for the people style video. And this is, obviously, there's no benefit for AI or like chatbot automation or anything in this for you, but that type of, like, when people see that, let's say you're taking somebody out that you might want to close as a client and you happen to take them to the hotel where you have clout, do you think that's going to help you close a deal? Like, when people recognize you? Like, if you're trying to meet women and you get, I mean, I got comped a table in Vegas. I probably shouldn't have been drinking on that next free bottle, but like, this has just happened purely from making videos. And I was there with a good friend of mine and we paid for our table and didn't want to be recognized by anybody because it's Vegas, and let's be real, I don't want everybody knowing what I'm doing in Vegas, but then they come up to you and be like, hey, we've seen your guys' videos, yada yada, like, are you gonna go out after the pool party? And like, you say, we got a free table. I'm like, you don't ask for it, it just shows up. And I'm sure they've experienced much similar. And then even from bigger business connections, like a lot of my friends have now come because they've seen my videos. And we've just chatted through DMs. Specifically more so on Instagram, because TikTok DMs, maybe you guys have figured those out. I can't figure those fucking things out to save my life. Like, but all of it together just gives you this persona. Like, and the more views, and it's not even about the followers. It's like, it's just the views. Because, I mean, I wish there was a statistic that showed how many videos somebody would have to watch of you before they hit follow. Because there's people I love their videos and I still don't follow them. So if I'm doing that, how many people out there are doing that too? So like, that's why in my business, it's always about getting views. It's not so much about followers, because in my experience, the followers just kind of happen naturally if you're getting enough views. So I would just focus on that, like everything that you said, like if you just start making videos, even if it's stupid shit like about your local area, you're still gonna get a lot of traction on shit like that because people wanna come to your area, like especially if you live here, we have beaches. Like, and then that spans out to like, oh, hey, we like your videos that you did at the bar in St. Pete. Can we just, would you come to Sarasota and do a video for us? Or would you go here? And these might not be paid, but they might be opportunities. So it's like, these things, I don't think people give enough credit to that for content because it's so like, I need to make a video about this to make money from this. And, you'll get invited to speak at events. You'll get, like, I'm only here because I make videos. And all the clients, like and even when you have clients, and I'm sure they can experience this too, the more your clients see your video, it's constant indoctrination of your philosophies and beliefs. Like, it's not an accident that none of my clients they're not Democrats. Your beliefs in your content attracts these people subconsciously to you. Like, I have a lot of people with children, so it's like if I make a video with my kid or pictures of my kid, I know my clients are gonna see that. So let's say I don't answer that text at 9 p.m. Oh, sorry, I was with my daughter. Think they're gonna have a little leeway on me? Probably. That might be on purpose.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a Valley Bomb time.
Thank you guys,
Getting
appreciate
kicked
it.
out. Thank you for sitting through that. Huh? Can we get a photo of us?
You want to do a jersey swap?
Yeah.
That light is brutal. I don't know if you're sweating. I can't see anything out of my left. The sun kind of came behind the left.
It started with him and he was getting blinded. And then
Mason, quick photo.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks. It's still on.
How we doing?
Did this work? Yo, oh my God, that was loud.
We're going to have 30 minutes for coffee break, so have some conversations, and Trina's got some badges to give out, so we got about 30 minutes before the next panel. Hello, hello, hello. Yo, so real quick update. We have badges for everyone on the stage, and so between now and the next session, go to the stage, find your name, and grab a badge. You're gonna need them to get on the boat, which I know a lot of you guys want to go on. Grab your badge, not a badge. Thank you, Kai. On the stage are where the badges are at. So make your way to the stage, grab your badge if you want to go on the boat. Only if you want to go on the boat. I kind of want to go on the boat. I know Kishan wants to go on the boat. So do you want to go on the boat? Mason's not going to go on the boat.
course, bro. It's on.
Yo. There's still some badges on the stage. Again, if you want to go on the boat that apparently moves later tonight, come grab your badge. It's on the stage. That's a good offer. It's like if you come grab your badge, it's just not going to sell it. But if it's to get on the boat, if you want to come on the boat, you need a badge. And your badge is on the stage. Evan's got his badge. He'll be on the boat. All right, guys. We got to keep it moving, so find your seat, and we're going to get the next segment started. Me neither. We don't actually need it for the phone. I just want people to take it so they get the QR code. Find your seat. Find your seat. We're starting. Tell them, Eamon.
Yeah, we're starting, boys. Let's go.
Tell them, bro.
Let's get it. Take your seats. Sit down, everybody. Sit down. Sit.
Sit down. Sit down. Right now. Stay home. Yeah. Should I sit close to you?
Come here, sir.
On your lap? I put all the ones right over there.
Hello, sirs.
Hello, good sir. Wait, could we do a handshake?
Oh shit, dude. Now we're stuck.
Damn.
Who's gonna lose?
We'll not stop shaking hands until everyone sits down. So please sit down. Please don't sit down. Please. Everyone get out of their chair.
Is this working? Yes, it is. Sir, please, sir, please. Please, sirs, please. Get down. Come on, sirs. Come on.
All right. I think we're good. Most people are.
Who's gonna let go? You let go. Okay.
You first.
No,
you.
No.
No, you.
Fuck. Let's go. Let's go. Fucking dub. I'm taking dubs today.
Wait, you want to start the drum?
No, no. We'll do. Well, just gotta make it natural. You gotta make it natural.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. We're back. What?
Sirs, please. Take your seats, sirs. Come on.
You gotta turn it on first. Now it's good. No?
Slap that. Give it a good slap.
Just 1, 2.
We're good now? Oh.
Yo.
I'm here with
Now
the
it's
client
just
accession crew.
They don't even exist anymore, man.
You got cease and dismissed.
All right, yeah, so on this next session, really what we're going to do is tell the Client Ascension founder story. And so we get questions all the time about how Daniel, myself, Dan, and Christian all got started in business together. And you hear me talk about all the time in the community, like the reason we're so successful, I believe, is because we have such a great team of founders. And a lot of you guys in the audience are solopreneurs or solo founders. And I'm going to do a panel later specifically on how to find a business partner. But this panel is going to also inspire you guys just to hear and know more about how this partnership works so successfully and how it all got started. And no better person to interview us than the man that led the marketing campaign for the boat, the man himself, Nicholas Verge. Give it up for Nick.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Of course, bro.
So I was thinking about this, and I was like, how do we start this out? And what I thought was interesting is that you have 1, then going over Daniel, 2, 3. You guys have an origin story together, and then Daniel has an origin story. And so I figured let's start with you guys, like to take it to the beginning. Like, how did you guys meet? Because you met before Daniel. Like, how did you 3 meet?
Yeah, so Dan and I met because we're cousins, and everyone knows this because we look so similar. I'm just a little bit bigger than he is. That's the only difference. And so we're cousins, so we grew up together. We come from a family of entrepreneurs, so we just grew up, like my dad, who's in the back there. Shout out to my dad. Appreciate you being here. And so he was a huge inspiration to me. My grandpa, Dan and I's grandpa, were a huge inspiration to us just being an entrepreneur. So we're always growing up together just talking about business ideas. Similar to what Daniel said earlier, like he talked to his friend that was saying 10 years ago, Daniel's just a guy at the party saying, I'm going to make a bunch of money. Like we're at the family, gathering saying we're going to, make the next big business. And so Dan and I grew up together wanting to build. And then Christian and I met in college through what, like an MLM scam?
So do you guys know like the Facebook groups to find a roommate for college? I joined one and I met Andre and he's like, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm like, whatever, dude. This guy's a dork. Next, but no, we followed each other. We followed each other on Instagram, right? And it was like June before college. I was working actually at a really cool job at a VR arcade where I would just get paid to play video games. But He posted a story. He's like, if you want to like make money online the summer before school, swipe up. He'd like the OG CTA, so I swiped up. Turned out to be Forex, and that didn't exactly work out, but we became friends. Got to school that fall, connected in person, just hit it off right away, started a podcast together. The podcast transformed into a local web design agency that I got looped in on, and then Knowledge X was like our first agency as us three together. And Dan transferred from Miami to New York for college, that's sad.
You're usually supposed to go the other way around.
Yeah, you're supposed to go to Miami, but I'll let Dan talk about how he loops in here.
Yeah, so like Andre said, we were kind of always the kids of the family trying to come up with the next big idea. Like we applied to the Teal Fellowship while we were applying to college, and we had
What's
all
that?
these different
What's
crazy
that?
things.
Peter Thiel's fellowship.
Oh, shit.
He's
Yeah.
like, you can only apply if you don't go to college.
We had all these crazy ideas, like how we could eliminate like change from the world, like just get rid of coins because they were so inconvenient. Just like a bunch of crazy shit. And like when me and Andre first started working together, and like actually making online money, it was through Instagram loop giveaways, which I don't know if you know what this is, but like Kylie Jenner would post a picture with a bunch of like Birkin bags and Louis bags and be like, I'm following 50 people in order to enter the raffle to get one of these bags, follow these 50 people, right? So we would sell slots to be one of those 50 people. Now, Andre was doing this with some pretty big people. He was a middleman, so he got cut out. So we're like, okay, we'll just source our own creators, which led us to working with like Wide Neck, who was famous for being in a mugshot with a very wide neck. Supreme Patty, who just squirted lemons in his eyes. So we were working with all different types
Ghetto
of
Spider-Man.
Ghetto Spider-Man, who was just the guy dressed as Spider-Man.
And Long Neck. Don't forget Long Neck.
Long Neck, too. Proud client. But we just had a good time working together. We didn't make a ton of money. But just, I remember being at the University of Miami and, like, everybody's out and about at the pool. I'm in a Starbucks, like, grinding cold calls because we paid $5,000 to get these giveaways set up, and we're only at, like, $3,200 in cash collected. And I'm on the phone, I'm acting like I have like 3 calls coming in. I'm like, there's one more spot left. Like, you got to move on this now. And just like, I don't know, taking money from people and giving them a few hundred followers. But it was just like a taste of internet money. And then a couple things happened. I ended up transferring back home. And this is where we met Christian, who had already started the podcast with Andre. And like you said, we kind of got looped in on that first local marketing agency. It was kind of just full service, bunch of different types of services for different businesses.
So then a Daniel was born. And Daniel, sir, what was your origin story?
So, I was at Florida State. Shout out Charlie, he also went to Florida State. And the very last week of college, like last week, I saw a video on YouTube. It was how to make $10,000 per month with the Amazon FBA. I was like, oh shit, I'd like to do that. So I went to the dude's channel, just watched every single video, and like 5 days later, I was at the bank wiring like $6,800 over to China. The lady's like, are you sure this isn't a scam? I'm like, I promise you it's not a scam. It wasn't.
It was indeed a scam.
First product hit. It was like 8K profit in like a week the moment it hit the Amazon fulfillment center. It was wild. I was like, bro, what the fuck? And then I thought I was smart, got a bunch of other products, lost the money. I was like, damn, I gotta find a way to produce money without using other money because I don't have any money now. So it's all like Ty Lopez stuff. And dude, I bought so many courses. I did everything. I did drop shipping. I did a Facebook ads agency. I did some like Google ads. I did like LinkedIn automation. I've done literally every business model ever. I tried to make like e-com brands and whatnot. And then the one that hit was the Instagram growth agency when follow unfollow used to work. You guys remember that? That it worked, and it's so funny. It works so well. And Xavier's right here. He was one of my first clients, right here. You know, I tell you guys where it's like I got 5 people and did it for free. He was one of those. So I had 5, got like the before and after screenshots. Then just started cold emailing fitness coaches. And just got like a shit ton of clients. That got destroyed in a day. But then what I was left with was the ability to cold email people and acquire clients. So sold that as a service. And then doing that for a little bit. Now at this point, I'm like Russell Brunson and whatnot. And I'm like, oh shit, funnels. Like let me make an info product and like funnel them up to this service. So I made Cold Email Wizard on Twitter. And dude, that shit fucking popped off. Who on here was on Money Twitter in like the summer of 2020. Yeah, it was just me. It was like, you know how like it went through waves where it was like, oh, this person's big and this person's big. I dominated all of it. It was like absolutely disgusting. Just like giving away free consulting calls in exchange for a testimonial and like retweet it like 30 times. It was like disgusting. It was wild. He bought it, and they made like a private group. I remember being in the private group, and some people participate more than others. And then Andre comes in one day. It was like a giant Trello board with like a shit ton of SOPs and resources. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? And I was like, dude, this is like really useful. And just like started talking to him, and then I think it was probably like a year later we made client. Well, the first thing we did is, did anyone buy the vault? Remember that, the vault? Yeah, that did like 100K in like 8 days or something. It was like disgusting, and I was like, holy shit! Like, and then we're like,
that was when we really trusted you, because we had built out high ticket group coaching programs before from our previous agency before Knowledge X. But then we're like, okay, who is this guy? He's a wizard, like, ain't on profile.
Yeah, it was like routed through my Gumroad too. You guys were like, I hope he sends the money.
yeah. And then like we're like, oh god, this guy's audience just buys the shit.
yeah, like, bro, that was wild. And then we were like, dude, remember we were thinking about making the sales vault instead? It was like, it was either like, we're gonna make the sales vault and then client ascension. I was like, nah, let's go straight for client ascension.
It was such a pain to get people to sign off on like using their call recordings.
Yeah, you guys know those, like, you have the recordings of sales calls that won in client ascension, like in Kajabi. That was that. We just threw it in there. Do you have to pay some people for the rights or something?
No, we didn't pay anybody.
Yeah.
We just emailed it like 50 people that I closed, and then like 6 of them were like, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, and then made client ascension. And Oliver over here, who's the CTO of Liskit, he was in. We let 12 people in, just like what?
The first cohort of client ascension.
Oh, dude, this is when I was like, because we just let anyone in, and it was like particularly people with no offer yet, and like what I learned from there was like, we're not doing that. We're not doing biz op. You have to have an offer already. Bro, that sucked.
Keep in mind, the OG client ascension was 1 weekly call.
Yeah. Now there's like 17 or something. But yeah, Oliver was in there, and it was so funny because it was like all these other dudes, and Oliver's, I booked 80 calls this week. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, all right. And yeah, I mean, that just kind of shows. Oliver's on every single call too, and that's like kind of a theme where it's like you go into a group and you start participating, and it's like things just happen. It's like Nick just bought client ascension, and then Nick became like an email copywriter, and like somehow he's on this stage now, and like staying at my house this weekend. I don't know how that happens, but yeah. And this goes. I was saying that earlier when I was talking. I was like, go into a group and actually participate, because that's like all of the good things. Like you really just don't know what's gonna happen. Every single door is gated behind just like actually building a relationship with people. So you like have to actually participate. It's like a massive mistake if you don't do that. We just go in the group and not show up to anything. It's like, bro, don't do that.
And like we have a handful of examples of that in client ascension. Like Maalouf here started as a student in the program and is now coaching students on cold email. Same thing with Ori in the front of the audience here, response handling coach. And there's a bunch more of you guys out there. Dylan Rich in the Mastermind. Now he's a sales coach, right? Lucas is back there. Started as a student, landing page coach. And like the reason these guys are now part of the team and growing their businesses is because they got involved in the community, and they actually, provided value not just for themselves but for others.
Yeah, just in general in life, go to more business events, talk to more people. I remember after the first cohort of Client Ascension, we were at some random business event down in Miami, and I just meet this guy at the open bar, similar to how we do our event, and I start talking to him about what he does, and he's like, oh, I run a group coaching program. And we had just finished the first cohort of Client Ascension. We probably did like 80K. It wasn't anything crazy. But the agency was going so well that I wasn't even like super excited about Client Ascension, because it was like, okay.
Miserable after.
Yeah, we're like this kind of sucks, because if we just do like 80K a quarter, like what's the point? Like, and it's the agency work is easier, in my opinion. I don't do any of the fulfillment, so I probably shouldn't say that. But I started talking to the guy.
It all sounds the same.
Yeah. He was like, I run a group coaching program. I was like, dude, if you don't mind me asking, like, this is what we do, this is how much money we made. Like, I don't want to be the dickhead who just walks up to somebody's like, how much money do you make? So I explained the backstory, and that I wasn't really that excited about continuing to do it. He was like, yeah, I do like $400K a month. And I was like, for a month? I was like, how do you do that? Like, how big is your team?
Sir. How do you do that?
Sir. And I was like, holy shit, like how much do you charge? And it wasn't that high ticket. It was like $8,000 or something. Like it wasn't crazy. And he was like, it's pretty simple. Like you all just have to break it down into hourly and how many people will actually go to each call. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. So you don't do cohorts. He was like, no, do it evergreen. I was like, okay, so how do you source these people? Because like, I mean, I wouldn't know how to go out and hire somebody for a coach. Like I guess you could recruit them, but how much do you pay them? How does the structure work? How do you kind of like make sure not too many people are going to certain calls? He's like, dude, it's super simple. You just use people that you know and trust already, and a lot of times it's gonna be your own students that become the coaches. And just like look at what Client Ascension is now. It's basically exactly what that guy was doing. It's evergreen, it's completely like unrelated offer, but a lot of our coaches are just people that we've known from the agency world, from Twitter, but it's like a pretty close-knit group. We're not bringing in like any outsider for like sales, right? We're not bringing any like outsider for copywriting. It's guys that are like already in our group. Most of them already were Client Ascension students. But that would have probably happened like 4, 5, 6 months later. Like we wouldn't have come to that realization if we didn't go to that business event and just talk to these people. Right?
The thing I thought that was interesting is like how many different offers it took to get to Client Ascension. We've talked about this with the VSLs. It's like 50 VSLs that have gone through. So I think this would be something interesting. So like by a raise of hands, how many of you guys hit it first shot on the offer? First try. Look around real quick. Just like turn around. Look. No one's raising their fucking hand. Second try. Third try. Got Matt in the back, my man. Fourth try. Now more people are starting to do it. Fifth try. Like I'm not even at 10 yet. And it's like, that's how much it takes. I think this is something really interesting that you guys are really good at is adapting. All of you guys adapt in your own way. I think that'd be something interesting for you guys to each talk about, like the process of adapting Client Ascension and changing it over and over again.
Yeah, I think it's just testing and iterating, right? Like we ran the first cohort based on what we thought would serve students the best, and we quickly found out that just wasn't the best way to do it. And so what do you do when it doesn't work? Well, you go back to the drawing board, and where do you get the insights from? Not just the team, because obviously we didn't know how to do it the first time. How are we going to know the second time? You just go to the students. And so like the target market has all the answers. And I just think speaking to your audience, speaking to your customers, and figuring out what they actually want is the secret to all of this. It's like every time we roll out a feature in Client Ascension or a new coaching call, everyone's like, oh my God, like I've been needing this. And it's like, yeah, I know, you've been telling me. And like, now it's here. And they're like, well, how do you know I wanted it? It's like, because we're reaching out in the DMs with surveys. Like Oliver was talking yesterday about for ListKit. Like, I didn't just think like ListKit would be cool to build, so let me just go and build it because I think it'll be cool. It's like, this solves a problem. And I know it does because I speak to enough agency owners and cold emailers to know like they're struggling with these things. So if I could build a product that solves those exact pain points, we're in business. And I just think a lot of us and a lot of you guys in the beginning, the reason it takes so long is because you're building what you think is going to serve the audience, not what they know is going to serve them. So talk to your customers.
I remember we first added the guarantee. It was like bam, all-time high immediately. It's you know, it's wild because I've been trying to think about this because there's like the entire idea of what you're selling in the first place, and then there's like the positioning of it. What I mean by like the entire idea of it is like, bro, people they're not trying to buy like IT phone lines in the office. Like it's just please don't sell that. Like it's just a garbage offer. And kind of like what I was saying earlier, where it's like, dude was having a hard time selling his like Mastermind. I was like, bro, the solution to this problem, I already did it. I already know the problem. It's direct, quantifiable, promised result, or you get specific deliverables appended onto it. And that applies to basically every single offer. It's like that. And I don't know how many times you guys have like come and you ask me about your offer, and it's like, and then you do what I say, and then it just works. It's like, dude, I've just already done this. Like,
he's never wrong. I've tested it. He's never wrong.
I'm typically never wrong. But it's kind of looking at, you know what, because I'm more of like the positioning of it and like selling it. You're more like what the product is. But another one was like morphing it kind of as close to done for you as possible. So like you didn't used to get, remember like when ListKit wasn't a SaaS, like it was just a service, we started like done for you list building, like a little bit of that, and then it was like, then we introduced in like, we'll write the cold email scripts for you. So you see what I mean here? What we tried doing as well was, and it would have been really good if it worked, was setting up the domains for people. It's just, you just can't do it. It's too much, like, there would need to be, it's like the IP or fuck everything up, and it's like, yeah, but I know that would cook. Like it would absolutely cook. So I still want to try to figure that out. Maybe it would have to be done on a one-on-one call, and I know for a fact it would massively increase the conversion rate, just because it's just, the more you position absolutely anything on the planet to done for you, the more you position it towards that, the better it sells. And this is what's funny, actually. A lot of dudes, they have an agency and they're not like specifically stating that it's done for you. It's like, dude, people don't just assume that this is done for you. Like, they got a lot of ads. They get the same ads that you're all getting. What kind of ads are you getting right now? 80 calls a month, guaranteed. It's like a coaching program, yeah? It's like,
Client
people don't,
obsession.
if it's done for you, you have to specifically say it's done for you. And they're just like kind of playing with these variables and whatnot, and just the positioning of it. And it's, dude, there's always some split test going on, like in the funnel somewhere. Just write down the stats, like what happens when I do this, and you like go ask the closers, like how are people acting when they arrive in this way, and you're just like trying to, like really like autist look at it, like deep, like it's not always like a headline too. It's just like the way the entire infrastructure of how it is. Like you really just gotta like you're under the impression it's like 8 tests. It's like, no, it just like never stops. You know, let's talk about yesterday. I don't know if you guys read that specific one, but it was like when you're hiring people, it's like you always have to like hire more than you already need. So it's like, but it's like then you run the capital risk of them not being, you see what I mean? Your margin be lower. So it's like you're always at 100% risk all the time. Same thing with offer. It's always not good enough forever and ever and ever. You always have to be testing like how it's positioned.
That's the thing. I don't know if Eddie's in this room now, but he'll be giving a keynote after lunch. And the first thing he said when we sat down at dinner last night is like the reason he's been able to scale so like fast and aggressively is because the pressure is always on. So I feel like you have to create that urgency and pressure. Like that's what we do with the sales team. It's what we do with the product, the marketing, the offer, everything. And so you have to put pressure on yourself to perform. And that never stops, right? Like I think the most dangerous thing for a business owner is to coast.
Yep. I think the biggest iteration we made was, Nick kind of brought this up, like we were an entity of 3 people and Daniel was his own. Like we had our agency Knowledge X for a while, and Client Ascension was like the other thing that we weren't all in on yet. And then we all sat down one day and we're like, all right, we have to go all in as one unit. So Knowledge X basically dissolved and became our placement offer, and Client Ascension's the main hub, and then, you know, Cold Email Mastery is the entry-level coaching, and then ListKit is the software. So like my advice for anybody is, a lot of you guys are doing like done-for-you agency services, which is like the easiest way to enter business in my opinion, but you should get to a point where you serve a market so well, like, hey, I want to learn this coaching offer, like I want to learn this at a high level, elite, like high ticket coaching offer. I want this done for me. You place the coaching students into their business done for you. Oh, I want an easier way to do this. Here's my software. Like you want to create an ecosystem of things around your subject matter. Like for us, it's cold email. We have ListKit, we have Client Ascension, Cold Email Mastery, and Placement. Like there's
and Stick Talk.
And Stick Talk. Like people have signed with us from Stick Talk, but like once you enter our ecosystem, like we're gonna, you know, sell you ListKit to give you data and show you how to do cold email. Like you want to have a self-sustaining ecosystem inside your business that can, you know, offer anybody that comes to you. Because at first we were like, oh, you're not an agency, we have nothing to sell you. But now it's like there's probably an offer for almost anyone under the sun that wants to work with us, except for IT companies.
Yeah, except for those IT, cybersecurity, software developers, the absolute worst, man. I think something that's super important, just to piggyback off what Andre said, is we need pressure. And if you're not the person who can apply enough pressure to yourself, you need to get that from an outside source, or you need a business partner. Plain and simple. Like the money's out there. If you're not at 100K a month, and you have no like real accountability measures, you're probably just not a person that's capable of reaching 100K a month on their own. That's completely fine. Like almost everybody isn't. Like there are a few absolute studs who could be. That's none of us up here. The reason why we're able to grow and the reason why we're able to adapt pretty quickly is just because we're all constantly applying pressure onto each other. Because we all like have our departments of the business. So like they're getting sales calls booked, we're not closing them. It's like, Dan, figure it the fuck out. Like you guys need to be closing more sales calls. We need to increase the close rate. Now, when things are going well and we're like overstaffed on the sales side because we're not getting enough calls, I'm like, guys, I need more sales calls. If we're not producing enough case studies to give to the closers, we're like, Andre, get these guys more results.
That never happens.
Never happens, never happens. And if Christian's just making a bunch of content, but it's not like converting to something, you're like, dude, you're just getting a bunch of dates from TikTok. We need to get clients on the content.
Oh.
Like, yo, switch it up a little bit. Like, talk to the dudes. Like,
Put the girls into client Ascension. Come on.
Yeah, but no, that's the whole point. Is like the reason why we're able to like constantly adapt is because we're actually like it's competitive internally. Like people are like yelling at each other. We're having meetings where like nobody's happy. Like you need that though, right? It can't just all be like, oh yeah, we're doing like this much a month. Like that's pretty cool. So like if you are in client Ascension, like make sure you're approaching your relationship with your student success coach that way. Like make sure like it actually like means something every time you don't hit your numbers. Build in some like random consequence. Doesn't matter what it is, but like then there needs to be some consequence for not actually succeeding, or else the pressure is just, it's a figment of your imagination.
How do you guys deal with conflict when it pops up? Because there's obviously like Christian's just getting dates and that's it. Like Andre's perfect. And then it's just like the different issues and how do you guys deal with the conflict when it comes up? Obviously there's like the, yo, you're messing up here, but is there ever that ego that pops up, or do you guys check yourself pretty quick on it? Or do you like, how do you guys go about doing that?
I think ego is always going to be there. But for us, like what I found works best is if you have an issue with someone on the team or someone in the group or with what someone is doing, like address it immediately. Like the most dangerous thing for business owners to be aware of is letting resentment build up. And I feel like a lot of times like there are issues that just are not being talked about. And honestly, I got to give a shout out, and we got to give a shout out to Trina for this. So Trina's on all of the exec calls, and she's like, she knows, like she's like, okay, what are you not saying right now?
She's
like
the muse.
Yeah, she's the muse. She's like, there's an elephant in the room right now. Like, spit it out. Like, let's do, like, what are we doing here? All right. And so we just communicate like very clearly what's going on in the business, what we think, where we're at. And I just think over time, like it gets better and you're always going to have conflict. But like Dan was saying, like conflict's good. Like applying pressure is good. And then like if he has an idea and I have an idea, like we respect each other's departments, essentially. Like Daniel's the marketing guy. If it has anything to do with driving leads, that's Daniel's department. It's Dan with sales, me with product, right? Christian with really everything as well. And so we respect our departments, and then it's really just testing it. Like it's not just an end-all be-all solution. Like you just do one thing and that's it. It's like, do it. If it doesn't work, let's try my way then. And just, again, let the market decide.
This happens all the time. It's so funny. I go to Dan. I'm like, bro, what if check me out? What if the sales team did this and this? And he's like, no. I'm like, all right, fair enough. just no. It's the same thing though. If you guys say like marketing stuff, I'm like, no, won't work. Not doing that. Can't do that. Yeah.
It all goes back to trust, really. Like if you're partnered up with somebody and they're the ops guy and you're kind of like marketing, sales, you don't truly trust them to handle all the operations. Like it's just never going to work. So.
You got anything to say, Christian? No? All good?
I think I don't know how it works, but like Daniel's the crazy marketing energy that just like runs wild, and Andre just like cages him. He's like, no, back, and then it's just like works perfectly every time.
Sit.
Like Daniel just goes on these crazy rants about getting more business, and it works, and Andre just like silos that energy. It's like a nuclear combo. You know?
Yeah. How much more time do we have on this one? You know?
Wise, what are we at time-wise? How much time we got left?
Okay, solid. We got time. So I wanted to ask this from each one of you guys to like, for Andre, for each three of these guys, like what is your favorite attribute or trait of them and how do they make your life just easier? And then you guys each are going to do that for like everyone.
Wow, I don't want to start to be honest, but
You
I guess
should.
I will. Leadership, baby.
Yeah.
Go first. So Christian, we call Christian the golden retriever of client Ascension. So, and like people like hear that as like an insult, but like it's the biggest blessing, honestly. Like he's just always carrying positive energy. And like we call him the chief of fun, right? Like he's the chief of fun as well. And so Christian just knows how to entertain clients and have a good time. And I feel like business can be so hard and lonely as well, which again, like you have partners, but at times like you just feel like you're on your own. And Christian just brings the energy of like bringing people together and like things are going to be all right. What is it?
Like I'm just here for moral support.
Yeah, well, again, that's just one quality. Obviously, he's got the copy sauce, but other than that, it's really, the positivity, like the optimism, because again, like I can get, like people say this about me too, like Andre's always so happy, like going around and shaking everyone's hand and talking to people. I'm like, behind the scenes, like when we're on those exec calls, I'm like pissed, man. I'm like, I'm like, we suck, you suck, like we gotta fix this. It's gonna be okay. But Christian's always got the positive energy, so I love that the most about him. I think Dan is the hardest worker on the team, to be honest. I think Dan puts in the most work consistently, and he also has the highest standards. And that's really it. Like if something's not working, if he needs to get something done, like that takes precedent above everything else. Like I've seen this dude like wake up on a family vacation at like 4 a.m. just to get back at his desk to take a call that might not even show up, right? And so I think Dan's just the most dedicated in terms of like hardest worker and just really holds a high standard to everything that he does. And then Daniel is really just the originator of all of this. Like Daniel just laid the foundation for us to be here and to know what cold email is and to share it with you guys as well. And so Daniel is the innovator, right? Like how are we going to act on ideas if we don't even have them in the first place? And that's what I love about Daniel is he's just always bringing new ideas and new visions to the fold that I can then go out and execute on. So it's really easy for me to sit there and say, okay, like what's next? And Daniel just kind of lays out some ideas and I can look at the resources and the assets we have on our amazing team and put together an action plan. So again, like these guys just make my lives so much easier, and so I appreciate and love you all. Very wholesome.
Oh.
My eyes are sweating.
So, you know, what's the book? What's it called? Rocket Fuel?
I was gonna quote this next.
Yeah, the
innovator, visionary, integrator.
The innovators, visionaries. So like, no, integrator,
yeah.
Visionary. So like, I would be categorized as the visionary, and Andre would be categorized as the integrator. Who would more self-identify with me as opposed to Andre? Just raise your hand. Who would more self-identify with Andre over me? Okay, so like when you put those two together, that's like the only way it works.
The nuclear energy, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like Alex and Layla, it's like the same thing, except he's a male.
Bro, I'm not.
No, it's like the same thing though. It's like you don't want to put like two visionaries together because then it's like all your clients churn, you get 0 results. I mean, like you want to be capable of doing everything, but you'll pretty much always be like, if you're a visionary, you pretty much always be miserable if you're perpetually doing client work, and if you're an integrator, you're pretty much always be miserable if you're like marketing and trying to do sales. Like it's just not what you want to do. For instance, like on a list kit, I'm not even like customer support channel, not even in it. I am not in that channel. That's not. I don't need to. I'm not concerned with anything. I'm not in the. If there's any bugs, don't know about it.
Did you say there's like a moat to get to you? There's like 6
as far
pages.
as I'm concerned, there's never been one complaint ever. That's all.
You set up like a 16-page type form or something to get to you, or what was it? You were telling me in the car last night.
What?
That like if someone has a complaint on ListKit, that like there's a on the
no, it's at the
placement.
Like if there's a problem with like someone on the placement offer, you have to like fill out a type form and like a form to even like request my insistence at all, or it's like if it's a problem, or it's like if it's an offer problem, it's like no, you got to go to this form and like give me all this stuff and then I'll go do it.
So how does this? So what's the traits?
No, what I'm saying is that Andre handles all of that, and it's just like it's there's no shot I could ever be successful to the capacity I am right now without an Andre. It's literally functionally impossible. Couldn't work. Wouldn't work. Dan actually is the hardest worker on the team, like 100%. like indisputably, yeah. Like probably like consistent 15-hour days and shit. So I appreciate that very much. We also would not make any money without you. So thank you very much.
Paste.
Yeah, Christian. People. I think it was yesterday. It was like, so what do Christian and Dan do? I'm like a lot. Like, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, it's kind of a lot. Like, there would be issues if they weren't here. No, Christian, like you also do like hella client work. You're like very good at helping people get results. So like you kind of morph into the Andre role. Oh, you know what I like about you too? It's just so nice. Where it's like mercenary deploy you into specific things. Where it's like, Christian, go do a webinar for Call to a Master. He's like, bet. And he just does it. And I'm like, nice. And you can like morph between roles too. So it's really dope. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have one of the coolest scenarios ever where I can exist in like several different capacities, like front-end YouTube videos, webinars, back-end client fulfillment, cold email stuff, content, TikTok, Twitter, where like Dan, he's got the sales covered. I don't need to worry about that. I've never taken a sales call. Well, I've taken one sales call for Client Ascension. Piffed it.
Piff.
Daniel, like if we need more leads, he just cranks up the YouTube spend and we get more calls on the calendar. I'm like, oh shit, calendar's booked, good shit. And then Andre's the integrator, so I kind of exist like in every aspect in some capacity. So these guys handle everything, and I get to just like exist as a golden retriever, just running around and doing work. So, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't trade this for anything because I don't want to sit there and do zaps. Daniel can do that, and I just want to write copy and help students. Zapier. So that's what I get to do. Love it.
Zapier.
I mean, most of you guys don't even know who I am. And you're still here. So that's why I love these guys in a nutshell. Is like they're the reason that we have people to sell on our team. So like they give me a ton of opportunity. They give all my team members a ton of opportunity, which means a lot. Like it's super cool, especially with sales. It's like the one profession where you will get fired if you're not making enough money. But it's so cool to have these guys that just make sure that I never have to set up the opportunity myself. I mean, I don't know what I'd be doing without a bunch of sales calls. I'd be broke, number one. I'd probably be at like Starbucks trying to get my cold brew down to like $4 instead of $4.50, like just for the sake of negotiating. But no, I would say I love Christian's ability to just be a Swiss Army knife. Like he can do a little bit of everything. He does a ton of the client work. Like he's wrote, I don't know, you've probably like realistically written more cold email scripts
Too many.
than anybody
Maybe in the
on
world.
earth in the past 3 years at least, if we're looking at like that time horizon. And just like whenever we need him to do something, he's like, yep, got it, cool. He's, you know, he could be fucking out partying in Amsterdam and he'll be like, yep, I'll get it done today. And he gets it done, right? It just works for him. So it's cool to just have kind of like that wild card that you can just parachute into any situation. He's like, all right, I'm with it. I mean, Daniel just has that sauce that a marketer needs. Like that's super rare. Like Mason was talking about this earlier on your panel. Like you kind of just have it or you don't. So like being partnered with somebody who kind of has like that weird. It's annoying that you started your Anon account as like a wizard because like it's actually a good adjective. It just sounds so corny. Like this guy like actually kind of is a wizard. He just has like that weird sixth sense where he's like, oh, let's fucking try this. You're like, damn it, that's really smart. But just like having somebody on the team that's good at all of those like different creative things that like you're creative in a different way, but like that can reach the masses and like actually like permeate through a market is just sick. Like that's an X factor that most people don't have. And then Andre is just a fantastic leader. Like leadership is like the clear number one strength that he has to me. Like way more than like operations and automations. Like all that stuff is cool, and of course like he's the most well versed on the team. But like his biggest strength, like if you're looking for help from Andre, is just like how to be a really, really good leader. Like he doesn't just lead all of the people in his department, he leads us, really. Like the vision of the company, the values, like that is primarily all driven by Andre. So just like having somebody like that who kind of just like holds everything together and make sure we're generally going in the right direction. Like sometimes we fuck up, but that's life. That's super important too, because without him, if we just started a business and Andre wasn't there, like we'd be flying in all different directions. Like Daniel would just be like coming up with a different offer every week.
None of you guys would be here. No one would be here.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah.
Okay. Now, what is your least favorite trait of each? I'm joking. No, do that. You don't need to do that. You want to do that? No, that's very meta. Okay, so here's what I got. So I think what's really interesting is I really love seeing markets evolve because it's the most interesting thing. Like, how many people have you ever seen Mad Men? Like the show Mad Men? Wow, come on, guys, what the fuck? So, like they talk about with cigarettes, where cigarettes back in the day, like doctors used to promote cigarettes. They used to be in coats and saying like, no, like it's good for you. Your children should smoke. And now it's like literally they have packets that say like you will die if you smoke cigarettes on the shit. So that market completely evolved differently. And it's really interesting because I came to Twitter from Facebook and I was here and I was like, what the fuck is this? It's just like everyone's like either A, really healthy or two, like really based. And I'm like, this is awesome. But when I came there was, I think this year, start of the year, 2023. And I got to see like the aftermath of everything you guys had built. And I see like where Client Ascension is at now. What I wanted to see was, what was it like before, like when you guys were first starting Client Ascension? What was the market like before? Where was it at? And then where do you see the market going? But let's start first with like, where was the market at before you guys started Client Ascension? Because you guys literally have shaped the market. I mean, guys, we have Client Accession. Like people are trying to copy that. So where was the market at before?
In terms of like Twitter, I mean, I feel like there weren't a lot of like even just coaching programs. Like there were, but it wasn't very sophisticated in terms of like the angle, like the value propositions delivering. It was like a lot of like e-com shit. It was all biz op is what it was, mostly biz op. That's pretty much all it was. And then we make it, and then you just get other people popping up to, oh, that works, like I want to do that too. And people just, and then you're like competing in Twitter, and it's like, okay, well, like what is, then you start competing on the mechanism, where it was like, well, what's the better way to get clients? Is it through Twitter or is it through cold email? And then it's like, oh, then you start getting like competitors among each mechanism. And then they just introduce a claim, and then the claim goes higher, and the claim goes higher, and then the guarantee goes higher, and the guarantee goes higher, and then people start getting case studies. It's really interesting. And then I feel like it gets to a point where oh shit, it's a banger. You get to a point where it kind of all degrades into like case studies and personal branding. And I feel it's still in like wild guarantee area, like
100K a month.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
Yeah,
you need a boat.
Yeah, we should
get boat guaranteed.
You get a boat or you don't pay. But yeah, it's still around there. It's still like, and that's like every market though, right? Like especially like agency services, where it's like, dude, like if you just like Google marketing agency right now, just like click the first organic result. It's like, what is it going to say? It's like, we help our clients grow. It's like, what? Cool. Like this would never work on cold traffic.
They sell like
ever.
$80,000 like PR packages, and they get you onto Forbes for like $200. And they charge just a stupid amount.
Yeah, it's dumb. But yeah, I mean that's just what I'm seeing. It's like, dude, you gotta like if you by definition, like if you're on cold traffic, you have to be better than the other option. Like if you're using cold emails, like bro, they're getting like 8 cold emails a day. Like I get 8 cold emails a day, and I've got like 2 good ones in the past like 6 months. It's not even that hard. Like if the offer is good, it really is not, because they show up at that small of a frequency. They're all garbage. None of them have like a quantifiable promise. None of them have risk reversal. None of them have case studies. And it's like this is all. And if you just have that, it's like it's just so easy to win. And it's like that's just where the market is right now. And you just have to play the game where it is.
I have a little bit. I would disagree with that as the sales guy to a certain extent. Just because like when we first started, if you just had a straightforward offer that had good data coverage, you just sent cold emails. Like it was going to work. No, this is different though. No. I'm saying like when we first implemented the guarantee, like rocket ship, like just right to the top. Then we started getting on sales calls for Client Ascension specifically, and like the other programs started to have guarantees. So then the claims just started getting out of control. And like there's a few of our competitors that I'm not going to mention them up here, not my style, but like they're struggling now because they kind of like saw a couple crazy months. They had this guarantee that they couldn't hit, and then they kind of take a nosedive down, right? So now it's getting to the point where like, okay, now people are having guarantees, and it's like, I'll get you 30 calls booked, I'll get you 60 calls booked, I'll get you 100 calls booked, I'll give you my firstborn son if I don't get you this many clients in this many days. Like it's just getting kind of crazy. Now I feel like it's just reverting back to proof. Like show me that your shit works, right? So I think now like the biggest difference isn't just like having a guarantee, but it's also just having an abundance of proof that your stuff works. Like use that to market it, use that to sell it, use that at like every step of the way. Like the guarantee should just solely be like a risk reversal. They're like, hey, we have this in writing that like, you know, I understand you just met me and there's a lot of bad actors in the space, whatever it may be. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of like how it matured, was like everything worked, just sent cold emails, and it was like you need a guarantee. Now it's like a lot of people are also having guarantees, but it's kind of getting out of control. And now they're like, okay, I just want to make sure this isn't a scam and that it actually works.
I'm going to go off completely on a different tangent than both of you. I think we're moving to a place where you need to have a personal brand to win business. Like back in the day, you could make a claim and you would sign the client, but now it's like, I want to work with Presley for clips because I see him on Twitter and he's funny. I want to work with Ben Bader because he works with everyone in Miami and he's really good at webinars. I want to join Client Ascension because I saw how cool the event was and how often they do these in-person events that no one does. Like, eventually the claims, like they said, are going to get so outlandish that they don't even matter anymore.
Yeah.
And people are going to pick the guys that they resonate with on a personal level and trust. So I think like personal branding mixed with a service and an outcome is like the hybrid that you need moving forward.
Dude, like having an optimized personal brand is like a differentiator in and of itself because there's so little people are actually willing to do it that it just entirely puts you in a different realm. Like it's like you just, that game I was just talking about, you just exit that game. You just don't have to do that anymore. It's like whatever. Like you can work with me or you can't. I don't care. You have like 1 million YouTube subs. It's like, bro, it's just.
It's the condo. We were at those at the Heron yesterday. It's like the equivalent of owning those apartment buildings right there.
Yeah. Because we were up in the tower yesterday. I was looking at the condo building. I was like, if you have like even like 30,000 YouTube subs or something like that. So you guys see that condo building? They're like, yeah. I'm like, it is as equivalently a good asset as that. It will cash flow the same. Like actually.
Yeah.
And it's like, you guys just aren't. You're not. It's literally digital real estate. Like you just have traffic. Everyone, to the point where actually people buy ads. Yeah, they're buying eyeballs. It's literally real estate. Like there's a finite amount of real estate that exists via how much people are scrolling. Other people have to pay for that. If you just own the traffic, you do not have to pay for it. Therefore, it is real estate. So just build real estate.
You know what I think you guys, like the big differentiator between you guys is from everyone else in the market? Just you guys raise your hand. How many of you have a Lamborghini? How many of you guys live in a crazy, just like $10,000 a month penthouse?
50% of us don't have a car.
Yeah, so like
I do not own a vehicle.
So like I've had a very interesting experience observing markets, and we said this yesterday when we were, it's like 1 a.m. We're like just ranting on the couch. Daniel says the second I see them start doing lifestyle marketing, I go, there it is, it's ending. Like it's just downhill from there. And people create this perception that like business success is like, man, it's cars, it's women, it's bottles, it's like all this stuff. And, you know, I even went down that route and tasted it and was just like, this sucks. I'm like, this is just so like empty and just void of like any meaning. And I remember when I met you guys, I was like, oh, these guys just like are doing the thing that actually is fucking fun, which is business. None of that other shit. Like, sure, like going out with your boys is fun, but like nothing is better than just like at the end of a long day, just being like, I fucking crushed today. Like that was just a good day. And I just like respect that a lot about you guys because you never have gotten distracted. There's never been like Daniel's like, guys, 4X or anything like that. Like that's never happened. I think it's interesting. Can you guys speak to that a bit? Because your ability, I think what I see the most to like summarize that is your ability to stay focused is what's most impressive to me. Because I'm a little bit of the golden retriever, but if it was a little retarded. So it's like, you know, a little bit like ADHD golden retriever.
Yeah, this kind of is the same answer I'd give to the last question. I think the biggest missing piece for a lot of you is community, right? Like there's not much depth to doing cold email lead gen as a service, right? There's only so much fulfillment you can gain from doing a lead gen agency. Like it's cool, you might hit 10K a month MRR, but like what's next, right? 100K, 200K, like nothing really changes at each milestone. And it's so easy to sit here and say that, right? And for you guys, it's probably like, no. Like when I get there, it'll be different. It'll feel different. It really just doesn't.
It won't. It literally
it won't.
You'll get there. It'll be like such a high. And then immediately after the next day, you'll just be like, oh.
Yeah.
And that's like, there's science behind this of the way your brain processes dopamine. Like that's such a high dopamine moment. But then there's like, if you're not having that constant stimulus at all times, that's how these guys just like, you know, you got the Dubai guys and the dudes that are just posting all the time going out. Like they need that. That is no different than a drug. Like they have to have stimulus, otherwise they can't like function. If you took them away and put them like in a small town, they would just like collapse entirely. Like they couldn't live that life.
Yeah. So it all goes back to community for me. And I heard this on a podcast by Ed Milet, and the way he broke down fulfillment, right? Because that's what everyone's really after, is feeling fulfilled, living a happy, joyful life. And he said that you find fulfillment by using your God-given gifts in service to others. And that's exactly what community gives you the opportunity to do. And that's really why, like someone asked a question earlier, is like, why did you start Client Ascension? Like, why do you go from agency to coaching program? And the agency continued to grow and scale, and I feel like that's why we can deliver such high-level coaching in Client Ascension, is because we're doing the thing that we're teaching. But the reason we started Client Ascension is to help that past version of ourselves. And I feel like that's where so much fulfillment is drawn from, is helping yourself that is 5 steps behind, because you are now in a place where you can help them get to where they also want to go. And that's literally what we're doing here at Client Ascension, and that's where I draw all of my fulfillment from. So it's not even about numbers or MRR. The reason we stress about numbers is because we want to maintain and grow this so much. Not just because we want to hit certain benchmarks and buy the Lamborghini or whatever else there is to buy. It's because we want more of this. Like the energy this week, I've gotten like 4 hours of sleep in the past 4 nights.
And you're chilling. Like you're straight chilling.
I'm just feeding off your guys' energy. Like that's it. Like that's what we do this for. So appreciate you guys being here. No, I need neuro, man.
Yeah. You ever hear how like there's like a 75-year-old dude, he's still working, and then he retires and he like dies 3 months later? Yeah, so I'm just trying to not die. And no, what I mean by that though is let's say you make like a bunch of money and you like theoretically like literally could just sit there and live off like dividends for the rest of your life, like just public markets, you don't do anything. You're like, and you like watch TV and like you don't like do anything. Like you are the effective equivalent of dead. You're literally dead. There's nothing to do. And dude, I think it was Marcus Aurelius in his book. It's really funny. It's like, do the bees not rise in the morning till, I don't know what it was, but he's talking about bees, and it's like they just...
That's Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, something like that. It was like, they just make the honeycomb. Like they just build the nest. Like they just do that. It's like you break the nest to just build the nest. Like you just do that, right? And it needs to be structured in such a, like you shouldn't like hate yourself when you're doing it. Like, I mean, it's gonna be hard. Like it's gonna be very hard at certain points, but I just like to do this. Like that's it. I just actively enjoy doing it. I finish at night and I'm like, oh, that was cool. Pretty excited to do it tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking win.
I think that's huge there, because if that's not the case for you, you're probably just doing the wrong business. Like, what was the guy's name? I can't remember who it was, a successful business owner, but someone was trying to pitch him. Like the dude's like a multi-billionaire, he's on like Shark Tank or something like that. I don't remember which one it was. And the dude was trying to pitch him like telecom communications or something like that. And he just asked him, he was like, hey, dude, you've already lost my business. Like, I'm just not going to do this because you're just not in this. And he's like, what do you actually give a shit about? And he goes, like, honestly, bro, cooking. He's like, I just love cooking. He goes, just stop doing this. And he's like, just go get a job at a restaurant. Dude owns like 50 franchise restaurants now and is like super successful. And it's like, if you're doing something you hate, like we started this with like the group offer. Daniel was like, dude, you should try doing a group offer. And I did it and I fucking hated it. And I was like, this isn't right. And just stop doing it and go do something else. Like it makes more sense. I thought it was a good point. I just wanted to add that.
No, yeah, I feel like we're all brought up on similar values too, which helps, is just kind of partnering with somebody who has the same beliefs as you. And it's always like about serving people, right? It's all coming from a place of like, I want to help as many people as possible. And I feel like the whole thing with the Lambo, like, yeah, when I was younger, that's exactly, like, precisely what I wanted. But then you start to make like a little bit more money and you kind of hit like these different benchmarks that you had in your head and you realize like nothing really changes. Then you also at some point realize like, if I have to get the Lambo in order to make myself feel good, I don't respect myself at all. Because if I need to supplement me with the Lambo to seem like a person that I would think is cool, you're probably kind of like a loser, right? Like you just need to kind of look in the mirror and be like, okay, like what else can I change about myself that's like actually of substance? And I feel like the last thing is business in general. It's always been kind of like a team sport thing for me. Like I would never be a solopreneur and just go out by myself. Hats off to all you guys that do. It's incredible. Just because I miss playing team sports. And like in this, like I guess the revenue is kind of the scoreboard, but I'm trying to run up the revenue for the sake of just doing it because I think we're capable of doing it. It's not to like get a Lambo. It's not to, get the girl.
Just
it's
playing
more,
the game.
Yeah, it's just to play the game. It's like what can our high score be? Like this year, what's the high score going to be? Just for the sake of doing it, because like why not? Like what else is there? There's nothing else to do.
Kind of like Alabama with that just streak where they won the national championship just like 6 years in a row. Like Clyde and same colors too as well. Like,
and if you asked any player on the team or anybody that went to that university, like, did it get boring after a while? Like, fuck no, it's super
we win.
fun.
That's it.
Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. So yeah, no, I feel like you start to mature and like, it wasn't always that way. Like we weren't always like, I don't know, the way we are now. But like the more you grow, the more you realize that all that other stuff isn't as important, or you don't, and it kind of just consumes you altogether.
Yeah, I would say the people it's about who we work with in the community, like Andre said, like helping, people in here have left their 9-to-5 job to run an agency off of what they learned in the program, or, someone in London, I'm not going to name him, but came up to us like basically crying because his business was completely revived and he could like afford his house again and like take care of his family. It's like shit like that is what keeps you going,
I made that offer.
Yeah. You're always right, bro. But it's like,
he's always right.
I feel like the money and the cars and stuff is like a frivolous pursuit, because no matter how much you make, there's always someone that's gonna have more, and you're always gonna be like, oh, I got $1 million, now I need 10, now I need 20. Like someone's always richer than me with better cars. Like there's never an end game for that. But just being able to help people and genuinely, give back to others. It sounds corny, but it's really true when you. Someone messages you on Slack and says that they signed a client from your cold email script. That hits way more than like an invoice or a bank account wire or whatever. Like money hitting your account just hits different. And I always say like relationships. We did a podcast, Andre and I, like 4 years ago, where some billionaire was on with us. He's like, I'd give every last dollar to like have my family back, because like his wife and his kids left him because he was working so much.
100%. You can't.
And
you can't take it to the grave. You can't take the money to the grave. You can't take any of that shit to the grave.
I was also like, I was in Costa Rica recently, and I was like shocked. People lived in dirt huts.
Pura vida.
Yeah, they lived in dirt huts with their families, and they were happy as could be. And I was like, wow, like how? It's because relationships and the people around you. That's basically it.
Yeah, some of you still want the car, and I'm like, I want the car too. But the way I kind of think about it is, if what I just hated as a kid, it was like I worked in a grocery store, like in the Publix. I worked in the bakery, and I had just to like scrape shit off the floor, and like, dude, I hated that. So I hated it. So it just made me so angry. Like I just hated it so much. And then I did like customer support for Apple, and just like talking to like me trying to describe what button to click, and they don't even
imagining you on these calls, like just click the button, like right now,
it's
do it.
Right,
I'm never
there.
wrong. Yeah.
It was like the worst thing ever. And I think I could probably equate like what I do is like I just never want to do that ever again, while simultaneously being like, all right, what's like winning? It's probably like a bill. It's like, all right, how do I get a bill? It's like, obviously it's through like a shit ton of capital growing in and of itself. So it's like, now I sit here and it's like, yeah, I could go buy a Lambo right now, but it's like, but then the compounding effect of getting to a bill might not occur by the time I'm done. So I gotta like keep it so I can throw it over here and like make it go faster and faster. Bro, I'm at a casino. I'm gambling. It's awesome. I'm just winning. It's dope. That's how you should think of it. It's like, yeah, it's like really cool, except you can influence the odds. You just change around like what the slot is paying and like the odds. It's really that's how I think of ads. So I'm like super addicted to like going to the ads manager. I'm like, what the fuck we doing today? Like how many calls?
Looking like right now.
I'm like 10K a day. Let's go.
Elias, how much time we got? 4 minutes. One more what?
We gotta get there in 4 minutes.
Where? We gotta get there in 4 minutes. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so are you guys cool if we just go completely left field and just stop talking about business now? Okay, craziest conspiracy theories, go. You wanna go? Whoever goes first, go.
The pyramids were made by aliens.
There we go. Let's start there. Daniel's he's processing right now.
I just want a banger. Like it's like the moon is a spaceship. It's hollow.
This is hollow.
The giants are real. It's the Nephilim. The angels came down.
Excuse me, source.
Made it with humans. They made
source?
giants.
Do you have a source for that? Source?
Myself.
Oh, Christ.
The meme,
Yeah,
Well, I made it up.
Yeah.
What about Q&A? I feel like we should open it up.
What's up?
Some Q&A.
I think so. That's probably more productive than that. Anyways, guys, who's got some questions?
Any questions about giants or
Any
Nephilim?
questions about giants? They were real. It's like the 7th line of Genesis. What's up, Eamon? Yes.
Hey guys, so Christian mentioned earlier and Daniel as well, setting up that whole spider web funnel, let's call it, where you have cold email mastery, then list kit, client ascension, etc. Exactly, offer ecosystem. At what point does it make sense to start setting that up? Because I remember one time I asked Daniel the same question. I believe he said once you're at 200K a month, then you can launch something. But
Nah, you're probably you're at 60.
Yeah, 60.
You can start playing around with it now.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's a hard number. It's like when you start getting questions that you don't have. Like, hey, how do I learn video editing? It's like, oh, you go watch this guy's stuff. It's like, you should have a course.
You sell it when you can. Specifically ask for it.
Yeah. Like, when people ask for it and you don't have an offer for them, that's when you should implement.
Oh, dude, people ask me, hey, bro, I'm trying to make I want to kind of make a coaching program. What's the first step? I'm get an audience and have people ask you for it. That's what you do. What are you going to try to do? Fucking sell it with cold email? They're not buying your coaching program with cold email.
But then you get to a point where you have a team of video editors that are trained by you. You place them into businesses to edit for them. You have a software that does the editing. You have a done-for-you coaching program. You help people scale their editing agencies. Every single area of video editing or YouTube is covered. You know what I mean?
And one quick follow-up question to that, do you think doing some sort of biz op where it's teaching people how to start content agencies, that's bad, right? I should avoid that, right? Okay.
You will hate your life if you go to B2C.
Okay.
Go talk to Brady.
But I think as a piece, as a cog in the system, it makes sense though.
That offer would rip. I just don't think you'd be happy. I think a placement. No one's done this. No one's cracked placement for video editors. If you crack that, bro, that's a fire offer. That would work really well.
So I'll think about it.
Wait. I just want to recognize Eamon, guys. This guy is an absolute killer, and he never stops asking questions.
Let's go, Eamon. Let's give it up for Eamon.
There's a reason. I think Daniel tweeted this or put it in the general chat in Client Ascension. He was like, guys, if you want Eamon type results, you need to have Eamon type inputs. It's plain and simple. This guy never stops. And I'm the only one up here of the co-founders that's not super involved as a coach in the community. I'm not the sales coach. We have 2 other sales coaches there. So I don't have a direct line. A lot of people never hit me up for help, which I love. I just don't like the whole customer support side of the business. And this guy follows me on Instagram. I was like, oh, sick. Eamon followed me. This is a cool guy. He just uses it as a support channel. I'll post a video out at a club, or I'll post a video at a restaurant, or just anything. It could be a sunset. It could be
what are you eating?
It could be a picture of
What are you eating?
What?
Just be what are you eating?
Yeah. No. He'll literally, no, it's the exact opposite. He'll be how quickly did you guys scale Knowledge X from 50K a month to 100K a month?
What MRR do I need to start buying ribeyes?
No, he asked me out of the blue. I posted a picture out in Ireland, I think it was, and he was like, how many sales calls did you guys book last month at Client Ascension for placement and coaching combined? He just uses it as a channel to ask me questions. I love it. So I know we went off the rails there. I just wanted to give him some recognition.
He's a dream client. It's and here's something really interesting. There's this concept of the mirror. And it's if you want what you want from the world, you must be. And so it's why did Eamon scale up so rapidly? Because he just is that motherfucker. The reason why he gets good clients is because he's a really fucking good client. He shows up to every fucking call all the time. So it's you can't escape that. If you're a super shitty client, it's you're gonna attract super shitty clients. If you're can I put this on a payment plan for 6 months? It's expect to see that from clients. If you want piffs, you got to piff. with great transition, boys. I think we have something to talk about. No, I'm joking.
Give a shout out to Nick.
Thank you. Time to eat.
All right, time to eat. Let's eat some food.
Good stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Never mind. It's
very
not time
nice.
to eat.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, sirs. Thank you.
What's up, guys? Lunches are out. We have Cuban sandwiches, kale Caesar salads, and smoked chicken club wraps. If anybody is getting a little cabin fever in this room, you're welcome to go out to the courtyard. Just make sure to be back for the next speaker at 1:30.
Yo. Quick update. So, two things. We're going to get started with the afternoon session in about 10 minutes here. And if you haven't picked up your merch yet, there's a table in the back with shirts, hoodies, and hats. And so please go help yourself. Take one of each and represent. All right, guys. We're going to be starting in just a few minutes here. We're going to need that door in the back closed. And so either you're in or you're out. And you're going to want to be in because this afternoon session is absolutely stacked. And so get in here, find your seat, and let's get this thing going. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. And then I'll just grab it on the way down.
What do you want? Oh, you want like the whole thing?
When Eddie comes up there, you can start it now. I want to send it to the guys in Lebanon that referred me to him.
Okay.
Right now. Yeah.
So you're gonna intro him and that's what you want.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
When he comes up. Eddie, we're gonna get you mic'd up. Just so you have from the footage too. All right, guys, find your seats. Find your seats. Just look at that screen right there. Just look at what it says. Who wants to know what those things are? Yeah, me too. I don't have an 8-figure agency. I want to know those 4 things. So hurry up, get in your seats. Let's do this thing. We need urgency. You don't have a password? Wait.
Figured I'd lock it before it was actually necessary just to make sure. So I need to not do that.
Just getting mic'd up back there. Huh? Oh yeah, take notes. Get your notepads out, your pens, your iPhone notes app. That's what I'd be using, but this is one where you're gonna be taking notes. You'll see me in the corner. I'm gonna be writing down notes for this one. Because again, like, just look at that screen right there. 4 things you need to do to build an 8-figure agency. I can't tell you those 4 things because I've never done it, but we got Eddie here to tell you. So we'll be starting in a minute here. How was lunch? Good? Cubans? Fan favorite? Yeah? The cookies at the beginning, bro. That's that default Kings, bro. Joey's like, nah. Oh, man, we're good? We're mic'd up? Yeah? All right, can we probably close that door in the back? All right, so welcome to part 2. We're going to start the afternoon session. And I was walking around at lunch just telling these guys, like, you've heard from me, you've heard from Daniel, you've heard from all the guys in the community before, and we're great. You know, I love our content. I think we do a good job. But, like, the afternoon lineup for this event is absolutely insane. Like, these guys are the real deal. These are the guys that are scaling to 8 figures a year, 9 figures a year. And they're going to show us, and I say us because, again, I'm not there yet, the roadmap to get there. So I'm absolutely pumped. You're going to hear from myself and Dan as well from the Client Ascension team, so we'll mix us in as well. But we got some very exciting keynotes for you guys. And so to get us started, we're going to have my boy Eddie Maalouf with a keynote. And I want to give a quick backstory. And so we've talked a lot about team. We've talked a lot about community and culture and how important that is. And so my background is I'm Lebanese, and so, you know, I have all the inclination to want to hire Lebanese talent. So I hired my cousin from Lebanon, and we found Jod and Kanan and just an amazing group of guys to work for us out of Lebanon. And so Eddie is also from Lebanon, which is why he's qualified to teach you all these things, number one. And so he hosted a little bit of a meetup in Beirut this summer, and he connected with Kanan and Farouk and all the guys out in Lebanon that are representing Client Ascension, which is pretty cool. And right away, they were like, dude, you got to meet this Eddie guy. And so Eddie and I connect through IG. I go down the rabbit hole of his YouTube and his Instagram, and his content is just off the charts. So I'm like, almost like how you guys feel with Hormozy probably. Like, how is he sharing? Why is he sharing this for free? Like, it's so damn good. And so I'm like, we got to get this guy to our event. Like, hopefully we can afford him. And I just want to say, like, Eddie's that kind of guy. Like, he's the most qualified speaker to be here, and he's the only one that didn't ask for anything to be here. And so that's the kind of guy Eddie is. I'm sure there's a lot of other achievements that you'll hear all about, like managing over 160 employees at his agency, which is absolutely wild. I get overwhelmed with just like 30. And so I'm excited to just tune in and hear everything that Eddie has prepared for us today. So let's do it, bro.
How's everyone doing today? It's the kind of energy I need for 45 minutes, okay? I want to survey the room just to understand, because I tweaked the presentation a little bit this morning because I talked to some of you guys yesterday, kind of figured out where everyone was at. Could you stand up if you're doing over 100K a month in your business? Stand up. Stand up. Okay, if you're doing, stay up. If you're doing 50K a month or more, stand up. 25K a month or more, stand up. Stay standing, please. And then 10K a month, stand up. Awesome, cool, thank you guys. Thank you so much. I just need to get a gauge on the room to understand exactly how to cater this. Some of this stuff is gonna be, you guys are gonna learn a bunch of tactical stuff from a bunch of other people. I figured, like, if I were talking to myself 4 or 5 years ago, when I was, doing maybe like 25, 30K a month, what would I need to know back then, like, just to simplify it down to get to the point where I'm at today? For reference, we're at about a 20 million run rate per year. Hopefully by next year we'll get to about 25 plus. And just like Daniel was saying this morning, let me just real quick, this is the intro slide. I go by Dada, first and foremost, my beautiful daughter, my wife. And as you guys grow up, you'll understand this is actually the priority. When I was in your seats, it was all about this bottom stuff, CEO, founder, how much money I'm making, blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you, as I get in richer circles, this is what people respect a lot more about me. And so it's always up there, number one. Number two, I'm the owner of Bad Marketing. I already kind of told you a little bit about it. We have 180 employees as of right now, this moment I'm standing up here. We work with some of the biggest brands. I'm not going to put their names on here. You can go to our website. It's not what this is for. If you want, follow me on Instagram. I highly recommend it. I put this on this morning because I was listening to Daniel talk, and he was saying the only difference between me and you guys is time and reps, and it's 100% true. So I tried to pull some old screenshots while I was in the back of the room today. This is me in August 2019. I'm in my parents' bedroom, super diligent. There's like 3 notebooks in front of me, all filled with notes from speakers like myself, who I used to listen to at the time. And I was literally doing nothing. I was maybe making like 10K a month, 15K a month max, working out of a bedroom. 2020, January, me, my now wife at the time, she was my girlfriend, my best friend. This was the entire team, January 2020. By the end of 2020, we got an office. We could only afford 3 double desks, so we fit 6 people in that office. By then, we're still doing like sub 50K a month at the time. Sorry. Then I couldn't find any photos between 2020 and 2023 in time. So for what it's worth, between this time of having like a team of 5 or 6 people and now, which is exactly 3 years later, we've grown to over $1.5 million a month and about 180 team members as of today. So I've done this all in a 3-year span, and it's because I spent so much time sharpening my axe before I swung it, is how people like to put it. And so today I want to share with you, as simple as possible, the 4 things that you actually need to care about in your agency to get to the point where I'm at, okay? And I know at a high level view, we all understand the agency model. It's get more clients than you lose, and you scale up. But I'm going to break it down a little bit to certain metrics that we track in our company, which has allowed us to jump so quickly in just the past 3 years. So 4 things you need to build an 8-figure agency. Write this one down. Customer lifespan. This is the most important one. How long does a customer actually stay with you? A lot of you guys are just focused on getting a customer, and I think now you're starting to understand how much work it takes to get a customer, and the easier part is just keeping the customer. But we spend so much time trying to figure out how to get the customer instead of how do we keep them longer. If I have a customer that leaves every 3 months on average, then every 3 months I have to find a new customer. If I have one that leaves every year on average, I I have to do 4 times less work to find customers to grow my business. And so obviously I need to reduce my churn percentage. This is like the most important number in our business. We track churn per service, per team, per department. Like not like company-wide, we churn 10% of clients a month. We're saying like this team churns 5% of clients a month. This team churns 12.5% of clients a month. Why are the numbers off? And so this is like one of the most important numbers for our finance team, more than anything. The lower the churn, obviously, the longer the client stays, right? So let me give you a perspective of why churn is so important. At the scale that you guys are at in the room, it may not feel like a big deal if 10% of your clients leave, right? If you're doing 100 a month and 10% churn every month, that means every month you lose 10K of customers, okay? Which is kind of easy at that scale to go get 10K more customers every single month. But let's jump to 800K a month, which is an 8-figure business. If I lose 10% of my customers every month, I have to sell 80 grand a month more of new business revenue just to be able to match what I had. And the reality is, as you guys know, you start hiring ahead. And so really I'm at a loss if I close 80K more. I actually got to close like 100K more a month as I grow to be able to compensate for this. Does this make sense? We're on the same page? And so at one point I remember sitting down when I was like at maybe like 50, 60K a month. And I drew out if we have like a 10% churn and we add 30K a month of revenue, how many months we could keep growing before we finally hit a ceiling. And if you guys really sit down, you take the number that you're at right now, you put it on the board, and you put like a 10% churn rate next to it, and you say, okay, every month we're gonna lose 10%, but we're gonna add 30K of customers. Then we're gonna lose 10%, then we're gonna add 30K of customers. You'll realize in a matter of like 6 months, your business stops growing. It's physically impossible for you to acquire 30K of customers and grow. And so this is one of the most definitive numbers in the business. And it all comes down to one thing. I was talking to Ryan McGinn earlier. We were kind of talking about this. And I gave him this solution, which I'm about to show you, which pretty much solves all of his business problems. So real quick, if I told you guys that if you worked with me, I would double your agency in 60 days, would you be excited? Can I get a hands up if you got excited about that? Okay, cool. If I worked with you for 60 days and instead of doubling, we only ended up growing by 20%, how many of you would be excited? Raise your hands. Look at the difference in the room. Most businesses can't even grow 20% a year. But because I set the expectation that we're gonna double in 60 days, there's 80% disappointment in this room if we grew by 20%. And this is what most of you guys are doing with your customers when they sign up. In the sales process and the onboarding process. You're promising them up here, you know you're gonna hit right here, and even though right here is fucking amazing, because it's not right here where they were sold on, then they're disappointed, okay? And so I want you to retamper the expectations. You need to set better expectations on the sales call and in the onboarding process. You need to reiterate it over and over again. I'll give you an example. I was talking to Ryan, and he's like, bro, biggest problem is all these clients want me. They want me to fly out. They want me to be on a video. And when I put Luis in front of them, Luis is the mastermind behind this whole thing, but they just bitch and they say, oh, we want Ryan. We didn't pay for Luis. We want Ryan here. We want Ryan to do that. And so it's making it hard for him to scale. And after talking to him, we realized he doesn't set the expectations well enough on the front end, and he doesn't make Luis look like he's the guy. And so if from the beginning the sales team is edifying the account manager that's gonna be involved rather than the founder, now you're passing that baton off and that credibility. So for example, when someone signs up with us, I'm like, hey, listen, if I'm signing them up, I'm like, I want your expectations to be straight. Number one, we're not gonna sit here and make you $1 million in the next 30 days. You're signing up with me, and in the next 90 days, you better mentally expect to not make a single dollar. And if we make you a single dollar in the next 90 days, we've exceeded expectations, okay? This is a 6-month agreement. It's gonna take us 3 months to get to point A. So number one, are you okay with that? Yes, I'm okay with that, great. Number two, I will not be attending any of your calls. I will be working behind the scenes, but in order for me, Eddie Maalouf, to strategize and to bring value to your business, I cannot be on every single client call in my company. Therefore, I can't be on yours. But Christian is actually our lead strategist, and he's the mastermind behind all these accounts that we have online. All the names you see that we work with, all the case studies, it's because of him. It's not because of me. And so everyone comes in super excited. They never talk to me about problems anymore. They have expectations that it's gonna be okay. If I don't make anything for 3 monthly payments, we're gonna be in a good spot because I'm gonna make it before the 4th. So when we make money month 1, they're thrilled. When we make money month 2, they're thrilled. When we make money month 3, it's at expectations. Does that make sense? Now, you guys may think this is gonna hurt my close rate. Oh my gosh, blah, blah, blah. Totally cool. Because when you actually look at your numbers in the agency space, most of your cost is upfront, okay? Most of your cost is acquiring the customer, paying the sales commission, setting everything up. Like, this is where most of your cost is. After month 3, your cost goes down dramatically in the fulfillment side. So in reality, what you're doing is you're selling a bunch of people who are leaving at the point where you have the highest cost versus staying long enough to make it longer. I would rather close half the people and keep them for 6 months than close double the people and keep them for 3. Does that make sense? Very important. And as you guys grow your company, you guys may not be thinking about this now at the point you're at because you're trying to make money. At some point in the future, you're going to want to sell this company. And this number that we're looking at is the first number that they're going to look at in the entire business. They're going to see how involved are you, how dependent is it, and how long is a customer actually staying with you, because that tells me how good your product is. Are we on the same page? Okay, cool. Is this too far in the clouds for you guys? You guys on the same page as me? Cool, great. So better expectations in the sales process, better in the onboarding process as well. Recurring AOV, this is number 2, super important. Average order value. How much is a client paying you on average? Can you put your hand up if a client pays you $1K a month or more? Just put your hands up. Keep them up. Okay, put them down if the client doesn't pay you $3K a month or more. So keep them up if they're $3K a month or more. $5K a month or more? Nice, I like that. That's a lot of hands. $10K a month or more? 2 people, 3 people, 4 people? Nice. Okay, solid. This is the most important, this is like the second most important number here, okay? I'm gonna show you how we took our business from nothing. So on the local side, we were servicing local business clients. We were doing Facebook ads for them when we first started. We were doing about $950K a month average ticket value. Now we do about $2,300 per month for the same customer base, same service. I'll show you what we did. On e-com, so just for reference, I have 3 sides of my business. I have a local side, so just local businesses that we work with. We have maybe like 100 plus clients. Then we have the e-commerce side, which is like Shopify stores, Amazon stores, probably have like 150 clients. And then we have the info side, which is like courses, coaching products, stuff like that. We take a % of the equity. We have about like 25, 30 clients on that side. So just kind of giving you a perspective. So e-com, we started doing $2,500 a month as a retainer. We thought that was a lot of money because at the time we were charging $1,000 on local. Now we charge over $13,000 a month average on e-commerce. On the info side, our average retainer is $75,000 a month. I want that to sink in. It took time to get here, okay? I just want to be clear. But I'm going to show you how we did this. Very simple. We started doing Facebook and Google ads for one audience, okay? I'm not telling you go and find 10 different kind of people to market to, okay? If you sell to chiropractors, just sell to chiropractors, okay? That's the trick here. It's not to get your attention divided. When you start dividing your attention on different people, I want to talk to chiropractors, I want to talk to roofers, I want to talk to dentists, you can't do this, okay? Because now you're trying to sell to 3 different people. Versus if I can make more from the same customer, I can spend so much more to sell a customer. So I can take over an entire marketplace. So we started doing Facebook and Google ads. Then we added email marketing. We went from $2,500 a month to $5K a month, okay? Then we acquired an Amazon agency. I'll show you at the end kind of what I'm doing here. But long story short, I got to a point where luckily we had money, we had a good infrastructure, we had good brand. And instead of going and like hiring someone to be an Amazon strategist, because I tried that multiple times and hope that they know what they're doing, I just went and bought a company that did Amazon that was really good at it. And now we own them and now they're a part of our brand. And then so if you think about it, $2,500 a month, let's call it $5K a month, let's call it $7,500 a month. It's a bit more, but I'm just gonna keep it easy here. Now we're making $7,500 a customer. From an ad standpoint, I can spend so much more to acquire a customer now. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So while my competitors maybe can only spend $1,500 to get a customer, I can spend 5 Gs. Like there's no way I can lose to those guys. And so what happens at that scale is now I start getting so many different people applying that I can't work with all of them because we want to work with people who maybe pay us $5K a month or more. So I had to figure out a solution to all my excess leads. Some of you guys, you know, this is called a downsell. Obviously you guys know what that is at this point. But for some of you guys, that's like a done for you course. Like you guys can just go download this course for $1,000. You're not qualified to work with us, but we'll teach you what to do. For us, I was like, how do I turn it into a retainer? So basically I went and I found an agency that was all based in Europe that was doing the same services that we were doing. And because their staff was all in Europe, I could charge half as much as I was charging in my main agency. So now I just took 90% of the leads that we're all turning away because they couldn't afford us, and now I had something else to sell them, this added a few $100,000 a month right away to our business. Does that make sense? Yeah? Cool. I'm seeing enough heads nodding, which is what matters. And then this next thing that we did is something that all of you guys can do in the room right now. I went back and I ran the numbers with my CFO this week just to get an accurate number. We grow about 7.5% a month. Think about our size, okay? We grow at 7.5% a month just from this one thing I'm about to show you. For perspective, that's 100% a year. We double our entire business from this one thing I'm about to share with you. It's gonna sound so stupid and so simple. You guys are gonna be like, why the fuck did we not even think of that? Or why aren't we doing that? And I commission all my account managers for upsells that they bring to the table, just like a salesperson. I pay them the same amount a salesperson would when they go and close a new customer. What do you think my account managers are doing now? Hey, dude, we're killing it on Facebook. I really think you should try out email marketing. We crush at email marketing. Here's some results. I'm looking at your account. I can do an audit for you. Great. Audit, boom, all of a sudden, in the door. Some of my account and this is the cool part. When you guys get to higher level clients, you want to pay account managers more. You want people who are like really good at talking, who really know their shit, who like are dealing with higher level clients. Because if someone's paying you 10 grand a month, the person talking to them on a daily basis better know their shit. You know what I mean? Otherwise, they're going to feel like they're burning 10 grand a month. So instead of having to increase my account manager's salaries, which is a fixed cost for me, I pay them 20% commission on any sale that they close. And so some account managers are making extra 4 or 5 bands a month just from this. So if someone's taking home four or 5 grand a month, that means they're bringing the business 20 to 25K a month of recurring revenue every single month. And they're the most qualified people to sell. It's not the salesperson anymore. The salesperson hasn't worked with this person in 4, 5, 6 months. They just sold them. But they're talking every single day to our account managers. They have the most trust. And so now, because I have more products for the same demographic, that's the key here, okay? Now it's very easy for my account managers to go when they're doing well and find other opportunities. The other part that's not in this presentation that makes it cool is if someone's working with us on Facebook, Google, and email, and ads aren't working, in a normal situation, client will fire us. We're done. In our situation, they'll stay on 1 out of the 3 services because they like our email marketing team. So I'll still retain a third of their retainer for a long ass time after they quit with us on ads. So it makes my business a lot safer. Instead of me losing a 15 grand a month retainer, I'll lose 10 grand out of the 15 because I can keep them on one service. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. AOV, that's number 2. Number 3, acquisition cost per customer, CPA. You guys already know this one, but I'm gonna walk through, I'm gonna change your psychology on it a little bit, okay? Questions here, how many can I acquire and how do I reduce this cost? So, 3 main ways that I feel like you acquire customers as an agency that's probably the fastest. So, quick and cheap, cold email. All of you guys, raise your hand if you do cold email. Hey, a round of applause, I like that. Thank you, Client Ascension team. Social outreach and cold calling, okay? These are the cheapest. They basically cost virtually no money except for maybe like $100 to pull a list, whatever it is. And you can do these all day long. This is how I started my agency as well, okay? What's the problem with quick and cheap? Can anyone guess? What is it? Scale, not the answer. What else? No. Someone else guess. Everyone can do it. Quick and cheap, everyone can do it. You're competing with Johnny in his bedroom at home. You're also competing with corporate companies that make $1 billion a year. You're competing with both sides of the spectrum. Quick and cheap is cool to get started, but it's not cool to scale because it doesn't give you a moat. My man Taylor Welch back there loves his moats. Quick and cheap, no moat. Everyone can do it, okay? Number 2, quick and expensive. This is a little bit harder to get into, right? Because you're gonna fork out money. So you eliminate some of the competition. Paid ads plus a great offer, okay? This is level 2 to acquisition, quick and expensive. The faster you can do quick and expensive, the better off you are. I'd recommend getting some clients in the door through email. As soon as you have them take all that money, figure out paid ads as quickly as possible. Because you can only do so much with the cold email strategies you guys are doing. You can't go and put a closer full time with cold email because you can't fill up 40 hours a week of demos. So you're not gonna get a savage closer because he doesn't have enough demos. So that's why you gotta start getting into paid ads, because paid ads will fill up enough of your calendar on top of the emails to be able to bring in a savage closer and be able to close more people. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Number 3, slow and expensive. The hardest one, the one most of you guys in this room are not doing, which is why you can't compete with me, because I built a slow and expensive brand. Okay, this is organic content on YouTube. This is going out to events. This is everything that is not tangible, from just outreach and paid ads, okay? This is the thing that takes time. This is the thing that takes money. This takes the most effort, and it has the slowest return. But when it starts returning money, you are on your own moat. People can't compete with us. I'm not competing with the same people I was competing with 2 years ago, not to be cocky, but because we have a brand. You know what I mean? Someone's coming to me and they're asking me for a proposal. I can charge 20 grand a month without blinking, and they'll take it. We charge 20K a month plus 30% net profit share for our clients. And there's no negotiating. And I have some of the biggest names, people who would never think to give a percent of their business up. All of them give us a percent of their business because we built brand. If I ran a paid ad with a great offer, they wouldn't come in. If I ran cold email, they wouldn't come in. But because I built brand, they can come in. And that's why we used to charge $950 a month, cold email. Then we started running paid ads. We started charging $2K a month. Then we started building brand. Now we can charge 20 grand a month. Does that make sense? Yes? Cool. Building brand, building referrals is obviously going to reduce your CPA over time, but here's where I want you to shift your mentality a little bit. Is it easier to reduce your cost per acquisition, or is it actually easier to get a customer to just spend more money with you every month? Something to think about. Both is the right answer, but if there's one, it's actually make more from every customer, okay? You already have the customers. You don't have to go find them. You don't have to convince them they're there. So I'll give you an example. If it costs me $1,000 to get a customer and I charge them $2 grand a month, my spread's $1,000, okay? I could reduce my CPA in half, 50%, which is like fucking hard, right? Like I could cut this thing in half and I would still only make $1,500 per customer, okay? Or I could get the customer to give me $1 grand more a month by providing something else, a different service, in the same area that I'm doing. The cost is actually very little for me to do something like this because they're already in my infrastructure, they already have an account manager, they already have all these things that take up so much cost as an agency. And so it's actually easier for me to charge them $300 a month. So at $3,000 a month, if my CPA is still $1,000, if I didn't reduce it, I have a $2,000 spread. This is a much better business than me sitting here and trying to work my way down and always reduce CPA. Now don't get this twisted. You should always be reducing your CPA for new customers. It should be one of the biggest objectives in your business every single day, okay? But I want you to understand that as difficult as that is, it's so much easier to just find a way to get the customer to give you more money. Does that make sense? Give me a yes. Awesome, there you go, still alive, okay. Tip, one of you guys was asking this earlier, when should we do this, when should we start? I kind of went back. I would say like the only time you're clear to go and start another service to the same industry is if you have at least 40 active clients. There's a reason for this. And then less than 10% monthly churn. If your churn is higher than 10% a month, your product is not good enough. Product one still sucks, okay? If product one still sucks, launching product two is a horrible idea. We're just gonna lose more clients. We're gonna have more churn because they're gonna be on 2 services that suck. Does that make sense? Cool. 40 active clients, because at the end of the day, if you're gonna launch a new service, you're gonna need payroll, you're gonna need more people on it, you're gonna need its own little infrastructure inside of your company. Even though the cost may not be that big, you're gonna have your own infrastructure. So if I can get a quarter of my clients at 40 clients to sign up, that's 10 people, that's worth building an infrastructure for. If I only had 10 clients, there's no chance I'm gonna go sell 100% of my clients on this upgraded service that we're gonna charge. But 25% is very reasonable. So I like to be sitting at about 40 active clients so that I have my own ecosystem that I could sell other things to. We on the same page still? Nice. Cool. So again, like I said earlier, if I can acquire one customer and sell them multiple things, then therefore I can afford to put more effort into acquiring a customer. It makes it more worth it to start a YouTube channel. It makes it worth it to shoot ads. It makes it worth to spend money on ads. It makes it worth to build an entire team just for outbound email marketing because I can afford to spend more than everyone else. And so I might as well take advantage of that and spend more than everyone else to acquire a customer. And for me personally, I'm willing to spend, and probably more, but I'd say safe for you guys, if you're in a recurring business model, you should easily be willing to spend 100% of your retainer to acquire a customer. If I charge $5 grand a month, I'm willing to spend $5 grand to get a customer. I don't care. Next month I'm gonna make profit. Month after I'm gonna make profit. Profit, profit, profit. In reality, I'm willing to spend 10 grand a month to get a 5K customer. But I know my numbers. I know my customer value is over 300 days. So on average, a customer is gonna stay with us for over 10 months. So I don't care. I could spend 2 months of cost. I don't care because no one else against me can do that. They're all worrying about how much money they're gonna make this month. I don't care. Does that make sense? Yes? One more time, yes? There we go, nice. Thank you guys. Best part is, I do this all to the same market, right? So like, I do it to e-com clients. I build the whole ladder of all the services. Then I do it for info clients. I build the whole ladder of services. And the reason is, now I'm advertising to the same market. And because I'm not trying to sell services to multiple different people, my AOV goes up per customer. They're all the same type of customer. It allows me to afford more. Now I can send team members to events that I can't go to. I can spend way more money on ads. I can spend way more money on cold outreach because it's all the same demographic. I can take over an entire marketplace rather than spreading myself too thin across the board, okay? And so, so basically that's pretty much it. I'm not diluting myself in other marketing. It's all going to the same exact people. And number 4, talent, okay? Taylor's gonna give you a whole speech about this at the end and go into this a lot more detail. I'm gonna give you some high-level stuff on the talent side for you guys. Based on everything we've talked about, if I can afford more profit, I can afford to pay better people and have less headaches and better service, therefore reducing churn, okay? I want you to write this down. This is the metric that I measure my entire life with as an ROI. Headaches per dollar earned. Write this one down. This will change your life, okay? Not all money is good money. The amount of headaches per dollar that I earn is what I measure. I can make $100,000 a month net from a business. If that shit drives me crazy, I don't want it. I'd rather take a business that gives me $30K a month passively and I don't even worry about it. Okay, headaches per dollar earned is the most important metric of your entire fucking life. Whether you're in agency space, I don't care what else you do, this is the most important metric for you guys, okay? So number 1 rule for me for acquiring talent, and I'll give you guys kind of a caveat to this for you guys. Do not hire based on potential. Hire based on experience. This will change your life, okay? I talked to a lot of you guys yesterday. Number 1, a lot of you guys need to hire in the first place, okay? For those of you guys in the room that are making like 20, 30 grand a month plus, and you don't have an actual solid team, it's time to take your money that you saved up in the piggy bank and go get a savage and put another savage on your team, okay? No NBA team wins a championship with 1 man. They always got 2, 3 people on the roster that are absolute savages, okay? Same's gonna go with the agency space. And so when you're first getting started, you can't afford to hire based on experience. This is the reality of the situation. I understand that. So you need to save in your piggy bank as much money as possible to be able to finally go and afford a killer. And wherever your weakness is at, that's where you're gonna go pay the killer. So if you're a savage salesperson, you need to go get a savage ops person. That doesn't mean you get on an interview, you're like, man, this guy's really organized. He knows ClickUp. Like, this is a savage, man, I can tell. No. You go and you get someone who's like 10 steps ahead of you, okay? If your agency's doing 30 grand a month, you go hire someone who's done it for 250K, for 300K a month, and then you bring him into your business, okay? The reality is the difference between the dude who's done it for 250K a month and the dude who's been in an agency for 50K a month is like a 2 to 3 grand salary per month, okay? And that is the spread of talent that you get for the extra 2 to 3 grand a month, 30K a year extra. So save as much money as you can. This is all I did. All I did was just save money. All my friends were buying nice shit, Lambos, Day-Date watches, the whole 9 yards, $500 t-shirts, $7,000 shoes. They were buying it all. I didn't give a shit. I stored as much money as I could, and now I own the talent pool. There is not a single person who worked for another big company that was fucking elite that I don't go and headhunt and I pay them more every single time. I've gotten senior executives to leave Hyros to come work with me on 1 call because I have the money to do it. They go, oh, I can't be hired. I go and I get people who are running an agency making 75 grand a month, and I go and I hire him the same day because I have the money to do so. I have it in the piggy bank. And so this is why I win. And this is why I don't right now have to be worrying about client stuff, the business is money, because I saved enough in the piggy bank to go get all the savages and put them on my team. And so if there's anything I advise you to do, if you're trying to do this seriously and grow over the next few years, you need savages on your team. You need A players. And the more B and C players you have on your team, the less A players you will retain because they will have to baby the B and C players. And it will drive them insane and you will lose all your A players. So from the get-go, from the top down, you need to stop spending all your money on other shit, put it in the piggy bank, and start going and overpaying a little bit to get those A players to work with you when your company's too small. Are we on the same page? Yes? One more yes? Awesome, thank you guys. Cool, and just like you have a client onboarding process, you need to have an employee onboarding process. A lot of you guys don't have this. I know it. I've talked to a lot of you guys already. Okay, we have an entire week to 2 week training program per role in our entire company. If you come in as a client success manager, you have an entire training period of 1 to 2 weeks of watching videos, of specific meetings, of tasks that you have to do, to get on board with a company. Same with a media buyer, same with an email designer, same with a salesperson. We have an entire onboarding process. You could join, not know anything, and by the end of the 2 weeks, you know everything. But again, I don't hire based on potential, I hire based on experience. So I bring people in with these skill sets that are already good. I'm not gonna go and train someone how to copyright. I'm gonna go get a savage copywriter, and then I'm gonna spend a week training him on how we do it here at our company. But he already has the skill sets to think for themselves. He already has the skill set to bring his own ideas to the table. He has all those things, but I need to give him the box that we play in. You can play anywhere you want as long as it's in this box. Does that make sense? So this is the biggest ROI on your time as a founder right now, I promise you. Because what's happening, I talk to a lot of you guys, you hire someone and then you train them. And you train them in person or over the calls, whatever it is, and you're exchanging your time for training someone that could potentially not be a good fit and leave in a month. But if you just turn this into content, you turn it into a Kajabi course, a Google Drive program, a Google Doc with SOPs, you do that one time, it takes you a couple days, and you never have to train another person in your company. Okay, this is like the most valuable ROI to scale. So many of us are so focused on how do we get more clients, we neglect how do we get more talent. And how do we keep that talent just like we keep the clients? It's a two-sided coin. We gotta get talent and keep them as long as possible, and we gotta get clients and keep them as long as possible. And that's the agency game in like four words right there. You know what I mean? So let's talk about some advanced shit. This is pretty cool. You guys know what mergers and acquisitions are? All right, cool. I'm gonna forward you guys a few years if you don't. So basically, my entire strategy, I don't even know how much I have written here, but contradictory what most people say, I think it's actually faster to build 3 agencies at one time than to build one agency 3 different times back to back, okay? I'll tell you why. I don't have to run any of the agencies that I acquire, and all I do is just go and get them. So I'll give you an example. I was talking about the low ticket guys that I acquired in the Amazon agency I acquired earlier, okay? I tried to sit there and try to figure it out in-house. I was like, okay, how do I don't know shit about Amazon, but I know Amazon's a service that we can sell to everyone. Let me hire an Amazon guy. I went through 3 different Amazon guys in my business that all ran circles around me, pretending they knew what to do. And then I found out that they didn't know what to do and they sucked, whatever reason, they didn't have that responsibility. And then I ended up kicking them out. I wasted an entire year trying to figure out Amazon. Instead, I just went to an agency that was really sick at Amazon, but sucked at running an agency. They couldn't get clients, they couldn't hire people, but the results were exceptional. The dudes knew exactly what to do. They knew how to scale an Amazon store. So I went up to them and I didn't say, hey, I'm gonna buy 100% of your company. I said, hey, listen, I'm gonna take 70% of your company. I'm gonna pay you $0. I'm gonna give you a salary that's more money than you're taking home. So for example, that agency owner was taking home $8K a month. I said, I'll pay you $15K every month. You own 30% of the company still. You make double take home every month. If the company loses money, you still make 15 grand. It doesn't matter. Your take home's secure and it's double what it is now. You're gonna come in as a 30% partner. We're gonna own 70%. Do the hiring, we're gonna do the marketing, we're gonna do everything. You just need to deliver the best Amazon results possible. That's it. And so I did it for Amazon. I went and did it for the low ticket e-com side. And now we just went through a merger with Heeman Group, which is Ash and Shanks. So now we merged into a bigger company. So now we have one big company and a bunch of little agencies under us, but they're all named bad marketing. And from the outside, no one would know the difference. We're all partners. Everyone has a partner title. It doesn't matter. But I have I'm talking 0% of time in any of those agencies. And they make 6 figures a month each. 0 time. And we own 70% of all of them. And so as you guys grow, I want you to think outside the box. A lot of your problems are solved by teaming up with someone else. And most of the time, someone else doesn't actually want to own 100% of something. They just want a certain amount of money that they can take home with a certain amount of headaches. I was talking to someone yesterday here in the group. They have 2 kids. And they were like, I make over 50K a month right now. But like, I think honestly, I really just want to make 20K a month. And I was like, why? He's like, I want to spend time with my kids. And so if you think about that scenario, most people would see, oh, dude, this guy takes home 600K a year plus. Like, no way I can go hire him to work with me. But what if I went to him and I said, hey, dude, I'll pay you 20 grand a month, every single month, guaranteed salary, and you don't have to go find clients. You don't have to do all this shit. You work the hours that there are. You don't have to work off hours. You go spend time with your kids every single day. You go to their tournaments on weekends. You do the things that you want. But I know you're worthy of 50 grand a month plus that you can bring to our company because you've done it for yourself. And so if I put you in your zone of genius, you got to be able to make more money than that for the business. So I'm willing to go pay you a 20 grand a month salary to come be a part of my company. Does that make sense? Okay, I know this is like future stuff for you guys, but I want to kind of expand your mind because I learned this too late in the game. And if I learned this 2 years ago, I would be at 400 employees right now with $5 million a month in revenue. But I just learned this last year. And so my first acquisition happened last March, then it happened last May, then we just went through a merger again like a month ago, okay? And so this is a way to speed up the entire process because one day, whether you like to think so or not, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna say, I wanna sell this thing. This isn't something I actually wanna do for the rest of my life. 10 years is a long ass time, trust me. By the time you get 10 years of doing this, you're gonna be like, bro, I don't care how much money I'm making, look at all these gray hairs, guys. Like, this came from this, you know what I mean? And so you're gonna think about that one day. And so when you're all compiling yourself into one bigger company, you sell for a bigger multiple, you sell for a lot more money. And the cool part is I'm not doing it alone anymore. I have partners in all these companies. We're all friends. We all bring value to the table. The brand is getting bigger because now I have 6, 7 partner heads who are all generating business. It's not all dependent on Eddie Maalouf anymore. I have multiple partners, and all of us bring deals to the table every single month. So on top of the sales team, on top of the ads, on top of the organic content, the outbound, all the stuff that we're doing, I have 6 people just like me who are bringing revenue to the business every single month, which makes my life easier as well, which makes us grow faster. They each deal with the responsibilities, and we grow a lot faster. Does that make sense? I know this is kind of out there, but cool, yes? Okay, cool. Last thing, blah, blah, blah. Was this valuable? Yes? All right, cool. With that being said, Andre gave me permission. I have an event in January. I'm gonna do a soft pitch here for you guys because I think it's the most valuable thing you guys can do. It's called Agency Founders. I bring everyone who does 7 figures a month or more in their agency. You guys can scan this. I made a code for you guys. You don't need to buy it today, but I would scan it and save the link. The code is CA23. You can guess what that stands for. And it'll give you like a couple grand off the ticket price. Ticket prices go up in like 4 days at the end of the month. And there's a split pay option. I'd highly recommend it. Go read into it. I'm not gonna sit here and hard pitch you more than this. But I think it's the best thing that you guys can do for your business. And I spend over $500,000 on this event. Taylor was there at the first one. He saw the level of production at this thing. We rent out like full-on places I'm not even gonna go into it, but I drop bands on this event. With that being said, do we have time for some questions? Yeah, cool. Any questions? Yes, no? I'll start with you. Okay, there you go. You got the mic.
Yeah, what's going on, man? So when you're hiring an A player, how do you put your ego to the side and hire someone that's better than you to do work under you?
How do you put the B players to the side?
No, how do you put your ego to the side?
Oh, I mean, what do you care about, compliments or money?
Right. It was a rhetorical question for the whole group because I feel like the biggest limiting belief for a lot of guys here is like hiring someone that's better than them. Like, I don't want to give away control. And then if they do better than me, it's like, shit, like, am I actually, why do I deserve to be the boss of this guy?
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, if they could do what you do, they would go and start their own business anyways. And the fact that they haven't means they can't do what you do. And I think a lot of people underestimate how hard it is to run a company. So don't be scared to go hire someone better than you for your own ego or whatever the reason is. At the end of the day, it's your company. What's most important is the bottom line of the business. How well does this business do? And if you going and getting A players means your business is gonna make more money, that means you're gonna make more money, and I don't even care. So like, I was in a situation where someone asked me to change my job title to bring in someone else. And I was like, my answer was immediately, I was like, I don't give a fuck what my job title is. It could be janitor. As long as I own this company and the money's coming in, I don't even care. As long as we're doing the best thing for the company, I could be janitor. I don't really care. It's not like I'm losing my equity. I'm just changing my job title. And so like, a lot of times we as CEOs are like, I have to be in charge, I have to make the decisions. Dude, I don't care. I'm hiring someone to come make the decisions so that I don't have to make the decisions. And the more that you grow, the more decisions people are gonna ask for them. And so the better it is to go and get those people early on so that you don't have to sit there and make those decisions for them. Is that what you're looking
Solid.
for?
Yep.
I'm gonna go to Eamon and then right back. Quick jog in here, man. Thanks.
Hey Eddie, so I had a question about mergers and acquisitions. So let's say like the day you started your agency, you already knew everything you know now about mergers and acquisitions. When would you say it makes sense to like start looking at that? For example, is it like 100K a month, 500K a month, or maybe it's not even MRR?
I'd say like over 100K a month for sure. So for example, you and your brother, right? We were talking yesterday. Your brother does copywriting for emails for the people for exactly the same people you work with, right? So let's say you go and get a pool of 30 clients and your brother goes and gets a pool of 30 clients, okay? Different clients. It would make a lot of sense for you guys to merge together to make one business, because what happens is his 30 clients now also become your 30 clients and vice versa. So now you could turn it into 60 clients rather than 30 who are paying you 2 services. You get what I'm saying? Rather than paying one service. So you don't double your company by merging two 50% equally companies. You actually like add another 50% on top of it by doing so. And now you and your brother can cross sell. So like some people might be more bought in by email marketing. And that's how they're gonna come in as a customer. And some of them might be more bought in by YouTube organic, which is what you do. So like now you have two sources of revenue pulling in. So for example, like last month was a slow month for e-commerce acquisition for us, for Shopify. But I ran an Amazon funnel, and that brought in most of the business for the e-commerce side because people wanted Amazon going into Q4. And so because I had a different service that I could sell, whether it's through cold email, whether it's through ads, whatever it is, it gave me an opportunity to go acquire the same customers I wanted with a different bait. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's go to Matt next, and then Max.
Yeah, I got a quick question on talent, because you were talking earlier, you're like, yeah, if you're at like 20, 30K a month, just drop the extra money, get someone who's like a killer, just get them in your business. And in this space, especially, I know it's really common, like hire overseas talent, get a VA, do this and that. What percent, and I guess it varies, but like, for example, my situation, like I'm running a high margin business, like cash flow is really good, but what percent, like how much can you realistically afford to pay for talent per unit? Or like, how much can you afford to invest in talent in an agency type business?
You can't quantify a set number. It's on what their role is and what their ROI is to the business. Like, how much would you pay for me to bring in a top sales guy that could close an extra 50 grand a month for you?
Oh, a lot.
You probably pay 50 grand a month. to
Yeah.
have that guy come in. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Versus like, how much would you pay for like the sickest operations guy in the world? Probably like 10 grand a month max, because like your business can't really make more out of that 10 grand a month based on your size. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, based on the needs that you have, that's how you evaluate what it is. So I look ROI based. I have probably like 20 people in my business who make 200 grand plus a year, and all of them make me probably double to triple that at least every single year, right? So like, but like I can't just go and pay like an account manager 20 grand a month. They don't bring that value. You know what I mean? I can max pay an account manager 8K a month for like the best in the world. You know what I mean? So you can't evaluate it like that based on where you're at. Like, do you think sales is a bigger problem or operations?
I would say like operations, because I know how to source my own deals. Like,
Okay, cool. So like for an ops guy, I'd probably pay like 6 to 8 grand a month, and you get a pretty good one with some pretty good experience based on where you're at, who's probably been in ops for like 150 to 250 grand a month agency. And they should be able to clean up and systemize everything and allow you to just go sell. If you can go focus on selling, your business will quadruple. But you're focused on selling, and then like you're selling the guy, and then you're like putting on a different hat, and then you're like cooking the food. You know what I mean? It's like you're doing all the things at the same time. So you need to remove the one that you're weakest at. And so ops has the lowest upside. You're only playing defense, versus sales has the highest upside. I'd pay way more for a great sales savage or a marketing savage than I would like an ops savage.
Gotcha.
Cool.
Makes sense. Appreciate it.
Yep. Who was the next one? Up back there. Is this the last one?
Yep.
Cool. Hey guys, thank you so much for your participation throughout the speech. I really appreciate you guys saying yes, raising your hand, standing up. It means a lot, especially after lunch. So thanks again.
Appreciate the presentation. Appreciate it. It's been super helpful. My question is specifically talking towards just using contractors in your business, like an agency, because that's super popular, versus like paying up and then buying like full-time people working in your business. And then second part, how do you get people, because it changes, it's different for each industry, but how do you get your employees to actually be passionate about what you're building, and how do you cultivate that to where every single day they're excited to create emails?
Okay, so why are you creating emails?
To make clients more money.
Okay, but there's more to it. What are clients doing with that money?
They're satisfying their customers and their needs and wants.
They also have a team, right, that they're paying?
Yeah.
Okay, who's buying those products that are making money?
Customers, regular people.
Great, what are the products that you're selling? Give me an example.
One of them that I'm selling?
Yeah.
Like phone cases.
Okay, cool. You do e-commerce email?
Correct.
Okay, are your team members not passionate about the brands that you work with or the products that they're selling?
Probably, I mean, decently, but I wouldn't say they're.
Okay, so
they love phone cases.
there's two answers to this question. Number one is your company culture.
Okay.
Okay, do you have core values in your company?
We do.
Are you reading them like every single week to your team?
Nope, not even close.
Bro,
to
my
it.
team is a cult.
Yeah.
A cult. I'm telling you, they read them every meeting. They start their Mondays off with them. They end their Fridays off with them. They embody them in and out of the company. And when we have core values that are that strong and they embody them, it is like, I'm telling you, it's like a cult. Like my team, like every time they do something outside of work, they'll like recite a cult culture. They're like, nobody's bigger than the team. That's why I'm doing this shit. You know what I mean? Like they're all about it. And so like when you have that, when that's strong enough and you pound it enough in their heads that they pound their chest about it, that makes them very, very strong about the brand and about what you guys are doing, number one. Number two, you're not painting a vision far enough that allows them to be excited about where they're going. You think my team was excited, bro, when they left a corporate job with like 1,000 people in a booming company to come work for like 5 of us sitting in an office? Like, you know what I mean? Just to get a lower salary? No.
Yeah.
But they did it because we said, hey, I know we're here, but we're trying to go there. And I need you to understand where we're trying to go. And if you're on this rocket ship from now, you'll be at the top with us when we get there. And so like being able to paint that vision is super important. And then number 3, I guess in this case, the brand side, you need to just start working with better brands. You as a founder need to make a better effort, whether it's charging more money, whether it's going out to events, whether it's finding different strategies to find better brands to work with. When we work with when we used to work with shit brands, I used to lose people all the time on my team because like they're like, oh, I'm so tired with working all these shit products. Like I don't even feel ethical selling these. I know their product is shit, all this stuff.
Yeah.
Now we like the brand doesn't have to have a big name, but if the brand that we're selling has a purpose and like is really doing good shit in the world and delivering good products, my team is like so excited about that. They buy the brand's products, they use them themselves. Like now we sign up people and people like fanboy, like fangirl all over the comments, like in the onboarding channel. Like we'll sign up a client that's like a big bikini brand, and then like everyone, oh my gosh, it's my favorite brand. I have like 100 swimsuits. You know what I mean? And so like now they're not only pounding their chests about our company, they're pounding their chests about our clients. They're like, I work with that brand. Like it's cool when I go through the airport and I see like brands that we sell and I see people wearing that shit. I feel proud every time I see it because I'm like, I sold you that motherfucking shirt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I write those emails.
Yeah. So it gives you like a different sort of pride. So 1 is pride on your company, and 2 is pride on the stuff that they're actually selling. If they're working and selling in an industry they don't want to sell in, if it's a dude selling cosmetic emails, he's obviously going to hate it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So try to be conscious of that, and I think you'll have no problem getting them excited to work.
That was fire. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it so much.
You want to start getting some chairs up here? That was some fire. Who got value from that? I mean, I saw the notepads just turning. Everyone's writing. You gotta send me those notes after. I was running around. But Dylan, you ready? Let's go. What do you got, Dylan, Kishan, Drew? All right, so we're going to keep it moving. Got a couple more things for you guys before Taylor comes and closes it out for us. Next up is essentially what I think is very, very important for a lot of you. I guess the first question that I want to pose to you guys is like, who thinks it's harder to close deals on a sales call from cold email than from inbound from somewhere like Twitter? A lot harder, right? It's a lot more difficult to close deals that come from cold email. And so these guys, Dan, Kishan, Dylan, and who else we got? And where's Drew? Here he is. These guys are the experts, and I'm excited to have them share with you guys how to close more deals through cold outreach. Let's get it.
Damn, this can be tough to follow up. Let's give one more round of applause for Eddie. Holy shit. Ton of value, ton of value. All right, so first off, just to give you guys some background, my name is Dan. I'm one of the co-founders here. You heard all about the story earlier. Second off, we were talking to a lot of you at VIP Day about your sales process. And one of the biggest things that stuck out to me is a ton of you have absolutely no sales process. You have sales calls, you close clients, you close revenue, but you just don't have a sales process. And when you're selling a high ticket service, is this thing on? Yep. Okay, cool. When you're selling a high ticket service and you don't know your close rate, like you should be ashamed of yourself, right? Like a lot of you guys are looking down right now because you just have no idea what your numbers are. We talked to like a couple people. Shout out Max, who knew what his close rate was. Awesome. We'll give a little clap for Max real quick. But absolutely nobody knew their show rate. Nobody knew their off rate. Like first off, know your numbers. Hopefully we can help you guys out because I think that if you guys just paid a little bit more attention and just made the smallest effort to know your numbers, would your close rate triple? Probably not. But even if your close rate increases by 10%, right? Not that much. And you guys get on 20 calls a month. Think about that. If you went from 10% to 20%, and you're charging $2,000, $3,000 a month, and you actually do a good job with your service and you retain clients, that's a ton of money. Now look at that over the course of a year. Because a lot of you guys just think in months, right? Everybody here is just like, how much do you do per month? We'll add 10K in revenue per month. Like everybody's on such a short time horizon. When you think about like that small 5% increase to your close rate over the course of a year, that is tens of thousands of dollars. And for a lot of you guys just starting out, taking home 50K total, 100K, 250, 300K, like wherever you're at, like that just makes a world of difference. So first off, just before we get into this, before we do all this sales talk, like make sure you're going home and you're just more conscious about what your numbers are, what your sales process is, so we can at least establish a baseline, because so many of you just have absolutely no idea that it's very tough to improve because you just can't even pinpoint where you're at exactly in the process. That said, we're up here with the guys. Dylan Rich, who is an absolute stud. I mean, you can look at the guy. He's closed a lot of deals himself. He comes from a corporate background. He sold everything from cars to film software for football. He's sold everything basically. And he's also placed over 100 reps into different companies. We have Kishan, who is, don't be fooled by the teddy bear aesthetic that you get looking at him. This guy is an absolute savage on the phone and very, very good at getting people to pay them even though when money is tight. Like they find the money when they're talking to Kishan, right? Great at open wall, great at all that stuff. And then Drew, who is much more experienced than all of us when it comes to higher level enterprise sales. Helps out teams and it really just understands the more complex sales processes where somebody has to champion a product or service throughout a company and there's multi levels to actually making a decision there. So I kind of want to run this almost like a sales call. We'll start with discovery, right? Because a lot of you guys have a discovery process where it's these set lists of questions. You get absolutely no information, right? You're kind of just asking the questions to go through the exercise. Like I set the agenda, then I ask my questions, and a lot of you guys don't even know what answer you're looking for in the question. So like you're talking to the CTO of HubSpot. It's like, yeah, I'm a CTO of HubSpot when you ask about like where his position is in the company. You go, how's that? What are you looking to get out of that question? Like there's absolutely nothing going on there, right? So first off, be like very intentional with the questions you're asking. Know what specific outcome you're looking for. Then the second thing is a lot of people just keep running into the same objections over and over and over again. Partner objections, finance objections, timing objections. And the reality is if you were to just write out these most common objections that you get, because they can all be categorized into like 2 or 3 different things. They're not like ultra complex every time when you really boil it down. If you were to just be cognizant of the fact that you can move those objections way further up in the call, right? To just ask them, hey, is there anybody else that needs to be on here in terms of the decision-making process? Nope. Okay, so now when they bring up a partner that doesn't exist at the end of the call, you can call them out on that, right? Or when you're talking about timing, like when do they actually want to get started on this thing, and you're asking about how long they've been struggling with lead gen, and they say, you know, I've been struggling for 6 months. You're like, oh, shit. That's, I'd imagine, you know, you don't just hop on sales calls. Like you're looking to make a change to that? Yeah, of course. Okay, so like if we could be that change that you're looking for, that would allow you to get started now? And of course they're going to say yes, right? But they're going to get a commitment from timing. So also like be cognizant of the fact that you can move the objections way further up in the call, right? A lot of you guys just, oh, I need to run to another call. Why aren't you asking them at the start of the call if they have a hard out at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or whenever this call is scheduled to end, right? So that's like 2 things that I want to add. I'm going to get these guys' take on discovery and just how you can optimize that process, because so many people are just hopping on the call and they're just chatting shit, right? And like when I do the call review, I'm like, is this a sales call? It sounds like you guys are just kind of like networking, just like meeting each other. Like there's nothing nothing going on here exactly. But yeah, I want each of you guys to start off with just thoughts on discovery in particular, and how somebody who doesn't really have a sales process, they're kind of just jumping on and talking the prospects. Where can they start and actually improve?
I think a good point that he said was like probing deeper into the pain. So analogy that I use with my students is it's a paper cut or a stab wound, right? If you're identifying pain, a small pain is a paper cut, right? You get a Band-Aid, you fix that at home, you don't need help, right? You got to open that pain big enough to be a stab wound. A stab wound, you go to the ER, you go see a doctor, you go find a solution. So if you aren't making that pain point seem like a stab wound in themselves or in their business, they're not going to require somebody to solve that problem for them. They believe that they can just solve it on their own. They've been going fine with or without you. So it's your job as a business owner, as a salesperson, to really probe deeper and turn the paper cuts into those stab wounds, which will require you as the person to fix that stab wound. So always probe deeper, and if you ask a question and a prospect seems excited or giddy to talk about that, or you can see there's real pain, a lot of people mess up and they're like, oh, great, sweet, let me go over here and ask a totally, completely random, different discovery question. Like, no, like stay on that. If they're willing to speak about it, the sales call should really be 70-30. The prospect speaking, 30% you. Your job is to essentially listen, diagnose, and ask deeper level tertiary questions.
Yeah, I'm thinking about whenever in corporate, someone wouldn't close a deal, I'd go back and listen to their call and just be like, where's your pain dive, right? Or you did an inadequate pain dive. And it's so funny when you have done a lot of sales calls and you start closing deals, especially a lot of you are doing like real numbers, you'll get on a sales call and you'll be like, oh, I know this guy. I've met this archetype before. I can just shortcut my sales process. I'm just gonna get to the end. I'm just gonna say, oh, you have XYZ problem and this is how we solve it. And I would even do that as a salesperson. And every time I got on my high horse and I thought, I know I can just skip to the end, and I lost the deal, I'd get so mad at myself, because you're never so good as a salesperson that you can never not do the basics in sales.
Yeah, 100%. And he says stab wound figuratively, but the biggest difference that I noticed with like a good closer and a bad closer when it comes to discovery is they should feel like they just got stabbed a little bit. Like, I watch a lot of sales calls and it's like so happy-go-lucky, and I'm like, damn, they're having a great time. Like, I wish I could be on this call and just kind of like hang out. Like, this seems like a fun group here. Whereas like a good closer, by the time they're moving on from just like finding that pain and really, really pressing on it, like the other person kind of feels sick in their stomach a little bit. Like, they feel like they just got stabbed. They're like, oh man, like I've been getting 3 calls a month for 2 years straight. What am I doing? I've been reaching out to 10 people a month, just like DMing them, and I think that's okay. Like, they should feel like, oh my goodness, like I fucked up big time. Like, I need to change immediately. Like Andre mentioned the fact that closing deals through cold email can be hard. I remember I hopped back on Calendar to just help these guys out, get up to full speed with cold email closing with our team, and I closed like 1 out of the first 5, and then like 1 out of the next 3, and then the last 4 I closed 3 of them. Because I started to realize, like, okay, I just really wasn't digging deep enough. Like, the pitch was all the same, everything was all the same. But, like, by the time I moved on to the pitch, those guys, the last 4, all 4 of them, 1 didn't close, but the last 4, they felt like shit about themselves heading into the pitch, which is okay, right? They're there because they need help. It all comes from a place of service. You don't have to be, like, a hard closer type or an aggressive person or, like, the most confrontational person in the world. You're literally there just to help them and make them realize that they need help, because they're not going to hop on 50 sales calls, because they don't need help. A lot of people just have egos, so it's very tough for them to admit how badly they do need it.
I was going to also say picking off where Dan left off, but not being confrontational, but you got to have a mix of it. Like, if you're getting answers, like when you ask them, like, they ask, like, oh, how much you want to be making per month? Oh, the sky's the limit. And you're like, oh, yeah, cool, man. Like, that's great. Or, like, does anyone else need to be on this call? No, it should be fine. Like, the language that they're using will bite you in the ass if you don't pick up on it. So, like, sales, like what I've learned is that you're paid to ask uncomfortable questions, and if you're not comfortable in your own process and you're studying over your words and you don't know where you're going and like they just gave you the answer and you ask the question over again, they can tell that you're not certain in their process, and that's why you're getting a lot of stupid objections at the end. Instead of like if they felt that you were 100% confident in your process, that like you could get a lot of deals across the line that you just wouldn't if you actually understood what you were looking for specifically.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, like, it's not what you say on a sales call, it is how you say it. It's not the words. So there's not going to be one sales script that's going to bring you to 100K a month. It's your confidence and conviction in the words that you're saying and the way in which you're delivering those words to the prospect that gives and instills your confidence and their confidence within you. So if you're on your second, third offer, you're like, I don't know if I can close this guy or I can give this guy results, like, don't bring that to the sales call. Like, you need to have the utmost, like, irrational confidence about how good you are, and you are the absolute best person and the only person that they need to pay to see the result that they need. Like, that's the energy, the mentality you need to show up on every fucking sales call. I don't care if you have 6 back-to-backs in a row, like, drink a Celsius, do whatever you need to do. Like, every sales call, you need to have that confidence and conviction.
Yeah, and I actually want to stay right there for a second, because you did bring up a good point, right? I said you don't have to be the most confrontational person ever, but you do need to be comfortable with being confrontational. That is super, super important. So if you're a person, and it's good to know yourself, that's just completely afraid of confrontation in all aspects of your life, really work on that, like in all aspects of your life, because it's going to help you out in sales. Because one thing that you'll notice, especially when you're trying to close a prospect and have them fork over 5, 10, 15K to you, whatever it may be, people just start to get weird. Like they start to use words that like nobody else would use. For instance, like, Eamon, are you enjoying this event so far? Yeah. Yep, yes, right? It's just a clear answer. That's how regular people communicate. So if you ask somebody if they're ready to move forward, and they're like, yeah, I think I'm most likely interested. Like, what? That's not how people talk, right? If I ask you, like, hey, do you want to go grab a cheeseburger over there? And he's like, yeah, I think I'm most likely interested in grabbing a cheeseburger with you. I'm like, okay, bro, just say you don't want a cheeseburger. We can go somewhere else. That's fine, right? But you should use that same energy of like what I just said to that person in this scenario on your sales call. Like, well, you don't sound super sure, dude. Like, what's on your mind? Like, just being able to have those conversations, especially when you're a younger guy, because this is something that I struggled with a lot. We've got a lot of young agency owners in here, right? So it's easy to have imposter syndrome when I'm a 18, 19, 20-year-old kid. Like, I really started getting into high-ticket sales when I was 20 years old. And my background was in cold calling, so that helped, right? Get over it quite quickly. But you can see an older business person that's way more established than you on the other end of the phone and just be like, I probably shouldn't say anything. He probably knows better than me. Bullshit. He absolutely doesn't, right? He just like everybody else that signs up for a sales call, whether they're 18 or 40, the only reason they're there is because they need help. So if they're giving you like weird answers when you're asking them to move forward, or if you're asking them if they understand something, like, you need to be comfortable calling that out. And if they don't give you a clear answer when you ask again, you need to be comfortable asking them again. Be like, hey, you're not making that much sense, right? I'm not trying to be a dickhead. You can use humor, you can use analogies, you can use a lot of different things in there. But start getting just in all areas of your life more confrontational, right? I don't want you to go out and punch somebody, Alex. Don't walk out on the street and hit the first person you see. But it's definitely a good thing to work on, especially if you're somebody who just doesn't identify as like a quote-unquote closer.
And I don't want it to come off like, it was like, and I remember when I first got into sales, I thought in my head like, oh, like this person might think I'm like sleazy, or they're like, I'm in it for the money. If you're genuinely confident, and obviously all you guys are like agency owners, so like it's your product, it's your service. If you're confident that you can 100% help this person out, like, you should have no problem as long as they get a clear, like, you get a clear, like, do you feel like with everything that I covered, this actually can allow you to make the money you want to and live the life you want to for your family? Obviously, it's some depending on where they are in monthly revenue or whatever. But if you're getting a clear yes of like, this is going to 100% help me get to the outcome I want to be, you have if anything, you're kind of an asshole for not holding them to the standard that they want to be held to, because they've let their own insecurities and their own thought process hold them back for so long. It's like having like a conversation with like an overweight friend that, like, if he doesn't go and make a change in his life, he might die when he's like 30 years old. You're an asshole for not having that conversation, in my opinion, because that's a person you love. Obviously, you don't know the person on the other side of the screen that as much as you do a friend, but you're doing them a disservice by not even having the, I guess, the capability of having that uncomfortable conversation.
Okay. So, how are we doing on the time, by the way? Okay, perfect. We got a lot of time here, guys. Okay, cool. So another thing that I've been noticing on sales calls is you're just letting people off the call with absolutely no clarity as to what's going to happen next. And you're just accepting smoke screens. Like, how many of you guys have gotten to the end of the call, you think it goes pretty well, and they're like, hey, just send me over a proposal? You? Okay, a lot of you guys. What's your next question after that, Matt? No, don't do that. Don't do that. A better question would be, okay, I mean, yeah, I can send you a proposal. What would you be looking for in that proposal? Right? Actually figure out, like, what do they look for? Like, do you mean an agreement or a proposal? Those are two very different things. Okay. And, like, we have a pretty standard agreement. You know, if you have a large legal team, maybe they'll rip it up, but nobody really ever has. It kind of just summarizes what we talked about so far. Is there anything, like, specifically that you're looking to see in writing? 9 times out of 10, they're just going to have no idea what to say next, right? Because they're not looking for a proposal. They're just looking to get off the call, right? And a lot of you guys do a really good job. You know, the ones that do have a decent discovery process in the first, like, 95% of the call. But you'll get to, like, minute 32 of a sales call that was only scheduled to go 30 minutes, and you're kind of tired, right? You've been pitching them for a while, and they're kind of tired because they've been hearing your bullshit for 32 minutes now. And it's just like this thing where if you were to just spend another 5 minutes and really just lock in and not accept, you know, the partner that they just made up being the stopping point for them moving forward, or not accepting the fact that they need to read the agreement 5 or 6 times and it's going to take them 3 weeks because they're going on vacation next week. If you were to just lock in for the next 5 minutes, that right there, just not letting people off the phone, is going to increase your close rate by at least 5% for most of you, right? And it's also going to help you get the most out of the previous 32 minutes that you just spent. So stop looking at it as like an uncomfortable 5-minute hurdle and start looking at it as a way to get the most out of the 32 minutes that you just invested beforehand. But it really just takes discipline. It's something where, like I said, a lot of you guys just aren't that confrontational, which is not a problem, but it's something you definitely want to identify and see, like, okay, at the end of calls, am I really going 100%, or am I kind of just accepting what they give me and just hoping that they close, right?
Yeah, I just want to go in on this a little bit. Everything in a sales call is knowable and predictable. Like, once you've taken enough sales calls, like if you were to get stuck in a time loop, let's say, and you were just doing 8 sales calls a day for like 2 years, do you think you would have completely exhausted the possibility space of everything they can say and everything you can say on the call? Yes? Yes. Okay. So after, like, reviewing hundreds and thousands of sales calls in corporate, for example, like with the highest volume sales I ever did, I got to a point where I could predict exactly what was going to happen next in the sales call. Like, what is the customer going to say at this point? What is the rep going to say? Like, that is possible. Now, none of us probably have that velocity of sales calls, and we're probably not going to get at that velocity. But if you just sit down and think through the process, like all these agencies in here, collectively, the space of what can happen on the call is exhaustible. So if you just sit down and think through, what are all the objections I could possibly get on my offer? What are all the stalls or all of the obstacles that could come up on this call? And you just script out and write out, how am I going to deal with this? And then you bake that into your entire sales process from beginning to end. You can create a sales process that's probably 2 to 5 times better than what you have now.
Yeah, there's a thing called Parkinson's law. So Parkinson's law state that the time container in which you give something to fill, it will take that entire time. So if you are doing like a 2-call sales process, it's going to take 2 calls. If it's a 3-call sales process, it's going to take 3 calls. So shorten your sales cycle mentally, and like, I can close this person in 30 minutes compared to, oh, I'm going to need to do an audit and then do a 2nd call and then get a stakeholder and do this. So use Parkinson's law to your advantage in sales, because it's really your mentality. If you're planning and you're giving yourself the container of 30 minutes to close this deal, and like I said, not letting them off the hook just because of time, like, use that to your advantage.
Another thing that I think a lot of people could work on here is you're selling some sort of growth service, but it's through a specific channel, right? It's through YouTube, it's through cold email, it's through TikTok. It could be through a number of different things. It could be through organic content. Is you're moving on to the pitch without first validating that they believe that that channel can work for them. So it's pretty easy to get people on the phone for a cold email offer, right? Because you're pitching lead generation as a service. Everybody wants more calls on calendar. Everybody wants more clients. But a large percentage of people don't believe that cold email actually works. I know, crazy, right? That's unbelievable. So if you're just moving on, you're just doing like discovery questions, and like even if you draw up pain, right, and like, shit, I definitely need more leads. Even if you do everything correctly, right, you kind of lock in the fact that there's no other decision makers, timeline-wise, they want to improve their situation immediately, and you move on to the pitch, you may be dead in the water because you didn't first check to make sure that they believe that cold email could work for them, right? Because if you were to just stop there and instill that core belief, then what you're pitching them is actually relevant. It's just a matter of thinking if they actually believe that your way of doing cold email will work for them. It's not, does cold email work on like a meta level? That's almost impossible. Like we were talking to Lori yesterday about his process, and he mentioned that like a lot of people are just like, it's a big idea, so it's kind of hard for them to see like what exactly they're getting out of it right away, even if they probably do have some pain points. And I asked him, like, okay, what do you do when somebody says, like, I need to think about it, or I need to know more about this thing? And he was mentioning that he would send them over a book. I was like, dude, you can't send over a book. Like, that is awful. But I understand why he said that in the first place, right? Is because he wants them to be on, like, the same page as them, right? Because he doesn't want to sell somebody something that they don't fully understand. So it's coming from a good place. It's coming from a place of service. And what I was saying is what he needs to do is basically like summarize that book, use ChatGPT, use whatever, into like the core principles that he's trying to convey onto them in the first place, put it over and make sure they read that before the call, right? Make sure they understand all of these core principles just so like they believe this thing can work. So like what we do a lot of times, we do this for even ListKit now, just because ListKit is best used for people who are doing high volume cold email. We just send them like cold email propaganda before the demo, right? We just need them to understand that like high volume cold email can work, because if they don't, then it's tough for us to sell them a lot of credits on the phone, right? And then also like in discovery, if you're just asking a question, are they already doing cold email? Why not? I don't think it works. That's a stopping point, right? You need to be on the same page about that core belief and like what you're doing, that it can work, before going to pitch how exactly you execute that. Does that make sense, or am I kind of just spinning off the stage at this point? Okay, cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, to kind of get off of that too, like there needs to be a lot of stuff before the call. Like if you guys are just getting on cold email and this guy is like, all right, yeah, just tell me like what you guys do. They don't even know that you do anything about your service or anything like that. Think about the probability that you're gonna close them on the call. Not very good, right? So you need to be doing everything in your power to make sure that before they get on that call, they understand your service. Like if I was a basketball coach and this random kid came up to me, I'm not gonna sit here and like explain to him what basketball is and like convince him to play basketball and everything like that. He needs to come on to like the team or whatever, the coach, and be like, I want to play basketball, but I need to figure out why it's going to be with you. Like that's how you're like, if you're getting 10 different objections at the end of a sales calls, even though there's only like 3 real objections and then 2 smoke screens, that probably means that you're not doing enough on the beginning and in discovery to actually make sure that they need your service or they're even interested in your service, and they just hop on sales calls to hop on sales calls, which unfortunately some people do. But
some people are just lonely. Like you're just talking to a guy in a sales call, and he's like, I just want somebody to talk to. Like, all right, Jimmy, tell me your problems.
Yeah, and like there's probably nothing worse as a business owner than booking calls just to book calls.
It's a dopamine hit.
Like just because you booked a bunch of calls doesn't mean anything in your business. Like if they're not qualified, because the worst thing that you could do is book and fill your calendar and waste time away from your business to speak with people who are never going to give you money. Plus it's going to make you burnt out of like, oh, I booked like 30 calls this month, I only closed 1 client, I think I'm doing everything wrong. when you're not doing anything inherently wrong, you're just not qualifying people and you're not keeping your calendar space sacred. So if you are getting on a lot of calls and like, oh, my close rate's only 5%, but it's like, all right, what's your close rate on qualified calls? Out of those calls, how many are qualified? How many calls are you making an offer? Of those offers, how many are getting proposals? Like, you need to dig deeper and get more granularity, not just, oh, I'm booking X number of calls and making X number of money. There is so many micro variables between call booked and cash collected that you guys need to be focused on, because you might be doing the correct things, just not correct enough.
Awesome. Another thing that I think is a super, super powerful tool in sales especially is just empathy. Because like if you're getting towards the end of the call and the person's like very visibly uncomfortable, like nobody likes to just be like steamrolled into buying a service, right? It's just kind of like a shitty feeling. Nobody wants to go through that. I remember I was watching one of my closers calls this past week, and the guy at the end of the call was like, hey man, like you guys seem like you do really good stuff, but I just met you. Like I need to do some more research on my own. And I need to kind of like just fully understand. Like I'm not going to give you X amount of money right now. I just met you. That was his whole thing, right? So the closer lets him off the call. Terrible decision, by the way. And the reason why is because if he was just to deploy empathy and be like, listen, man, I get it. It probably, it's probably all feels like it's moving pretty fast. You clicked on one of our YouTube ads. Now you're on the call. You're talking to this funny looking guy and he's asking you for a few grand, right? It seems like, it's probably something that, is just all moving too fast. You want to take a beat. Is that fair to say? They're like, yeah, right? And you can make fun of yourself. They'll chuckle a little bit. Big, listen, I get it. There's a lot of bad people in this space, right? Like if you don't, it's like a victim hotline. Like if you haven't been burned by somebody selling lead generation services, you probably know somebody who has. Like everybody's had a bad experience with a ton of these different services, right? So you empathize with that fact, right? Then it's basically just saying like, you remind me of blank client, right? That went through like a similar transition. Like he wasn't seeing any results with cold email himself beforehand, or he was stuck on like this similar block to you. That said, like I can say all of these things, but you just met me, right? So my words can only mean so much to you. But that's why we have it in writing that we will guarantee you 30 calls booked. And if you do not get that in 90 days, we will work with you until you do, right? So you're bridging that gap and basically saying like, I get it, a lot of bad people in the space, a lot of people have had bad experiences. You remind me of this person who went through this similar transition. He was very similar to you on the sales call. Right, so you're basically just kind of saying, in one way or another, like, hey, if he could do it, why can't you? But you're saying we also, understand all of that is like good and well. You can only believe what I say so much. But that's why we have in writing, use that terminology. We heard it a few weeks ago at the cigar bar. I started using it on sales calls. It works phenomenally well when you're talking about your guarantee. Just saying it's in writing automatically becomes more trustworthy. I don't know why. Like a lot of people, I guess, just offer guarantees without putting it in their contract, which is dumb. But once you say that, and you say, so for people like yourself, it doesn't have to be this big leap of faith when you just met this person 2 days ago. Everything's spelled out in plain English. So if, everything checks out and you think this could work for your business, like you said, you think it could, it just seems like the natural next step forward, right? And I'll literally say that to them so they can kind of like see themselves like being a little bit nervous on the sales call. They're like jumping from like one little mountain to the other, if you can picture that, to just taking the natural next step forward, because it makes sense. We have a guarantee. It's all in writing, right? But it starts with that empathy, because if you were just kind of like hard closer the whole time, this guy was this good, now he's doing this now, like you're being a bitch. It's a self-limiting belief. Like nobody's gonna buy from that. So like talk about empathy, I guess, and like different ways that you can deploy that in your sales process, because I think it's nobody likes kind of like the snake oil salesman who's just kind of like nothing but like one-liners, right?
Yeah, and I've been a car salesman, so trust me on that. But I mean,
what were you selling?
Mazdas.
Zoom.
20 units a month. But I mean, kind of like empathy, but really just understanding the person that you're selling to, right? Because sales is just two human beings having a conversation, right? B2B, B2C, whatever it is, it's just two people having a conversation. So truly understanding that person and the reason for which they would want to purchase what you do, because as agency owners, as business owners, that's all we think about. We eat, sleep, and breathe our offer, what we do, right? We know so much about it, and we kind of forget that these people don't know as much as you do. So like empathizing with their understanding of what you do and coming to a common ground on why they want to work with you. Maybe it's something totally random, right? If they've been burnt by somebody, maybe they just want to have a human connection and like the person they're working with. They don't care about your guarantee or your big offer. So like getting down to the exact reason for their buying decision is going to help you sell to that person, not to a persona, because each sales call is unique, right? Each person has a different sets of needs and wants inside of their business and personally. Like, who was saying that? Eddie, with like working with your family. Maybe that's the person's goal. It's not to generate an extra $20K per month. They just want to offload what it is that you do so they can spend more time with their family. Like, that's where discovery comes in, and empathizing with the person is not assuming that they want your guarantee or they even care about it, and it's understanding them as a person and a business and what they truly care about.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think we all could do a lot for our businesses by listening like a lawyer on the call, like listening more deeply. And you'll experience this if you go back and listen to your recorded calls. I guarantee you're going to pick up like twice as much minimum if you're just really sitting. Obviously, it's not synchronous, so you have the ability to just sit back and observe. But you can train yourself to observe more on the call and listen, because people will tell you their story in a very high-level, vague, lacking in detail way on the call. They'll say, oh yeah, the business went through some challenges and then blah, 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 and then on to their next point. But there's a universe of story when they said the business went through some challenges. And when you train your ear to that, you'll be like, wait, hold on, you mentioned some challenges. What was that about? And then there could be this huge story about how their partner stole from them, and then like, the knife wound, right? And they're like, almost their wife left them because of that, whatever. And you want to know that background, because that's going to give you probably everything you need to know to understand what they really want out of you and your service, as opposed to just like, yeah, business has challenges. We all have challenges. I've had some challenges too. Anyway, next question on my discovery list is, right? So listen, train yourself to listen. It's a crucial skill.
Yeah, and it's like when you get to the end of a sales call, the person's in like a fight or flight type of mode. Like they're like really scared. Like maybe they've never invested this much money into something, and like having like if you're like very robotic and you're like talking like a robot, but like when you're like talking like this and you're like talking at their heart when they're about to make a huge decision that they've never done before, like you have to be able to be versatile with your tonality and like how you speak, and it's just like a human nature. Like if someone's going through something tough or he's about to make a tough decision, you would talk to him like this rather than screaming at him. You don't need to be screaming at anyone on sales calls, but it's all about like being a normal human being on a sales call instead of just being like just having a process. Like yes, processes help, but it's about having a human interaction at the end of the day.
Dope. Last thing, I want to help people close deals like this week. How many of you guys are selling B2B? Like show of hands. Okay, so basically all of you, right? And one of the things I've noticed, a lot of people see kind of like a dip or like a slowdown towards the end of the year just because a lot of people are out of office, right? It seems a little bit seasonal. Should absolutely not be the case. You should be closing people consistently through November and December. In fact, it should be a good month in terms of close rate. It should be better than the previous months, and Q1 is always great because people are like, oh, new year, new me, and they're ready to make decisions and buy shit. But in Q4, make sure you're not accepting, let's get started in Q1, or let's pick this up after the holidays. Your next question, if they say that, okay, cool, like, you know, we've been talking about booking you guys more calls. Are you looking to book more calls in Q1? They'll always say yes. Perfect. You got them right there. They're basically closed. Now, the rest of it is essentially just like, okay, so just so you know, cold email takes time, right? Or Klaviyo email marketing takes time, or whatever it takes time. This goes back to what Eddie was saying in his keynote about not overselling people. Like, explain to them what the timeline looks like, right? And basically just say, like, yeah, so if you want to get started in Q1, I don't think that's generally the best idea just because you're not going to be up to full speed until about 60 days later. So everybody has a tendency to want to start at Q1. So if you want to be at the start line with the guy who's shooting the gun up in the air and just running with everybody else, you could do that. But if you want to be seeing calls booked in Q1, it'd probably be a lot smarter to get started before everybody else. So by the time they take off from the start line, you're already 100 yards ahead, right? So if you want to see those results in Q1, would it make sense to pull that expense into Q4? And not only have I got a lot of people to close with that because they're like, yeah, okay, then you just play the tax write-off angle, and just, once again, you're setting good expectations from day one on how long this thing takes in terms of getting results. I've also closed a lot of people where we're doing like $2,000 a month service or like 2,500. I think we were doing 2,500 at the time. And I would just collect like 3 months revenue up front and just discount it by like 10% for them paying us that. Because they admitted already that they want to see results. They don't want to go through the warm-up process in Q1. And they mentioned also that they're perfectly fine sticking with this for at least 4 months because the expectation that I set, this is about cold email specifically. So I'd say, okay, all that held true. Like, you pay us $12,000 now, we'll have everything set up. Campaigns will be launching. We'll keep the volume super low because there's going to be a lot of people out of office. But because everything's warmed up, because everything's ready to go, we're going to be able to turn it up to a 10 right at the start of Q1. And you mentioned you're ready to lock in for the next 3 months. Great. Like, let's just get those payments out of the way now. We'll take off 10% off the top, right? Which is a huge upfront payment for us, which is nice.
And I wanted to say one last thing, like for everyone here, like show of hands, who's like working to get to 10K a month? 20K, 30. All right. You guys gotta, so sales is about mindset, right? At the end of the day, and like think of it like a thermostat. We were at Myron Golden on Thursday, and he was talking about your thermostat in regards to your wealth, right? In business, like if you're looking for 10K or 20K or 30K, like why not just set the thermostat at 50K if you're at 8K a month? What if you get to 30? That's like a 3x increase of your goal of 10K a month. So like you guys are all capable of making a bunch of money and being really successful, and like just shoot higher. And if you miss your big, lofty, uncomfortable goal that you say out loud, you're probably gonna way over exceed the goal that you have today. So like shoot way higher and expect more from yourself and your team and your business and your clients. Because if you shoot high and you miss it, you're gonna be over exceeding the goal that you all have in your head right now. So.
Awesome. We're going to wrap it there. Hopefully that was valuable. You guys get some value out of that? Cool. Appreciate y'all.
Who's up next? No, we got another panel.
Your team?
Yep. All right, don't go too far. Got to keep this thing moving. So, Elias, are we using these mics up here? Same ones? All right, so we got one more panel for y'all, and then we got our headline keynote by Taylor Welch, which I know we're all excited for. So we're going to rip through this last panel for you. And this one's super special to me because it's going to be a lot of storytelling. Right? You've heard a lot of tactical information on, how to close more deals through cold outreach or different tips and tricks you can use to scale your agency's revenue. But for me, it always goes back to team. And I think the biggest competitive advantage that we have here at Client Ascension, again, is partners, right? And same with ListKit. You're going to hear from my business partner and our CTO, Oliver, and how we're working together and building a great product and team over there. And so a lot of you guys all throughout this week and even before the event asked me questions on like, should I partner up with someone in business, or how do I find a partner in business? And so we're going to answer all those questions as best we can today with an amazing panel featuring Oliver, co-founder of ListKit, Joey Joheim. Good stuff. Let's do it. Joey Joheim, co-founder of Default Kings. Get up here. And Presley Milton, co-founder of The Clip Curator. Get up here, bro. Let's go. Let's do this thing. Yeah. Yes. /yes. All right, boys. Let's go. Oh. You want to get him mic'd up? We got another mic. All right, so we're just going to go right into Q&A. Again, a lot of storytelling because partnerships, I mean, there is some mechanism behind finding like a business partner that suits you, but a lot of it is just happen chance. So first question for y'all, I mean, introduce yourselves, number one, and then just go into why you believe people should partner up in business, starting with Presley.
Thanks, Andre. My name is Presley Milton, if you don't know me already. I run a YouTube/content agency with Cam, who is graciously filming the event today. And I think you should partner up in short because you can find someone with complementary skill sets that does the things that you hate every day so you can do the things that you love and just work off each other's strengths.
My name is Joe Joheim. I'm the co-owner of DefaultKings.com. We're an online men's fitness coaching company. And for me, I think the biggest thing behind the partnerships is something we talked about earlier. Obviously, complementary skill sets is a big thing, but also pressure. We were talking a lot about how you can put pressure on yourself, of course, you always should, but it's a big difference when you have one or two or three other people breathing down your neck as well. And it's a good kind of pressure. So that's my short answer.
I'm Oliver Schmalholz. I turn data into profits at ListKit, and yeah, partnering is a great way to go for the moonshots that have a success, chance of success.
Super genius is who you are. And so I want to go again into the story of how did you guys find your business partner? And I'm selfishly super excited to hear Presley's answer as well as Oliver's because it has a lot to do with these events. So Presley, let's get it started.
Yeah, so to give you some context, around a year ago, I came to the same event. It was at a different venue, obviously, but same event last year. And at the time, I was freelancing. I had a few clients doing different stuff between social media, video editing, copywriting, just doing a bunch of stuff for myself. And I was like, you know what? We'll give it a shot. We'll meet some people, be social for once. And I had no intention of coming into the event looking for a business partner or, trying to network or anything like that. I was just like, oh, this is gonna be a cool time. I know some of these people online. And, randomly just started having some conversations with people at the Cigar Lounge after the event. I talked to Cam a few times before, and I just thought to go over to him in this little corner of the Cigar Lounge at the end of the night. All of a sudden, we were chatting it up. 2 hours later, everyone's heading off to the club. At the time, I was freelancing, so I was literally doing all the fulfillment myself. Still had to edit videos that night, and Cam was trying to beat Scott in a race to get the event recap out first. So he was like, I'm not going out, I'm trying to finish this video. So we both post up at the hotel. We're just working at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm editing some short form videos. Cam is working on the recap. And we just kind of look at each other we kind of have the same attitude towards things. We're both posted up, doing some work. We're both in the video. And it didn't occur to us till 2 weeks later that it would just make sense to partner up. We hung out in Miami for a few days after. He was helping me build out some systems and stuff like that. 2 weeks later, he calls me up. He's like, yo, let's run it up. I have the videography. You have the editing, social media, copy angle. Let's do this. And I'm like, yeah, sounds good. Left school a week later, and then here we are. That's a short version, but yeah, I'll let Joey go next.
Fellow dropout. Is Alex back there? Alex Hayden? Yeah, there's a 0% chance I'd be on this stage if it wasn't for Mr. Alex Hayden, which is awesome because he was talking about personal brands earlier, and that's really how I met my business partners. So I was playing college soccer about 3 years ago, and there's a guy on my team who happened to go to high school with Alex. So my buddy tells me, I know this guy that owns this thing called Closify, and he makes 15 grand a month online with Closify. I was like, how do you do that? Because at the time I'm doing in-person personal training, but you're not making 15 grand a month doing that. You're not. And so for me, that opened my eyes to the world of just the online money space. Right, that led me to go to Money Twitter, and Alex quickly pushed me to these guys named Jack Bly and Gabe Pluguez, who at the time I did not know. But after a few months of interacting with them, I actually ended up hiring Jack to mentor me. And he was my first business mentor, taught me how to literally just make my first dollar on the internet. And then after a few months of that, they actually asked me to come in as an affiliate. A few months of that, they asked me to come in as an equity partner. And then I continued to scale up in that business. So I met my business partners all through this space, through Money Twitter as we know it. And that's how I ended up meeting my partners. And now it's just me and Gabe Pluguez running DefaultKings.com.
I had a client that I was selling data to in the fintech space, and I saw them, performing very poorly on their response rates. So I did a little research, and I found cold email mastery when it was on Gumroad, I think for $79 or something. So that got me
Inflation.
on Daniel's. That got me on Daniel's email list, and then I get this thing about some new cohort at client Ascension, very first one, and I think it was October 2 years ago. Yeah. And I was, I think, the third call that Dan jumped on, and I went straight for signing up for the program. It was a 13-week thing, only one call a week, 2 hours, but it had a hot seat. And I just did, whatever they told me to do for 13 weeks. And by the end of the 13 weeks, I got 50 clients at, 50K MRR. So that stuff really works. And then I came to the event it was last year here in Tampa. And we have a cigar, and Andre starts talking about ListKit, how he's trying to turn it into a SaaS, but hasn't been able to do it successfully yet. And rest is history. We worked out a deal and built the product in 6 months, and now got a great success story, having a SaaS that turns data into revenue and profits.
It's amazing. Who here is a user of ListKit? All right, Dan, check the ones that don't have their hands raised. Get your names. Someone get a snapshot. Wait, one more time. Who here uses ListKit? All right, we got him. All right. You guys are soon to be our customers. We appreciate your business. But point is, being at these events, that's where the opportunity is. And someone asked me earlier, how do you find a business partner? And I don't think there's a set of steps that you have to follow. I think first, number one, you yourself have to be a worthy business partner, right? Someone before, I can't remember who today, mentioned, you have to look in the mirror and be able to see who you also want to be in business with. I think it was actually Nick Verge. And it's just so true. You have to be, and I say this when it comes to hiring as well. If you want to hire an A player, you need to be an A player. An A player is not going to work for a B player. It just doesn't happen. And so it starts with you being a worthy business partner, number one. And then number two, it's really just showing up to events like these, where the opportunity and the potential for you to meet a Cam like Presley met, or an Oliver like I met, is just sitting there, and it's one conversation away. Shout out to Christian. He wrote a book called One Conversation Away. He was complaining how nobody read that book yesterday. One connection away. And so not only are we selling ListKit, but we're selling Christian's book that he was complaining about earlier that no one bought, but a couple of you will now buy. And so a question that also comes up all the time is especially for Daniel and I, is what do your day-to-days look like? It's very different, right? You talk about the innovator and the integrator relationship. And so for Presley, what does that look like with you and Cam? The day-to-day, the difference between what you do and what Cam does.
That's a great question. I think a lot of that stems from personality too. Cam, he rips around on his motorcycle in South Beach and Brickell, just zipping through traffic, going to 5 different coffee shops, editing videos, shooting with people all day. I'd lose my mind and I would get nothing done if I stuck to that same routine. So with that in mind, what do? Well, I sit at my computer and I write and I review videos. I can do that for 12 hours a day. That works for me, right? To clarify, I'm back end, Cam is front end, if that wasn't clear. And we have a very trust fall relationship. Trust falls, the things you did in elementary school when, one person would fall and they would all catch you. It's a trust fall relationship. Cam goes out to cigar lounges and says, yo, let us make videos for you. Has them tap pay on the Stripe thing. And then he's Presley, we need scripts. We're shooting with this person tomorrow. Let's get it done. Trust fall relationship. That's not going to work for everyone. For some people, they would lose all their clients and burn a lot of relationships that way. But that works for us. It's a trust fall relationship. I'm back end stuff. I do a lot of the copy for clients when it comes to YouTube scripts or, making sure videos are going out on time, writing descriptions, all that stuff. And Cam, he's just the front end guy. He handles the sales. He's really good at, building relationships with prospects, meeting up with people, he does a lot of creative stuff for, you know, editing and day in the life vlogs and stuff like that. So that's our relationship. I call it the trustful relationship. I think that's very appropriate to what it looks like.
Yeah, so I'm in an integrator role as well, and I think a lot of ways that, or excuse me, one of the ways that people break this down is this idea that one person builds it, the other person sells it. And so that's a very good way to think about it. But I was also listening to, I think it was either Alex or Layla, one of them talking about how their dynamic plays out in the business setting. And she basically said she locks Alex in a room, he fills the top of the funnel, and she does everything else. And that's pretty much the relationship that me and Gabe have. And any of my friends here that know Gabe, he made his first spreadsheet the other day. I was very proud of him.
That's huge.
Very proud of him.
Huge.
We have a visionary making a spreadsheet. That's a huge deal. So I was very proud of him, right? But that's the frame that I like to take. And I think there's something that important to be said about an integrator. You guys were talking about a moat when you guys were up here with your founder story, putting a moat around that person. Like Daniel was talking about, he's not in the support channel. As far as Gabe knows, we've never. As far as Gabe knows, there's no problems. But that's intentional because I want his focus to be on pure conviction about selling the thing that we have. Right? I'll deal with those issues. I'll make those things right. If his mind goes anywhere other than pure conviction in what it is that we have to offer, that's going to negatively impact our ability to sell it and acquire clients. So I think there's something to be said for, as an integrator, you have a responsibility to protect your visionary and put a moat around that person. So that's how we play out our dynamic on a day-to-day basis.
I hate the support channel too. I'm only in the level 3. Yeah, so I'm a high-level guy. So ListKit is an interesting deal because typically, you know, I'm a generalist and I'm in a lot of different areas. In the ListKit deal, I'm purely tech product, and I make my experience from other deals. I've been in over 10 SaaS deals, involved in various capacities. So I got a lot of, you know, benchmarks, a lot of lessons learned from other deals. So I try to, you know, make that knowledge available. But day to day, I spend, you know, 14, 15 hours a day making the product better, rolling out new features, doing it at 80%. So sometimes, you know, you're not going to be a perfectionist, but that's part of, you know, moving fast when you're competing with some players that have, you know, 200 people in the tech department. We got 10. They got hundreds of millions in their bank account. We're bootstrapped, yet you know, we were able to build a great product that's popular in the market. So it's always trying to balance what can you do quick, what are the most important features, and I think it's also good if you don't have access to all those resources, because it really makes you think, how can we leverage with what we have? And we're in a very fortunate situation with our founding team that we got 5 complementary skills in each area. And Andre, for example, loves to deal with operations and figuring out customer support you know, processes and stuff. I hate it. I cannot stand dealing with details. I want to build the next big thing, and I think high level. So it's super important that you're aligned with you know, whom you're partnering up with, and that you're not, that your skills aren't all in the same area.
Absolutely, yeah, because one feeds into the other, right? Like without customer support, product team doesn't really know how to make the product better. Where are they going to focus? And so everything is important, and that's why I think you need a business partner that really serves each of those skill sets. So one of the main questions you're probably thinking now as well is like, am I an integrator or am I a visionary type? And so what do you guys have to say on that?
I think it's really not black and white, because Cam and I both have skill sets in both the visionary and the operator department. I really enjoy marketing still. You know, even though I've taken the back end role in the company, doesn't mean I can't market, doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. It's just, we realize that for it to function, it's really, really hard to do like the visionary thing. And a lot of people want to do that, right? Because it's just, it's sexier. And something we've realized is having a little bit of overlap sometimes is not necessarily a bad thing. And yes, there's the visionary and there's the operator, but doesn't mean there's not overlap sometimes. I'm still making content. I write newsletters. I write to my list every day, which if you're not on that already, like I'm gonna aggressively push it here. But there has to be some overlap too, because I think there's situations where the other person just has to jump in a role for some reason, right? If you like block it off black and white of like, okay, you're visionary, you're operator, like yes, that works as a general rule of thumb, but there has to be some flexibility too, because there are situations that I would like Presley's in a bad situation, like Cam has to cover, vice versa. I'll give you a really good story right here. A few weeks ago, it was like a Friday night. I had talked to Cam. I'm like, dude, I'm going out with this like girl from Miami on Friday. Like, I can't wait. Like, I was hyping up the whole weekend. Friday, we were supposed to get a VSL out for a client, and then pretty much every possible problem imaginable just spawned up at like 8:30 at night. I'm like putting a nice shirt on. I like got out of the shower, and I just like corrupt project file was like a whole deal, right? And I was like, dude, this is like so lame. Like, I'm supposed to be done right now. And Cam's like, dude, don't worry about it. Like, I got you. And I'm like, seriously? Like, and he's like, yeah. Even though that's not his like responsibility on paper, like he helped me out because he knew I had like a event, right? And I'm like, damn, that goes a long way. Like, he's like, yeah, an event. You know, I just had an event. I had
like an event
scheduled.
like this, or
a little bit, but he said to me, I'll never forget this. He said, dude, like if I see
someone
like,
said, did you close? I heard that.
He said, if I see that green dot in Slack, I'm gonna kill you. Like, I do not want you touching your phone or opening like your notifications for the next hour. Like, you just go enjoy yourself. Like, you've been like in the trenches all week. Like, just go handle it. Sure enough, he figured it out. We got the situation handled. And situations like that are really important. I know I'm going a little bit off topic, where having that overlapping skill set is important, because there are times where just life happens, right? You have other things, or, you know, somebody's in a tough situation. Maybe they have family stuff, or, you know, date, or whatever the case may be. And, you know, I've been in situations where I've had to fill in for Cam's role and he's had to fill in for mine. And it's important to understand that, yes, it's a partnership. Like, you want to have your clearly defined roles, but, you know, don't be afraid to fill in the shoes of the other person when they need it, or offer that up, even though they might be stubborn like I was like, no, I'll take care of it. He like, you know, strong-armed his way into like making me go on the date. So thank you for Cam for that. Once again, that was pretty clutch.
That's awesome. Yeah, so I think you definitely have to be competent, like baseline competency at just about everything, right? I've been in situations where I have to write the headlines, I have to write the copy, I have to jump on a sales call. Like, these are things that I'm competent in doing, but what I've realized is they don't give me energy. So I think how you determine which one you are is you determine which one actually gives you energy, and which one do you feel pushed to do? Which one do you actually enjoy doing more? Which one can you sit at the laptop and do for 12 hours a day if you need to? And that's the one that you lean into. But like you're saying, I don't think you should ignore the other areas. So if there's ever a situation where Gabe wasn't available to write a headline or take a sales call, like, I could fill in. I would hate it. I wouldn't enjoy it. It would suck energy from me. But I could do it if I needed to. So what we focus on is doing the things that actually give us energy and allow us to do it more and better. So that's how we've delineated that out, and that's how I think you figure out which one are you. Figure out what gives you energy. For me, dude, I can sit around and think about hiring people and budgeting and building SOPs and building systems and doing those things on the back end. I could do that all day, right? For me, I got maybe one thread in me in one day, maybe, right? That doesn't give me energy. It takes energy from me. So figure out what gives you energy and lean into that.
Yeah, I think you need both. You both need to be a visionary, and then you need to have the understanding of the detailed work. For example, if you're building a product, you got a million ideas, what the product could look like. But then you always got to think, first, existing users. What percentage of the existing users will that new feature benefit? Is it 5% of the user base? Is it 100% of the user base? Then the same thing for sales. How many more customers can we sell if we had this cool new, for example, lookalike feature that we're currently working on? Well, that could be a real game changer if we make it way easier for people to define their ICP, where they don't have to know everything about setting up the filters. So that's a huge thing. But then you got to put that into a formula. What's the effort to do that? Because it could be a major thing that's a lot more complex to build than a bunch of smaller things. So if you can put that into a formula, then you're able to prioritize how you want to roll things out. And then you got to be able to say no to everything else. If there's You know, if support comes back with things like, oh, there's one customer having this problem, well, I would like the customer to be happy and have that problem solved, but we're building this big thing, and we got to push that over the finish line. So sometimes you lose, some business because you can't make everybody happy, but if you keep focused on the big picture and you come up with a formula, impact for existing customers, impact for sales for new customers, and the effort it takes to do that, then that's a pretty good, solid combination.
Absolutely. And I think two very practical things that you guys can do, like literally right now or today, is take an audit, like Joey said, of what gives you energy and what takes energy from you. Again, like for example, sales calls drain my energy, so I don't do them. What gives me energy is hopping on a call with my CSMs and my student success coaches and hearing about all the great things that they're helping our students with, right? And so make that T-chart or T-diagram or whatever, and just do a brain dump. What gives you energy? What takes energy? Number one. And then number two, the thing I think a lot of you struggle with is like if you are a visionary or if you are an integrator, you don't know what the other side is actually supposed to look like because you just aren't them. And so one of the guys yesterday asked this question is like, how do I find a good operator? And I said, number one is like, do you even know what a good operator looks like? And he was like, not really. And so go out and interview or talk to, any of us four. If you want to know what a good integrator or operator looks like in a high-level business, talk to us. Ask us questions. Like, figure out what kind of people we are, because the core competencies and the personality traits, like, will tell you everything. Like Fazio was saying, just like the day-to-day, right? Like, Cam is, like, wild, just likes, like, chaos and against order. And so, yeah, I think taking an inventory of what gives you energy, what takes your energy, and then going out and finding, like, what does that actually look like at the highest level, whether it's what does an innovator look like or what does an integrator look like. And so next question, this one is probably more so for Joey and I to speak on, but if you guys have anything to add as well, definitely appreciate it. But the reality is not every business partnership works out, right? And so Joey and I, a lot of how we actually got connected and just really built like a good friendship is because we both were in bad business partnerships or partnerships that ended poorly. And so I want to ask Joey, like, how do you identify when the partnership is just not working? And what lessons did you learn from that experience?
Yeah, I think I want to preface as well, the idea of like a business partnership ending poorly, it doesn't mean that it was a bad, ugly breakup either. But I think a business partnership ending, that's a poor business partnership. The goal is to stay together, to grow it as far as you can take it, right? So if it ends, it was a poor partnership. Doesn't mean it's an ugly breakup. Because for my situation, I'm still very good friends with the guy that I was in business with. We're no longer in business together. Now, how you recognize this and how me and Gabe started to recognize this partnership might not make the most sense long term, is really in the time horizons in which you're making decisions. That was the biggest thing that jumped out to us. Because there's moves that you can make that are going to collect cash today, but there's moves that you can make that are going to collect cash in 3, 5, 10 years. And that was the first area where we started to see a rift in terms of decision making. And so I think that's always a telltale sign. And you know that inherently, if whether or not this is a good decision. Right? You know this. You have an idea of that. And when you start to sense that, that's when you need to start having conversations and asking probing questions about the future that they see for this company and where they're trying to go with it. And that has to be in complete alignment. It has to be.
Yeah, pretty much nailed it. I just think it's important for people going into business partnerships to understand, like, it's not always going to work out. And as soon as you realize that it's not working out, like, have that conversation. Like, really, like, building a team, leadership, partnerships, all it is conversations that most of you are probably not willing to have. Because like Dan was saying, a lot of us are scared of confrontation. It's not an easy thing to do. And so that's, I think, what goes into a great partnership is just that everyday communication and trust building. And so last question for you guys that I want to leave the rest of these guys with is, how would you sum it up? How do these guys go out and leave this event and find an ideal business partner if they don't already have one?
Don't partner with a hobbyist. And I think this is the best takeaway that I can provide anyone with. you almost have to be in very similar shoes in terms of like where you are in your life circumstances, and I think this will help a lot of people. So, for example, you know, like those videos on Instagram where like it's like the skit of the guy is like, bro, we should totally start a business. Like, and it's just like the two college kids, they're total tire kick, are just like, bro, we should really go all in on this. And like, I don't know, man. Like, that's like a hobbyist, right? You don't, it's just like this extra thing that you kind of might do, right? And a really good test for somebody you're considering going into business with is what kind of sacrifice or upfront commitment are they willing to make to show you that they care? For me, I left school. Like, I was at a pretty decent business school. I just like gave up my scholarship to like go on this business. For Cam, that was putting his trading stuff to the side, which was his main thing at the time, put that on pause to work on this business with me. So we set the precedent that both of us were putting this other thing in our life on hold, or just, you know, eliminating it completely for the time being to work on this thing together. And when you start with that precedent, the frame of the relationship is totally different, because you kind of, not back against the wall, but you have this main thing that you need to focus on. You need to make this work. And it sets the frame of the relationship for each of you to go at it every day and just give it your all, because there's just like, it's not just this like little thing you're, you know, working on the side. This is your lifeline right here. And so having that precedent right up the front is just like so huge. And the second thing, I'm going to share a story from about a year ago that was completely unrelated to business, but changed the way I view relationships as a total, and it was not a business relationship at all. This was about May 2022, and at the time, I had a girlfriend. She lived like 5 minutes from me. My parents were going through a really bad divorce at the time, and I was really naive, emotionally immature, and there was one time she called me. She's like, oh, can you like come give me a hug? Like, I'm going through a hard time right now. And I was like, I was such a dick. I was like, no, I have to go to the gym or something like that. Like, literally all she wanted was me to like drive 5 minutes down the road. I literally lived like in town with her, and she wanted me to give her a hug. She was going through a hard time. I was like, no, blah, blah, blah. Like, I can't do that. Just came up with some reason why I couldn't do that. And I didn't understand at the time. I'm like, why does she just like want it? Like, why is this like so important? Why is, you know, I just like didn't grasp the concept of like why a hug was so important. And obviously like that didn't end up working out a few months down the line. And I think that was one of the points that was brought up in, you know, the message. But after a while, I thought about this moment. It kept bugging me. It kept lingering. And I was like I was just like never understood that. And then it finally occurred to me about a year later why these small gestures actually matter. It wasn't never about like the hug or me like actually, you know, like giving, like physically hugging her. It was like the gesture. Like the gestures, the small gestures go a long way. And people remember that, good or bad, right? In that case, that was held against me because that small gesture, I was unwilling to show that affection in that moment or be there in that situation, right? And you're probably wondering, like, why is he going off on this projecting about his ex? I'm like, okay, just hear me out. The gestures, the small details, everything like that, they add up. Like, even if it's just like going and, you know, it's been like a rough week in the business and you're like, you know, maybe you're local with your business partner. You're like, hey, bro, like, you know, I brought you like a coconut water or something like that. Like, just unprompted, like little stuff like that. Like, just the small gestures go such a long way when either the other person in the business partnership is going through a tough time in their personal life, or, you know, maybe it's been like a rough week or month in terms of revenue, or there's some kind of fire you got to deal with. Those small gestures actually mean everything. Like literally the banana or the coconut water, like those little like snacks you bring your business partner. Like, I know that's like a thing of Cam and I, like it's a love language. It actually is for you guys to maintain that relationship. And like, if you have a business partnership right now, like that's one thing that I would say like has been so critical, is just like the small gestures, like the times that we've helped each other out, that both of us have been in like tough situations in our personal lives, or something's been going on, like, hey bro, like, do you need anything? Or just like unprompted like acts of love, if you want to call it that, like whatever. Just those things will make such a long impact for like how easy they are to do. So like, just try to stack up those small wins and just do those small gestures, because they will mean so much more to the other person than you think it means to you, if that makes sense. But yeah, those go a long way.
Yes, I think all the questions kind of before this were a conceptual idea of like finding a partner, and I want to get really tactical with this idea of like leaving here. How do you go and find a partner? So I think the first thing you need to determine, is this something that I actually need an equity partner for, or is this something that I can hire? If you need a complementary skill set, it doesn't mean you need to go and give up equity. But when you're early, you lack capital. So inherently, you think the most valuable thing you have to offer is equity, which kind of is. But you don't need to rush into that. We just got done talking about, in Eddie's talk, you can sell a vision, you can paint a picture longer term, and there's going to be people that are willing to come in and take salary hits and take less money now for the potential in the future. So I think tactically speaking, don't rush into giving up equity. However, it makes sense to give up equity if it allows you to create a bigger pie. Because I'd rather have 50% of a $500,000 pie than 100% of a $100,000 pie. So there are times when it makes sense from a tactical perspective. Now, when it comes to qualities and things you need to be aware of, I think the biggest thing is values. There's successful businesses where founders or co-owners aren't the best of buds. I'm lucky to be in a relationship with my business partner where we're best buds. We see eye to eye on just about everything in life as well. And that makes our business communication far easier because we see the same goal, not only in our business, but in our personal lives as well. So I would push you heavily to find somebody that you agree on with all values, even outside of the business. That's what I think you should strive for. And that's number one, right? So that's the biggest thing in my opinion.
I think finding a business partner is like dating. You know, you have a lot of conversations, you explore ideas, and you know when you talk to somebody whose vision is aligned with yours. I mean, when Andrea and I were talking about this potential list kit deal, I mean, we lost track of time. We were sitting there one cigar after the next talking about all the great things we could build. One of the biggest, if I look at all the deals in the past that worked out versus the ones that didn't work out so well, and I don't have a 100% track record, I had some really bad deals too. They always had one thing in common, and the end picture of why we're building this business wasn't aligned. Like somebody wanted to, play the VC game, yet somebody else on the team wanted to have a lifestyle business that brings in a bunch of cash. So if your, lifestyle versus VC funded goals aren't aligned, you're going to have a very tough time being aligned and building a great business. The other thing is when it comes, to the exit. Are you in this, to sell it one day? And it's very good to agree to a number very early on at what you would sell it for, because bad things can happen if somebody thinks a $10 million exit is great, but you want to have a $200 million exit, you're not aligned. So to put those things out on the table up front and have an agreement, that's when the magic happens and when you can do the best deals.
Enough said. Give it up for these guys.
Crush it,
Let's get a picture quick. Let's do a picture quick.
Up here?
Yeah. Just stand right where we were. All right, so basically how we're going to close this thing out, we got, is there coffee and stuff back there right now? Okay, so we're going to spend like the next 15 minutes or so recharging, grab some coffee, grab some Neuromints, grab some water, and while we're doing that, we're also going to be playing a video on the screen for whoever wants to participate. We got to get the energy back up before the boat and before the big keynote that Taylor has planned. So we got an Energizer session for you on the TVs. It's about to go on right now. And so grab a coffee, grab a pack of Neuromints, and we'll be back shortly.
What's up, Blind Ascension? This is Mario Lanzarotti. What's up, Client Ascension? This is Mario Lanzarotti, the Freedom Architect and the in-house Mindset Mastery Coach for Client Ascension. Unfortunately, I can't be with you today because I am recording live from Cape Town, South Africa. Yet my friend and dear brother Andre, your host, has asked me to put together an Energizer session for you. And the reason we do this is because you're all sitting in a very long event. And there's a lot of information that you're taking in, all these new insights and all these new people that you get to know. So in order to make sure that your mind can take all of that information in and process it effectively so that you can make more money, create a bigger impact, and enjoy more freedom, we need to make sure that you are in the right emotional state. Because if you're feeling low and tired, you're not going to be learning. So it is my job to get you back up so that your mind is focused for excellence. All right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 rounds of a specific breathwork technique that I learned from Tony Robbins. It's very simple. I will demonstrate it first. Make sure that you have a little bit of space on your left and right so you're not elbowing the people next to you. I don't take any responsibility for that. So we extend our arms up and we breathe in. And when we extend our arms back down, we breathe out. So in and out. In and out. Let's do it together. In and out. In and out. In and out. All right? So it's most important here that you get the technique right rather than just making it fast. This is nothing that you have to prove to yourself or other people. This is to get the technique. All right, we're going to start round 1 in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Okay, and return your hands back on your lap. Make sure your feet are planted firmly on the ground. Just close your eyes and just feel what's going through you right now. Your heart might be beating faster. You might feel a little bit warmer. Just take in what that feels like. And then get ready for round number 2 in 3, 2, 1, here we go. Okay, return your breathing to normal pace. Close your eyes and just feel what's going on inside of you right now. Feel the space and the room that you're in. Notice the people that are with you here together today. And then get ready for our final round, number 3. In 3, 2, 1, here we go. Very good. Return to your normal breathing. Close your eyes. And just notice how you're feeling different right now. It is likely that you feel your heartbeat increasing. You feel more movement. You feel warmer. Your armpits might be sweating. That's okay. And just become present to what's going on inside of you right now. Very good. And then open your eyes back up again. Take both of your hands, place them onto each other like this, and then extend upwards and stretch, stretch. Try to sit with your back straight, both feet planted firmly on the ground, and just stretch upwards. And stretch, reach up, reach up, reach up, and release. And take your right hand on your right cheek and turn your head slightly to the left. Don't push it too much. Remove your hand, take your left hand on your left cheek and do the same thing on the other side. Don't overstretch it, just a little bit of pressure. Very good. And then we're almost done.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, 3.
Yo, yo. All right, guys, we're going to be getting started in a few minutes, so everybody start finding your seat. Not going to want to miss this one. It's fine. You can blame it on the ceiling. We'll say it was a leak. Just introing the killer himself. Whose shirt is this? Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, we're just gonna get that off for the thing. Thank you. All right, find a seat. Find a seat. Make sure you got a notepad, guys. You're gonna need to take notes for this one. All right, everybody got a seat? How are we feeling so far? Good? Okay. That's not bad. I like the energy. A little sleep deprived? A little tired? All right. Everybody just take a deep breath real quick. One more. Okay, good. We got to get the energy up for this one because you guys, you can't let your fatigue set in because we're about to have a crazy valuable keynote from Taylor Welch. But before we get him started over here, I just wanted to share a personal story. And he's going to be talking about how we can all make more money, which is great. That's what you guys came here to learn, how to make more money. But the more that you hear about making money, it can kind of go in one ear and out the other. So hopefully this story reminds you why we do this in the first place, right? How much we can actually impact people, how much that we can help people through our services. Because somebody may not be super passionate about Klaviyo for email marketing, but in reality, you guys, if you go far enough, are really changing people's lives. Right? So back in 2020, this was when Andre had gotten out of that bad partnership that he mentioned. We were restarting the agency, and we were struggling to find our footing. We had one offer, didn't work, fell flat on our face. We had another offer, didn't work, fell flat on our face. We didn't know about cold email yet. This was before we took cold email mastery. Shout out to Wizard. And we were getting calls through paid media, which for a young agency that has no clients pretty much and is closing at like a 5% rate because their sales guy sucks, that's a tough situation to be in. So we found ourselves probably 5 months in and just like less than $1,000 in the business bank account. It was really dark. I'd like to think that we wouldn't have quit if we hit zero, but I can't tell you what we would have done. We might have. We might not be here today, and you guys might not be here today in this beautiful city and this beautiful venue with all these beautiful people. And for whatever reason, when I was scrolling there on Instagram, Facebook, whatever it may have been, I clicked on this ad, and I sent it to Andre. I was like, this is interesting. And I read through it, and I was like, man, this is really good copy. Like, I want to buy this thing. And we were in no position to really buy anything, right? Because we literally had $0, almost. Like we had just about enough to sustain us for another month. And this was only a $97 product. So this isn't a story that's going to be crazy and, me spending money I don't have and all of this crazy stuff. That was such a big decision. And I was freaking out so much about it because it was help with the sales process and we just weren't closing deals, partially because of me, partially because of the offer, that I was like, Andre, listen, if this doesn't work out, this massive $97 investment, I'll pay you back in full. And I had no money in my bank account. So that was like me basically putting my life savings on the line, saying like, whatever it takes, I'm going to do this thing. I'm so convinced from this copy and just from everything I've seen so far about this guy that this is going to help, right? And the whole thing was about increasing close rate. Hopefully that's compliant. Okay, good. Because exactly. And you know what? The next 12 sales calls that I took, I closed 4 of them. For us, that was massive because they also all had setup fees as well. So that gave us enough cash, right? This was like just when we were finding cold email. So it's kind of perfect timing with that, combining with me finding this course and going through it and actually having a real sales process. And right off the bat, just like you said, my close rate went from shit to 33%. And since then, we've had good months, we've had bad months, you know, like with anything, there's always gonna be another problem that pops up. The grass is always greener, right? There's always more that you can be doing, but we never really look back. From that moment on, after I took that course, we've always had clients, we've always had money coming in, and that was when we started to actually build a real business. And the guy who made that course is standing right over there. So when this guy's talking, it can legitimately change your business. I'm speaking from personal experience. It basically saved ours. And hopefully that builds up enough credibility, because we obviously built a couple cool businesses. That's why you guys are all here, to really just pay attention. So take notes, get the most value out of this. Without further ado, we're gonna welcome the man, Taylor Welch.
Absolutely, bro. You're the man.
What's up, crew? How we doing? How we doing? Hey, let's stand up real fast. Just do it. Come on, stand up. Let's give a round of applause for the Wizard, for Andre, for Christian. Hey, look at them in the eyes and say thank you. Yeah, as you collect the applause. All right, you can sit back down. How many of you run events as you're sitting down? Raise your hands. Nobody. How many of you run events? So you guys know it's hard. How hard is it to put this thing on? It's a lot of work, isn't it? Yeah, it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of money. Believe me? You lost money on it. I feel we should give them another round of applause. Can you guys see me okay? No? Cool, perfect. We're going to talk a little bit about how to hire teams and how to manage teams. And real quick, if you've done the math on your targets in your business, raise your hands. Targets in your business. If you've never sat down and run the math on targets in your business, how much money you want to make? You've never done that. You raise your hand, you raise your hands. Yeah, you guys have been coddled by the speakers. I'm going to make you talk to me. Raise your hand if you've done the math on your business, on your targets. It's okay. Throw them all up in the air. How many of you have something to write down notes with? Do me a favor. Have you ever visualized the amount of money that you want to make from your business? Yes or no? Write that number down real fast on whatever it is you're taking notes with. How many of you have gotten really excited at an event like this, in a cool room like this, with entrepreneurs like this, really excited to go make your goals happen, only to get back into the work environment and it's hard as hell, and maybe even you're like, I don't even know if I want that anymore, and you change your goals? Anybody? Yeah? Today, what I want to talk to you about is I want to talk to you about how to hit these targets without actually having to do any work. Raise your hand if that's exciting to you. If you would like to hit the numbers that you say you want to hit with being able to be perfectly positioned as a founder, CEO, and someone who thinks for a living. Sound good? This will be interactive if you can't tell. So, like, if I feel like, hopefully I don't feed back here. I'm going to do it anyways. If I feel like you're not talking back to me, then we're just going to, like, have a moment. Are you safe? Are you going to sue me if I touch you? I love your shirt. It's amazing. We've got to raise the level of the room for a minute, because if I can get you guys to not only participate in what we're doing, but to write your own notes down. Did I do something to break this? Oh, there we go. If I can get you guys to participate actively with me, you will go home and you will change your lives forever. If I could promise you, this is a guarantee, by the way, if I could promise you that in the next 60 minutes I could help you hit your targets without having you to actually do all of the work, would you invest 60 minutes with no distractions into making that happen? Yes or no? Hell yes. This is me. Go ahead and look and say, "Aww." This is a Memphis Grizzlies hat. I was broke, 24 years old, no money, hated my job. Can you relate to this? And one day my wife says, this is my wife right here. How many of you are married? Let me see a show of hands. Congrats. It's nothing like it. How many of you want to be married? Cool. We'll work on that. One day my wife comes home and she's like, hey, I think that you should quit your job. I was like, why? My wife was an entrepreneur. I wasn't. My wife made a ton of money compared to me. But she said, I think you should quit your job because you're not making any money and you hate your job. And I said, okay, I'll quit my job. And I started buying books. That was my first home office. Just let him pass for a second. It was my first home office, and one day I came home with a pile of books. How many of you enjoy reading or buying courses? Yeah. This was like 2012. The courses was like you had Tai Lopez and Mobe. This is it. Anybody remember that? Like this is like basically an MLM thing. And my wife, she was like, I'm going to sign up for this network marketing thing. And I'm like, okay, cool, get scammed. I'm going to buy books on Amazon. And I come home, and I got lucky one day, and I read a book called Psycho-Cybernetics. Anybody read this book? Yo, this is a fire book. If you haven't read this book, you should read it like tomorrow morning. It changed the way I thought about identity, and it changed the way that I thought about myself. And I started making money. I started making really good money. So I went as an entrepreneur. You guys remember the picture of my home office. I started making tons and tons and tons of money. I went from basically nothing, broke, working at a church, to 4,000 clients at a profit, by the way. The pros, I'm going to give you some things that you're going to want to write down. And this will be one of them. The professionals care about customers. Amateurs are focused on lead generation. No offense. Professionals are focused on customer acquisition. And we started printing customers. We got over 4,000 clients at profit. A couple 100,000 customers came into the organization. 700 team members. I've hired 700 staff and fired most of them, which is exhausting. The capital costs of having to fire that many people, and it took me a long time to figure the system out. At one point, I woke up, and I was spending over $800,000 a month in team and fixed costs. That's a lot. And I still fired everybody because I didn't know what I knew today and what I'm going to teach you. And you can see there's a lot of people. Anybody ever seen 100,000 people all at once? Yes, no? Do we need margaritas? Or some cigars? We can't do cigars, but maybe later we'll do margaritas. I'll make you stand up and sit down as many damn times as it takes. 100,000 students. We had over a couple million email names, addresses. One of the worst things that ever happened to me is I actually went through a bit of, you could call it a battle with the regulatory agency in the United States, and I had to give all of these names back. 2 million people we just had to delete, essentially. And we scaled this thing from zero to multiple millions of dollars a month, but then something started to happen. I started to burn out. Somebody say burnout. Have you ever felt close to burnout? Yeah, like or you're running out of energy. Man, it's the scariest feeling because you never know if you're going to come back from this feeling of burnout. And I hit burnout, and by the year 2022, all of the companies were gone. Crazy. 700 staff, millions of names, hundreds of thousands of customers, thousands and thousands of clients, and I basically burned it because I got burned out. Now, anybody right now asking, like, why would I learn from this person if he basically destroyed all of it? Because if you can destroy 8-figure companies, you can build them too. So I've built and destroyed more 8-figure companies than most people. And the reason that I got into this place of burnout is because how many hours in a day do we have? That's it. And the only way to get more than 24 hours is to buy it. And you can purchase labor, talent, and decisions, and people can multiply the amount of time that you have in a day if you know the stuff that I am going to take. So, by the way, does anybody want to have a copy of my slides? I can tell you guys, so I take a picture of this. It's a nice circle. It's like, I want to remember this for later. You don't have to. I actually put all the slides together. Pull out your phones real fast. If you go to taylorawelch.com/ascension, you can download my slides. Make me one promise. Do not skip ahead. I hate that shit. It's disrespectful. And then look back up at me when you're done and we'll get back to it. If you need help spelling Ascension, let me know. Yeah, some of y'all are like, it's tough. It's a big word. It's a big word. Do you need help? You got it, bro? Okay. With an O. Taylor. All right, how about we do this at the end? It's taking you guys a really long time. I'll just give it to you, okay? I got some goodies for you guys up my sleeve. Sound good? Say woo woo! Man, I love rooms like this. Entrepreneurs change the world. The world hangs in the balance of people like you. You realize this? Like nothing good ever happened without somebody selling something, inventing something, or marketing something. So this is the highest honor to be able to come and learn how to build movements. So I basically torched the old companies. Somebody say torched. We just set them on fire, killed them. And over the 3 months in the summer, I decided to reverse engineer. This is a powerful lesson. If you have something in your life that you do not like right now, raise your hand. Keep them up. Cool. Everyone in the room has their hands up, which is good because I was going to call you out if you didn't. The greatest thing you can learn how to do is reverse engineer, because this is Charlie Munger. He said, if you just tell me where I'm going to die, I'll just not go there. He's reverse engineering. And so I reverse engineer, what is it that makes businesses work long term? There's 8 categories. I'm going to actually read them to you. You can write them down if you want, but you do not have to. The first is marketing. Somebody say marketing. Marketing is defined as the acquisition of attention and reputation. People don't think about this, but if you convert people, they should not be converted. You actually chip away at your reputation. True or false? The second is sales. This is monetization and certainty. The third is offer, desire, fulfillment. This is your deliverable. How many of you feel like you have a great offer right now to offer your crowd? Cool. The fourth is finance. If you like money, say, yeah. Money is a great thing. You know, we're raised societally that, you know, if you're just like a capitalist, rich capitalist, there's something wrong with you, but capitalists actually finance everything. And so it's good to have money. Next is team. Say team. This is what we're going to focus on today. How do I build a team that multiplies the hours in the day and hits all of my targets? The subtitle is How to Get Rich Through Other People. And this is the key. It's a symbiotic relationship. And I'm going to give you guys frameworks. If you do have a team, can I see a show of hands real fast? Amazing. So change your life. I think it'll be an amazing training for you. And when you have all of these, next is balance, mind work, retention. I run a company today that trains on all of these 8 drivers. And so today I'm going to give you about 5% of the team playbook that we basically go in and we equip members on how to build their teams. I'm going to give you guys actually the entire playbook at the end for free because I don't need your money. When you actually get this right, there's only 2 things that can kill your business. 2. Would you like to know what they are? You want me to keep going? You sure? Number 1, taking the wrong clients. Think about it. How many of y'all just took a client to hit your numbers? Then they ruined your literal life. There's nothing worse than taking the wrong client. The only acceptable way to get rich is through the exchange of service. The second thing that can kill your business is hiring the wrong team. If you've ever had the wrong team members, don't look at them if they're here with you. But man, you know it's a pain. And then the hardest thing is getting rid of them after you know that they're not the right hire. You're at an event called Client Ascension. These guys are some of the best in the world at getting clients. So I'm not going to talk a lot about getting clients. You've been trained on that. But what I am going to teach you is how do I assemble an Avengers squad that can multiply my business. You want to hit 9 figures? Only way you're doing it is through a team, or else you're going to lose your mind. Okay? We're going to do some exercises. Is that cool? So here's what I want you to do. And before I prep you for this, but we're going to get ready. We're going to put some time on the clock. You write this down in whatever you're using to take notes. You can make money by doing stuff. Somebody say stuff. But you get really rich by what you don't do. You can make money by doing stuff, but you get really rich by what you don't do. You guys know what a to-do list is, right? We all have a to-do list, but do you have a do-not-do list? Something written down like, I will not do this. The money is energy, and it flows, and it interacts with the realm of the spirit. I just get really weird sometimes because if you do things that you hate doing, you actually will end up killing the business because it's not worth it for the money. And we're going to prove that, so I'm going to prove it to you. We'll get into it. So here's the first exercise. You ready? We're going to put 2 minutes on the clock. And did you guys write your goals down in the first section? Were you obedient or rebellious? You wrote them down? Okay, we're going to put 2 minutes on the clock. I'm going to actually turn some music on. This isn't weird. Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird. But I want you to write down 3 things. You ready? The first is, what is the amount of money you make per month? By what date? And what are the things that you are not doing on a day-to-day basis to make that money? Think of it this way. If there's things that are going on in your business right now that you don't enjoy doing, write those things down because we're going to cross those things off. What are the areas in your business that you're currently having to do for money that you do not want to do? All right, you got a minute and a half left. You can turn that music up. Write it down. Be detailed. This music is so nice. It's not. What are the things you're currently doing in your business that you do not want to do? How much money you make per month, by what date, and what are the things you're doing now that you don't want to do and you're going to stop doing? This is a visualization technique. Write it down in detail. You got 30 more seconds. Five seconds. All right, you got your list? All right, we're going to do 1 more minute on the clock. Turn to somebody on your right or your left, and I want you to share your list with that person. Your do not do list. Pick them, share it right now. You can keep it going. You got 1 minute. Share it. We're going to hold each other accountable on this one. All right, let the other person talk. We got 30 seconds. Let the other person talk. All right. Hey, who's bold enough to share? Hey, back. Yeah. Hey, who's bold enough to share what something on their do not do list? Yeah, you, the perfect polo, man. What you got? Accounting. Oh, yeah, the accounting's the worst. It's a good one. Who else? Yeah, what you got? Managing content and posting. It's cool. Do you do that now? Cool. Let's just stop it. I'll teach you how to get out of it. What you got? Wizard. Customer support.
Customer support.
Yeah, we hate customer support. Anybody else? One more person? Anybody?
Scrolling Twitter.
All right. Well, nobody should be doing that anyways. But yeah, we should stop mindlessly scrolling Twitter. Okay, so we have a problem now because customer support has to be done, or you go to jail. Posting content has to happen. So now we have the problem. So we say, because now we have things that we don't want to do anymore, but can we really just stop doing them cold turkey? Here's how we handle this problem. There's only 3 things we can do with this list. The first is we can stop doing the things we hate and let them go undone. Duh. We can stop doing the things we hate and delegate them to someone else. Or we can keep doing the things we hate and we can miss out on our targeted future. And this is actually the decision that most entrepreneurs make. They actually, most oftentimes, they select the third option because they feel like it must be done by someone. They're like, well, somebody's got to do it. I might as well do it. Or this is the worst one. If you want it done right, might as well. Yeah, cool. That's called low IQ. That's what that's called. And so we have to erase this level of thinking for us to actually get to the next level, right? You feel what I'm saying? And so the reality is that there is someone in the world that is really passionate about doing the thing that you are really not passionate about doing. True or false? Yeah. So the question we have to find is, who is that person? What are they doing? And how do I get them to come into my organization and do the things that I do not want to do? It's very hard to get good at things you hate. Somebody say amen. It's really hard to be bad at the things you love. And so this is the relationship we're building. I want to find the person who lives, eats, breathes, and sleeps customer support. That is a weird person. But they exist. And they are really good at customer support because they love it. And we have to actually replace ourselves with the people who love it and are willing to do the job. Does this make sense? Are we feeling good? What are some of the things you feel like you're really good at? Just yell it out. We don't even have to. Just yell it. Marketing. Writing. Copy. Instagram. Automation. You didn't say that. I just put that in your mouth, bro. Automation. What are some of the things, what are you really, really, really bad at? Sales? Spreadsheets? Everyone. What? Tech? Zapier? God have mercy. Look, a leader who cannot admit what they are not good at will end up failing at the things that they're not good at and at the things they are good at. This is why it's important. You actually are like, we have a pretty mature room. Just pat yourself on the right shoulder real fast. So you guys sort of know what you're not good at, which is awesome because most people, they're just like, I don't know, I'm good at everything. Nah, you're definitely not. All right, we already did this. This is the difference. Write this down real fast. The difference is the amount of time and labor I can purchase for my business. The difference is the amount of time and labor I can purchase for my business. You guys have heard it said all the time, whoever can spend the most to acquire a customer wins. But what these iconic, and I cut my teeth on these guys, what they don't teach you is that whoever can actually spend the most to acquire labor, skilled labor, is actually going to have the most leverage, whether it's with media, with support, with whatever it is that is required to go into the business. All right, pause. Are we feeling okay? Are we tired? We good? You want me to keep going? This was my intro. Let's go. How much time do I have? Okay, cool. Purchase. The difference is the amount of time and labor I can purchase for my business. All right, so we said we're still good. Can I go tactical for a minute? Like nitty gritty, super in the weeds tactical. This is why I'm going to give you a copy of all of this, because you're never going to be able to draw this as good as I can. Look at the boxes. They're incredible. You got 3 layers in a team. You have T1, T2, somebody say T3. T3. I'm going to show you what these layers are, but when I figured this out, it gave me geometric scale. One of my mentors is a guy named Jay Abraham. He's a little-known entrepreneur who wrote a couple books and basically has done $1 trillion. And he said, you know, geometric expansion is how you grow really fast. What is geometric expansion? Stop looking at me like that, because they're being weird. What's geometric expansion? Geometric. Expansion in all areas at the same time. If you want to know what geometric expansion feels like, overwhelm. That's what it feels like. That's just a little, it's not in my notes. I just wanted to give it to you. So we have this org chart right here of our positions. T1 are our decision makers. There's 2 types of outsourcing we can do in our business. Would you like to know what they are? The first is outsourcing your hands. So put your hand up in the air real fast. Now look at your hand in the air. Look at it, just stare at it. Get a picture, they look crazy. Look at themselves. You can outsource your hands, this is labor, right? I'm gonna hire an assistant just to like push in buttons on a computer and stuff. The second, though, is you outsource the mind. Somebody say mind. These are your T1 positions. These are decision makers. They're paid to think. They're paid to make decisions. You all right? You tired? It's the biggest yawn I've ever seen. Just want to make sure I'm okay. I'll talk about something different if you want me to. But these are your decision makers, okay? These people are the ones that are actually removing your necessity to make decisions. T2, these are your managers. These managers are paid to manage. They're paid to implement, they're paid to tend to the business and hit key results, and they're paid to argue with you. If you don't get along with your managers, it means you're a good entrepreneur. Truly. So entrepreneur, what do we think about? How do we grow? How do we scale this thing? Managers are the opposite. They want predictability and certainty, and they're basically the worst, except for you need them. And so they're paid to manage the day-to-day ongoing business, okay? And then your T3, these are your laborers. These are the ones that are paid to do the work and to do the button pushing and to actually push through to complete the assignments. Whatever you're taking notes on, draw a triangle real fast. I actually ripped off the Client Ascension logo, and it's mine now. Classic internet marketer here. I came up with the pyramid. That's exactly what I need right now. Thank you. And if you're not taking notes with a real piece of paper, then you can't draw a triangle, so bummer. Who's actually drawing real notes right now? Let me see. God, the future belongs to you. All right? Draw a picture of a triangle real fast. At the very top of the triangle, write the word objectives. Is this being used? I love it. Objectives. Right underneath in the middle of the triangle, you're going to run out of space, my man. Write the word key results. Didn't they tell you to prepare to take notes for me? If you're going to run out of space because you didn't prepare. Look, dude, is this how you run your business? Are you a manager? If you're not taking physical notes, you might be a manager. Just kidding, dude. I'm totally kidding. I love you. And then underneath it, write assignments. All right, at the top, what do we have? Say it back to me. And in the middle, what do we have? Say it back to me. And at the bottom, what do we have? And if you followed instructions, you might have this on your notes. This is the pyramid. This is the client ascension pyramid. Here's what we have. What is an objective? Have you been trained on this before? Anybody? You have. I know you have. Anybody else? Cool. So you guys are familiar with like Google.com. They use this, so we should steal it. Objectives are large, company-wide end goals that are difficult to achieve. Somebody say difficult and require many moving parts. This is an objective. Thank you. I didn't ask for that, but I can tell you guys are leaning in. See, at the beginning, you guys were a little bit stuck up, but now you're like with me. Like we're together. I feel like we are all one happy family. Key results. These are smaller projects with an outcome and a constraint that makes it impossible. Somebody say impossible. Impossible. You have to get the inflection right. Impossible to hit the objective. If you hit your key results, you are going to hit the objective no matter what. I'm going to give you examples. And then an assignment is the individual work, project, or activity required to adhere to the key result. Does this make sense? How about we do some examples? Does that sound good? Okay. Let's say that you want to hit 180,000 customers over the next 3 years. Is that a lot or a little? It's a lot, but it depends on who you are. So let's level up the targets for a second. Anybody know how many Teslas were moved in the last 12 months? Somebody look it up. Yeah, what? 250,000 in the last 12 months? Let's go to google.com. Let's verify. Let's substantiate that because there's a recording over here on my right. I don't want anything out there that I can't back up. Yes, I'm sorry. What do we have? Oh, whoa. Okay, so is 180,000 over 3 years a lot or a little? It's not that much, unless it depends on my friend Eli Wild. He says he'll get up on stage. Do you guys know Eli? Anybody know Eli? He'll get up and he'll be like, he's a genius. But he'll get up and he'll say like, is $50,000 a lot of money? And everyone's like, yes, it's so much. I'd love to make 50 grand a month. And he's like, if you were like in a car wreck and you only had 50,000 for the rest of your life, would it be a lot of money? And then people like slowly disappear into their seats. The perspective changes what is a lot and a little, right? So this part of the benefit of being in rooms like this is it raises your perspective. But back to this, I'm off pace. 180,000 customers over the next 3 years. Here's our key result. And this is the example, and get ready and lock in because we're going to write these down and we're going to build a plan before we wrap up and get drunk on the boat. 3,000 new book customers a month. These will be our key results. We have key result 1, 3,000 book customers a month. Key result 2, 3,500 trial courses per month. Key result 3, 1,000 newsletter subscribers a month. And the constraint, somebody say constraint, 70% liquidation on all CPA. Do you guys know what CPA means? Oh, I love the room. CPA is cost per acquisition. If you do the math on this, over 3 years, this is 270,000 customers. If we hit 270, trick question. If we do 270,000 customers, do we also hit 180? Okay, that's called a hedge. A hedge is built into your key results. Remember, we said a key result is if you hit it, it's impossible not to hit the objective, right? So when we're stacking these up, what we're going to do is we're going to actually build a hedge into them. Are you still with me? Do you want me to keep going? Okay. Assignments. These are the assignments underneath the key result that make up the actual activity. So examples here. A book funnel completed by December 15th. 8 ads per month for the book funnel. And then 1 funnel per month to compete with the control. Do we see how the assignment handles one of the key results and that key result being hit contributes to the objective? Do we see the water flow effect? If you get really good at this, can you see your business taking off? Especially if you're not the one having to implement all of this yourself. Like this is how you go from just a kid in Memphis, Tennessee, to 8,500 customers a month, thousands of clients all over the place. It's this system. Let's do another example. Should we? Should we do it? All right. Let's say another objective: $20 million in sales from the team. $20 million. Anybody doing 20 million a year?
In my other business.
What business is it?
It's a freelancer tech talent agency.
Technology? A talent agency? We should combine forces. You want to talk right now? He doesn't want to do it. He's scared. I'm just kidding. 20 million in new revenue from the sales team. Okay? What's the key result going to be? What do we think? Give me some ideas. Throw them out. Book calls, absolutely. Close rate, 100%. Remember, key result has a thing and it has a constraint, right? Close rate can be a constraint. Anything else? Opt-ins, that could be it. It can be whatever you want it to be, but here's what I wrote down. 500 sets a month, 400 completed, and 25% close rate. I'm using sets because we created like the SDR thing in the high ticket space, and so we do a ton of sets. You were talking to me about this before. Has anybody been in my funnel? Like, you're gonna get called every day until you yell at the person calling you. So 500 sets, 400 completed, 25% close rate, and then the assignments. Let's say the assignment is 150 daily dials per rep. A performance improvement plan on any closer under 25%, and then rehearse wins every morning. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. The point is we're being algorithmic in taking our objectives, breaking them down into key results, and then breaking those down into assignments. You'll write this down because it's not on my slides. Every objective should have 2 to 3 key results. And every key result is usually going to have 3 to 10 assignments underneath it. And here's how this starts fitting in to the equation. You can see this water flow effect. As you begin setting objectives, your team begins going in and implementing the key results. And then the managers tend the assignments according to the key results. Does this make sense? So this is the chart we have. Your T1s up here at the top. These are your what? Decision makers. Your T2s are what? And your T3s are your laborers. So here's the main job, and I'm just going to give all of these to you. Your T1s, these are your decision makers. They set the objectives, and they manage the implementation against the key results. Is this a little bit too in the weeds? You want me to bump back up? We're good? Cool. The T2, they set the assignments, and they ensure that the work is being completed on time, under budget, inside of quality control. And T3, these are the people that are doing the actual work. One break at any level can slow your organization down or break it all together. It's terrifying. People will say, Eddie was talking about the importance of A players earlier, which, by the way, he crushed it. It's a brilliant dude right there, worth listening to. An A player has to fit into every level. So you need A players on your T3s, you need A players on your T2s, A players on your T1s, and your job, part of your job as a CEO, is to fire the people if you cannot train them. If you can't change the person, you got to change the person. Make sense? How are we feeling? Scale of 1 to 10. Cool. All right, we're going to do another exercise. You ready? 2 minutes are going back on the clock. Here's what I want you to do. Pick one objective for your business, write down a couple of key results, and write down a couple of assignments. You have 2 minutes. We're going to turn the music on. Just one objective. Don't do like 12. We'll be here all night. All right? Give me that sophisticated tunes. One objective, a couple key results, and a couple of assignments. You're doing great. You got another minute. Do the work. You done? It's fast. It is fast. I want to hire you. 30 seconds. $15 seconds. All right, here we go. Turn to someone you haven't talked to. So if you turn to the right the first time, turn to the left this time. And you guys are going to share your OKRs with one another. We have a minute and a half because I don't want to go late. So go ahead and pick your partner, share your plan right now. Let's go. $30 more seconds. All right, let the other person talk. Switch. Objective, key result, and assignment. All right, we ready? Yeah, people always pay attention if you give them drinks. Okay, how we feel? How many of you are feeling a little bit more clarity? A little bit better? Anybody want to share one of their objectives, one of their key results, one of their assignments? What do we got? Instagram man. Are you going to work with me or not, dude? This dude's trying to hard sell me in the bar. You did pretty good, though. All right, tell me.
100 course sales within the first 30 days of launch is the objective. The key result, just one of them would be start a wait list and build anticipation. And then an assignment for that result would be create content firstly and then a launch trailer.
Epic. You feel like you're getting a plan dialed in to scale your business? 100%. Anybody else want to share? Anybody? You don't want to, I can tell. He doesn't want to talk to me. I keep trying to look at you and you're looking away. Yeah, you're the best of us. You're a sales guy. No, we're going to go with him. You're not confident, so we're skipping you. Okay.
$500K a month in new sales, not counting back end. So in order to do that, we need 400 book calls, 80% show rate, 20% close rate at a ticket size of like 8K, which is between our two offers. And the assignments to get that would be at least 2,000 opt-ins. So I don't know how much that's going to cost. Probably not that much because he'll let me know. He'll let me know. Need to have 200 sets. So our setters back there got to get dialing. I'm guessing at least $50 a day. We have to text each and every lead immediately within 10 minutes if they don't book a call from the VSL direct.
Hell yeah. Round of applause right here for that brilliant plan. Who's your setter? Stand up. Who's the setter? My man. All right. Round of applause. Round of applause. Wait, you're a setter too? Both of you? All right, 150 calls a day. It's easy. You'll be fine. Go to the bathroom before you start and then power through. All right, one more person. Anybody else? We don't have to. All right, we'll skip it. You guys, The world belongs to the enthusiastic. We got to be You know what happens when you share your goals? I don't have time. I've got to end in 20 minutes. Would it be nice to know if the team you have right now is going to get you to your goals? Like if we had a way to sort of qualify or disqualify, we're not going to do it for you guys. You guys are safe. How do we actually qualify the people before we hire them, after we hire them? At the end of the training, I'm actually going to give you guys a playbook, and it's the same playbook, Colin, that you have access to, and it goes through some of the personality profiling. We have like really deep research on personality profiling, but I want to give you 2 models, just 2, and then we're going to wrap up and get into takeaways. The first is person, personality, and position. If you put a person with skill, but they do not have the personality for the position, they're going to fail. Make sense? If you're going to be a setter and you hate talking to people, what's the problem? Like, do you think that a setter who hates people is going to be able to actually dial and talk to people? It's going to be very difficult for them to do that. And so we'll go deep into this person, personality, position. I'm going to skip it for now so that we don't miss the bar. But the next thing we're going to go into is rating current team members. So we rate team members based on a 3-pronged approach. It is also a triangle. It's different colors. And here they are. Attitude is number 1. So let me say attitude. Now, attitude we're going to define as culture, communication, and teachability. If you have people on your team that are not teachable or coachable, or they do not accept a level of feedback from you, their attitude is going to rate low. Scale of 1 to 10, we rate people on 1 to 10 very quickly. Make sense? Where'd you get that hat, by the way? Carte blanche. Sick. That's cool. I just saw it and I was like, I need one of those. I need yours too. But I got one. Well, give me hats. Attitude is your culture, your communication, and your teachability. The second is competency. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, dude. Competency. We're back. Skill, resourcefulness, and follow through. Have you ever assigned something out to your team and they do not do it? Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Like, nothing in the world is worse than that. And so the follow through is actually a competency piece. If they are competent, then they have the follow-through ability. And then experience is the decision-making, the street smarts, the poise, and confidence. Real quick warning on experience. When I say experience, I mean experience at the level that you want to get to. Not experience at your current level, but experience at the level that you want to get through. And typically, this is just for later, we can talk about it on the boat, we stick in realms of 3s. If you're at $100,000 a month, and you hire the CMO of Coca-Cola, they ain't gonna do a good job. They're too big. And so you wanna stick into this realm of like 3 to 5x your current business. Okay, is that helpful? What is culture though? I wanna define this quickly for you. Because when you look at attitude, what do we see up here? Communication, teachability, and what? Communication, teachability, and what? Communication, teachability, culture. Culture will make or break your organization. What is culture? How do we define it? What do we think? Just raise your hands. Blurt it out. Yes, sir. Dude, you have always come through for me, by the way. The polo, the answers, it's all perfect. Anybody else? What they do? When no one's around? Great answer. What else we got? Can you guys see me in the back? What else we got? Yeah. Round of applause for whoever you are. That's actually maybe kind of true. Here's what I want you guys to mentally think about in terms of culture. Culture is what they believe, why they believe it, and what do you see? How strongly they believe it. What do they believe? Why do they believe it? How strongly they believe it. You can honestly, if you're taking notes, you could put next to strongly, you could put parentheses and put violently. Because when you believe something really strongly, you're protective of it. You're defensive of it. True or false? A good culture, you want to know how a good culture is a good culture? They will literally eat you alive if you don't believe the same things that the culture believes. A good culture is not a safe place unless you belong to the tribe. Does this make sense? So we've kind of deviated in the last 30 years with corporate America to kind of trying to build culture that's pleasing and safe for everyone. But real good culture, you got to fit in or you do not fit in. And so this is my charge on this is make sure that when you're rating culture, you're rating their attitude and it'll fit on whether they actually buy in to what you are doing. Who has a written set of values for your organization? Show of hands. Cool, this is a great idea for you to know. Like, when we read our culture, if that person looks sick, fire them. Easy. If we're reading our set of values and somebody does not align with the values, they're not going to be a culture fit. It doesn't matter how skilled they are. They don't belong. Does this make sense? Raise your hand if you would like my organizational values to read. If your hand's not up, what are you doing? I'm going to give them to you. It's fine. We'll get there later. Once you have your players, the question is, what do you do as a CEO? Huh? Embody? Embody them. They go into. I didn't know it was that kind of event, dude. Pretty sus. Was that my dude who, is that you? Bro, you always, this is the first time you failed me. Our job is to engineer an environment where people have almost enough time to perform their best, but not quite. I'm about to blow your minds. I can see you wrestling with it right now, and I'm going to explain it. This man looked at me like I was stupid. He's like, do you even math? All right, so we want to actually create flow, yes? Flow comes when you are right at the line of your abilities, maybe even a little bit beyond the line. I was telling somebody at one of our off-sites that I will always be understaffed, always, forever. You want your business to perpetually be understaffed. You know, this is why you're fighting with your managers, because it's crazy. But when you actually don't have enough resources to get the job done, and you almost have enough time, but you don't, then you have the flow state that forces creativity. She's smiling like you do this to her all the time. You guys are doing it right. I'm sorry. But this is how you create flow state. Somebody say capacity. Okay, when you're wanting to increase your capacity, how was it done? Pushing the limits. If you want to get biceps like me, how do you do it? Listen, Hormozy is always flexing and stuff, but my calves are at least double his size. When I go to the gym and I do my calves, people leave. And it's because I'm a dad, bro. Have you seen my son? I have an 8-month-old who's 30 pounds. I have a 4.5-year-old who's 38 pounds. That 8-month-old is gonna be a freaking titan, and he's strong. I almost pulled my pants down in front of everybody the other day. He's just grabbing onto it. Flow state is what you get when you run out of time. Think about it. Flow state is what you get when you are stretched beyond the normal limits of your traditional performance. The greatest gift you can give to an A player, to a high-performance team, is higher standards that move everyone's life forward. Does this make sense? If you want to run an 8-figure team, a 9-figure team, a high-performance team, do you guys remember when Elon took over Twitter? He comes in, fires everyone, and says, hey, we're going to double the innovation, and you're all fired, except for 100 of you. And people were like, what in the world? And what happened to Twitter? It got better. Waste and excess surplus makes you weak. It makes you lazy. This is the gift that we give other people, is we expect more from them. Can we do that? I want you really to grab this, because this is probably one of the biggest takeaways. People come into my teams, like I remember them all. I've trained 58,000 salespeople. And I remember all, like the A-listers of today, and they're all brilliant. And I remember when they were not brilliant. And they came into my offices in Nashville, and we had all of these crazy people, you remember this, in an office for 14 hours a day. 150 calls a day, by the way, is your starting point. They're never going to invite me back to speak at this. I feel like I'm ruining my chances. And the gift that I gave Cole, Peyton, all of the crew is higher standards. When a person's standards are lifted through culture, they do things that they never thought they were capable of doing. This is where we got to get to with our team. Make sense? Okay. Does this make sense? Right here. If you do want to take a picture, you can, but I'm going to send it to you. This is like a traditional classic org chart for one of my companies. We do run a portfolio. I don't talk about it often because portfolio has become a thing that I want to infringe on. But you take the C-level, you put them at the top. If you have finance people, you just have to put up with them. They're over here in the corner. I didn't want to give them more spots. Finance people, their main job is to tell you what you can't do. Boo. You have to listen to them. And we have the C-level. These are your T what? Ones. And we have the managers. These are your T. Look over here. You got SDRs. This will be your setter manager. Your AEs. This will be your closer manager. You've got your reps underneath it. This is something that you will print money if you can get this type of org chart in place. Again, number 2, bros. 2 of the biggest yawns I've ever seen. Can you come up here? Yeah, come sit with me, dude. Come on, man. Just give him a round of applause. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Hey, what's your name? Charlie? It's great to meet you, dude. Do you take, like, sleep supplements?
No, I just been eating a lot of that gum, so I think
You've been eating gum? Like swallowing it?
the focus gum.
The focus gum. What's one takeaway you would give to the audience?
From this?
Sure. Might as well.
Culture is everything.
That was an easy one. Give me a better one.
Hire the right people.
That was also an easy one, but I think it's great. You can go sit down. Thank you, bro. You're the man. Give him a round of applause. How many? Are we having fun? This is freaking fun. I'm telling you. Listen, we just make money. Charlie falls asleep, and it's awesome. Okay. I'm going to skip a quick exercise because I want to wrap up. But the thing that we have to get to after we have this in place is, what do I do? Because what I thought the goal was to escape. This is what everyone's chasing. I got a call a couple weeks ago from someone who's a really dear friend of mine, and he's crushing it. And he said, we're crushing it. And I only spent like 20 minutes at my last event. And I was like, ooh, dude, that's not good. The escapism is not, you don't want what other people are chasing. Your job as an entrepreneur is to engage, not to escape. It's not to escape everything. It's to engage in the things that you love to do more than anything else. So we're going to do a 1-minute exercise. We have 60 seconds to do this, so you better do it quick. And I want you to write down in 1 minute, you can put some music on, the things that you feel like you could do forever. For hours and hours and hours, and you don't run out of time, and you don't run out of energy. Maybe it's writing copy. Maybe it's doing sales calls. You can turn that music up now. We're good to go. Write down a list of things that you love to do more than anything else. She just joined a webinar, Charlie. Gosh. Oh, I love you, Charlie. These are things you just love to do. got some good ones. Yeah. All right, cool. Cool.
I got filming videos, creating offers, and writing VSLs.
Epic. This sounds like a pretty good list, yeah? What do you have right here?
I got looking at numbers and setting objectives, team meetings, and hiring.
Epic. You like hiring. Praise God for you. You're an amazing human. Okay, here's the thing. That list is going to become our new guidebook for the things that are actually going to grow our business. The entrepreneur who feels like their business is killing them will eventually kill their business. So the job that we have is to backfill ourselves out of the things that we hate and plug ourselves into the things that we love. True or false? Okay, so if we do all of this, you have 4 jobs as a CEO. Hire team, train team, equip team, hold team accountable, and then as the final, whatever you want. It's true. When you have team in place, using this protocol, and in the playbook, there's a whole suite of training from meetings. How do you run them? How do you do them? This is the job. Hire them, train them, equip them, hold them accountable, and then do whatever you want. So listen to this real quick. At this point, you have a list of things you need to stop doing, yes or no? And then you have a toolkit, so to speak, of how to go replace yourself by finding the right person, yes or no? And then we have a list of things of what we actually want to do, yes or no? That will push our business forward, yes or no? And then we have the numbers, objectives, key results, and assignments necessary for us to hit any level of business that we want, yes or no? How many of us are feeling rich? Ooh, whoa. You feel wealthy. Good answer. How many of you are feeling clarity? Yeah, 100%. Here's what I want to do. The beauty of a room like this is there are people doing $20 million a year who won't partner with me because he hates me. And then there are people that are doing less than that. And we all learn at different levels. How many of you have a takeaway that you can share with the rest of the crew? We're going to just do this for just like 30 seconds. Do we have time? 5 minutes? Jeez. Okay, we're gonna do some cool stuff now. How many of you have some takeaways you want to share? What you got? You doing the things you hate to do is the riskiest thing you can do. You want a second shot? I'll be right back, dude. Let's get somebody in the back. What you got?
Running an audit of the team members based on the values that we set.
Running an audit so you know who to fire. I'll just fix it for you. That's great. Who else? What do we have? Yeah, what you got? Stop being a tough guy because you're boring? Sorry, I missed. 100%. Who else? Yeah, hold on. Let me give you the mic.
You can't get good at things that you hate.
You can't get good at things that you hate. Where'd you get these? My man. Who else wants to share? Yep.
Give the employees more responsibility when you know they can handle it.
Do more. Have them do more. Anybody else? What you got, bro? Blow our minds.
Pretty much, I feel very irresponsible for not having like the objectives. It's like I feel like a dumbass. Like, oh yeah, we got the goal, but just didn't make an objective at all.
Well, now you're not a dumbass. Now you're really, really smart. You're actually brilliant. Don't talk about yourself that way.
It's round 2, but a lot of people tell you that you got to do the things that you don't want to do, but that kind of just went against like every thought I've ever heard before. Like it makes sense. Do the shit that you love. Also, like breaking down everything, kind of like the key results. Like, oh, I need to take this many sales calls. We need to have this show rate, this close rate. It makes it a lot more apparent to actually get those calls on the calendar.
Love it. Amazing. Round of applause for this man who finally looked at me in the eyes. Do we have any Q&A or questions that you guys have? It can be directly relevant on this. Andre is going to come kick me out of this room in a second. Is there anything you guys want to know that I didn't cover? Just yell it out. Yes, sir. What? Equip the team is giving them the resources necessary and the autonomy necessary to make decisions. So a lot of people will hire people, train them, fire them for making mistakes. That's not. Equipping is giving somebody the permission to learn and the permission to decide. Because if you're going to hire a T1, they got to make decisions. and they're going to make decisions different than you do. Make sense? Anybody else? Yeah, yell it out. Congruency of vision, like from me down, and passing it into the rest of the team. I have a vision. If they like that vision, they get behind it. If they don't, they go work somewhere else. We talk about it a lot, so we'll share it a lot. People tend to like get in line with things that they're exposed to. They'll get behind things that they understand and have communicated about. So it's more a communication thing than anything else. T2s, so this is a great question. When you can no longer manage the implementation of the work around you, you need T2s to backfill you out. That's okay. Totally fine. The T1s right now are doing a little bit of management. They might not like it, but they're doing it. As soon as they can't manage the implementation, you've got to put a manager in between. I typically don't move them down or you're going to lose them. You can move them up. However, businesses die most often due to internal promotion. Yeah, because if I have like a manager in ops and I raise them to a COO, think about that being compared to me going and pulling a COO from someone else who's a little bit bigger. You're paying an opportunity cost that might as well be cash. So in most cases, it's actually safer for the business to go pull someone with the expertise, bring them in, unless you're willing to let that person really go through the trial and error process. If they're making all the decisions for their department, they're a T1. Yeah. Who else? With my family? He said, how did I balance scaling the business with my family? This is a great question if you want me to tackle it, if I have the time. I actually didn't. That's the short answer. I had to learn how to do it. So the people who have talking about productivity without kids is a joke. When I had my first kid, I was like, oh shit, there's no time anywhere. And then we had the second one, and I was like, ooh, this is even worse. So reading is like a thing of glory for me now. Like oh my God, I have an hour to read. The prioritization is a law. So if you misprioritize, you'll lose all of the priorities. And so what I've got right now is I've got myself. I'm actually at the top. I just posted about this today. If you cheat yourself, you'll also fail everyone else around you. So there's a rule book for me. I need a certain amount of reading, a certain amount of studying, a certain amount of exercise, and I try to be very I don't compromise that. Second is the family. So I'm not going to miss, I'm going to wake my kids up every day. They wake up at 7, I'm going to wake them up every day. If you cheat on priorities, you begin to feel like you don't deserve anything. So it's not really a balancing effect, it's a prioritization matter. After my family's taken care of, there's a playbook for that. So I'm going to wake my kids up every morning. I have a weekly date with my 4.5-year-old Kate. I have a weekly date with my wife, Lindsay. And when that's done, we're good. And I can put all my time into the next priority, which is the business and the team and the staff. And then after that, I've got relationships and everything else. And so that's kind of my 4 things. And this morning, I'm on a plane. I missed donut date with my daughter, but I'm grabbing that Monday. So I'll just backfill it in. So it's not a sacrifice, it's just a moving around. Does that help? Cool. All right, let's do 2 more questions, and then we're going to bring the boss back up. What you got?
So you know how you said you should hire someone who's working at another business that's 3 to 5x?
Yeah, steal them.
So my question is, number 1, how do you sell them to work for you because you're 3 to 5x smaller? And number 2, how do you properly align the incentives?
Yeah, great question. How do you steal them, and how do you align the incentives? The vision that you have as an entrepreneur is like a vacuum. It sucks people in or repels people away. So if you're trying to hire somebody from somebody who's a bigger company, it doesn't matter. What you really are going to battle is you're hiring from someone with the bigger orbit of vision. Make sense? So Arena is one of my businesses. The priority for Arena, the mission for Arena is to deprogram victimhood from the world and to eliminate suicide. Is that big or little? People want to work for me for free. They want to leave other companies and work for me for free. The mission for a wealthy consultant is to unlock and monetize human expertise. Is that big or little? So it's a missional thing. If your vision is big enough, they'll be attracted into it. How do you align incentives? With their T1s at the very top, most of the time giving them a bit of profit share and then a 3 to 4 type of like bonuses, 1 year, 3 year, and quarterly. And we get into all of that in the playbook. One more question. You? Yes, Isaac. Wonderful name. What you got? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's in the Bible, dude. You're blessed. David? King David? What you got, dude? Values? I'm going to give you my values. Yeah, so I'm going to skip that question and do one more because I'm going to give them to you at the end. Dude, everything. Yeah, everything. Because the piece of me that felt like I was dying in the middle was equally next to the piece of me that felt like I would be a failure if I quit. So you've heard like, quitters never win and winners never. Bullshit. Winners quit all the time. Like they literally quit their way to success. As soon as you are not deeply passionate about the outcome if you win, you should not be playing the game. The game doesn't matter. And so what happened with me is I hit that point where I no longer cared about the outcome because I was out of energy. Not out of time, I was out of energy. Energy is superior to time as a resource. And so when I got into the new business units and I started building the new thing and the portfolio came together, my first instinct was like, I have to grind. Because that's what it was like at TF. That's what it was like at Sales Mentor. And I felt like I was unproductive because I was not busy. And so that just works. You had to go through unveiling the layers. And like, you know, I would rather be productive with a little bit less time than unproductive with 40, 50, 60 hours a week. So it's something that there's 3 things that you learn all of the time. There's only 3 categories. Things that you have to unlearn, right? Things that you have to relearn. How many of you have had to learn a lesson for the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th time? Yeah, it sucks. But a lesson will repeat itself until you learn it. And then the third are the things you learn for the first time. A very small portion of our lives today are the 3rd category. Most of them are the first 2. And if we want to learn more things, we have to actually grasp the lesson so we stop relearning the same old shit over and over. But yeah, dude, it was incredibly difficult. In fact, mentally, if you're not feeling like it's difficult, you're just not doing something worthwhile. So it's still difficult for me. Every once in a while, I'll still be like, I'm just like, I'm poor. Literally going broke. And people are like, what are you talking about? Makes 0 sense. Cry me a river. And I'll be like, I'm completely out of time, and so I need to work harder. Just doesn't make any sense. So you have to have that time to really piece it all together and have friends that work. All right? 1, 2, 3, round of applause for the crew. You can come take it if you want. Thank you, guys. I love what you do, man. Thanks, bro.
You're the man. One more round of applause for Taylor Welch.
Oh, hey. Also, that Ascension link. Yeah, it's on here. He's got it off, I think. It's not a QR. If you go to this link, don't share this, please. Promise? Scout's honor. I have your IP, I'll find you. I'm going to give you guys just the playbook. So this is literally, it's a 10,000, people pay 10 grand for this. And you don't have to pay for any of it. But I want you to go in more detail because I need you to change the world. If you can get this material, it makes all of the last 5 years for me worth it. So thank you guys.
Whew. What a day. What a day. I kind of like that style of just roam in front of the stage, keeping it casual. But, I mean, there's not much more to say at this point. I think we're all just excited to get on that boat that apparently is going to move. Like, it's actually going to move. And that's really important because it moves at 7. And right now it's like 5:30, 5:40. And so we got to get over there because it's going to move whether you're on there or not. And so I just want to say one last thing. Like, for you guys, this is amazing. Like, the value's there. The people are here. But, I mean, even for me selfishly, like, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for allowing me and my team here to just live out our dreams as well. So thank you guys so much. I just appreciate you. Appreciate it. Yeah, go through. Okay, so you got to go through the doors back there, first off. And then second off, there's merch on the table in the back. If you have not got your Client Ascension merch, hoodies, hats, T-shirts, they're on the table in the back, so grab those now. And then the cigars will be on the boat. So the cigars will be on the boat. Grab your merch while you're still here, and then make your way out through those doors in the corner.